Chapter 2892. Ha ha ha, darling, Xiao is really interesting. Hearing Xiao Hua say, please, Ziming immediately laughed. Clearly, no one had ever told her this before. Poor child. Xiao Hua sighed. He knew that Ziming's identity was here, and she had always appeared as Midnight. She really lacked love and care. She felt that his normal words were very good, so it was clear that no one would normally speak to her. Immediately, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. Ziming leaned against Xiao Hua's left arm and walked out of the pitch-black netherworld path with a smile on her face. At the end of the netherworld path, light shone brightly. It was an extremely strange space. This so-called Yellow Springs Great Hall was like an oval-shaped chicken egg, covering the entire space. On the four walls of the Great Hall, there were many revolving diagrams. These diagrams were similar to the banners outside the Great Hall. Each and every one of them was a beast head that couldn't be seen normally. However, behind these beast heads, there were different carvings. These carvings were big and small. The big ones were close to 10 zhang long, and the small ones were only a foot long. These beast heads were surrounded by many wave-like lines, which seemed to be similar to ordinary flowing water. However, if one looked carefully, each of these wave-like lines were formed by white bones. However, these white bones could now be bent, just like water ripples. However, this couldn't attract Xiao Hua's attention. As soon as Xiao Hua stepped out of the netherworld path, his gaze fell on the ground of the Great Hall. Because this Great Hall was covered in skeletons. Layers upon layers of snow-white skeletons, each with a pitch-black mouth and a pitch-black hole, were scattered on the ground like pieces of gravel. It was unknown where the light in the Great Hall came from, but when it shone on these skeletons, it was reflected back. A layer of indescribable light appeared on the ground of the Great Hall, as if the Great Hall was a layer of the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs Great Hall really lives up to its name. Xiao Hua sighed. He didn't even release his soul sense. In front of a soul warrior like Ziming, Xiao Hua's soul cultivation was no more than that of a child. Indeed. Because of the light, Ziming was already embarrassed to snuggle between Xiao Hua's arms, but he was still unwilling to pull his hand out. After hearing Xiao Hua's words, he looked at Xiao Hua's face and said with a smile. Under the light, Xiao Hua's sword-like eyebrows were pitch black, and his phoenix-like eyes were also faintly sparkling. His thin lips were closed together, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of a smile. Sigh. Ziming looked like she was smiling like a flower, but she sighed in her heart. Since we are not fated, why should we know each other? Fate could not surpass this. Oh. Seeing Ziming staring at him, Xiao Hua turned to look at Ziming's face and asked curiously, is there any other explanation for this Yellow Springs Hall? Oh. Ziming's face blushed as she smiled. The Yellow Springs Road is meant for undead to walk. The purpose of building the Yellow Spring Palace here is to block off the Yellow Spring Road, to prevent those dead souls and nether beasts from rushing into Meng Mountains when the netherworld eye is opened. Nether beasts? Xiao Hua pointed his finger and said, these should all be. Yes, Ziming nodded, the Yellow Springs Road, the netherworld sea, there are countless nether beasts inside, and these are only the ones that can be seen normally. Ziming, you say, is there really a netherworld in this world? Oh, or is this netherworld really the world of undead? Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and finally asked. This. Ziming did not expect Xiao Hua to ask this. After thinking for a moment, she explained, actually, according to the records of my Meng Mountains shaman canon, the hooded great deity transformed into the netherworld and became an independent reincarnation, which is not connected to any other world. Only the dead souls can enter through a way that no one knows. As for this netherworld sea, the Yellow Springs Road, and so on, they seem to be places where malicious spirits, vengeful spirits, and other existences that are different from us humans live. Moreover, if the netherworld is really the world of undead, Ziyi would have been resurrected long ago. Can I worry about it for the rest of my life? Seeing that Xiao Hua wanted to ask something again, Ziming smiled and said, Xiao Hua, there are a lot of secrets in my Meng Mountains, and even the Wheel of Heavenly Tao. If you are interested, you might as well come to my Huda stockade. In the future, the stockade's accumulation will definitely satisfy your curiosity. Xiao Hua smiled and did not answer. He continued to ask, in other words, a soul warrior like Ziming who can control malicious spirits also does not know the difference between the Netherworld Sea and the Netherworld Sea? It's not just me. Ziming pursed her lips and said, even the Grand Shaman, and even the Shaman King of Meng Mountains, I'm afraid they don't know. Shaman King. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. After hearing about the Grand Shaman and Ji-Man, he once again heard the title of Shaman King. Let's go. Xiao Hua, we are going in. Ziming naturally turned her head and took a glance. She patted her hand and took out the bone staff from the soul nest. She pulled her hand out of Xiao Hua's hand, looked at Xiao Hua with a smile, and began to chant. Following Ziming's witchcraft incantation, the bone staff began to emit a dark green brilliance. This brilliance became more and more dazzling in the Yellow Spring Palace. However, as time passed, the bone staff became heavy again. Moreover, a trace of dark red appeared on Ziming's face, as if it was quite strenuous. Go. Just when Xiao Hua was a little worried, Ziming pointed the bone staff in her hand. The dark green brilliance rushed out of the bone staff and landed on a layer of skeletons. Swoosh! Like a great wave washing away sand, the green color dyed the white color, and the yellow spring instantly disappeared. At the same time, an oval burning with green flames suddenly appeared in the green color. Immediately after, the oval strangely stood upright, and actually became a fire circle like a moon gate. Xiao Hua, Ziming's face was clearly pale. She stretched out her hand to grab Xiao Hua's hand, and said with a forced smile, the yellow spring gate has already opened. Are you willing to accompany this concubine to the 9 underworlds? Xiao Hua originally wanted to withdraw his hand, but looking at Ziming's slightly pale face, this face could not be compared to Fairy Hong Xia, and even more so, it could not be compared to Jiu Xia. However, the eyes on this face were extremely hot, and did not lose out to anyone in the slightest. Forget it, it's just this trip anyway. Xiao Hua's hand paused for a moment, but in the end, he did not avoid it. Ziming held Xiao Hua's hand, and the corner of her mouth revealed a sweet smile. Xiao Hua could clearly see that there was actually an extremely deep dimple on Ziming's right cheek, and her smile was very sweet. Holding Xiao Hua's hand, Ziming stretched out her left hand, and pushed it forward. The fire circle suddenly rushed out a strong gust of netherworld wind, blowing towards the two of them. In an instant, Ziming's long hair was blown up, and a few strands of black hair also landed on Xiao Hua's face. Whoosh, in just a moment, a dark green light barrier appeared in Ziming's hand, blocking all of the netherworld wind. Then, Ziming took a step forward, and walked towards the yellow spring door. A strange scene appeared. As Ziming and Xiao Hua held hands and disappeared from the fire circle that was as flat as a piece of paper, the fire circle suddenly exploded, and all of the jade flames scattered in all directions, igniting the entire Yellow Spring Hall. When the two elders of the Jing Apple Village arrived, they looked at the jade flames all over the ground, and a helpless smile appeared on their faces. Xiao Hua followed Ziming into the Yellow Spring door, and he only felt a flash of brilliance in front of his eyes. He did not feel any pressure of being teleported, and his entire surroundings were filled with a layer of dark green. Xiao Hua, close your eyes for a moment. Ziming said considerately, the netherworld I hear is blocked by the green seal text talisman, and the brilliance of the green seal text can easily cause the naked eye to be unable to adapt. Moreover, it's best for cultivators not to release their divine sense, or it will be corroded by the netherworld wind. Okay. Xiao Hua obediently closed his eyes, and after a moment, he opened them. Sure enough, when he opened his eyes again, the green brilliance was no longer glaring. Seeing Xiao Hua being so obedient, Ziming suddenly felt a kind of warmth in his heart. These 6 are all the netherworld eye? Xiao Hua looked around and saw that he was standing on a stone step, and below the stone step, in a huge space, there were 6 circular deep holes that were enveloped by a dark green brilliance. These deep holes were arranged neatly, with 2 in a group and 3 in a triangular shape. The entire space was filled with the netherworld wind, and the dark green brilliance in the deep holes was like an eye that was being blown up. Above the eye, a brilliance overflowed, and it was indeed similar to a real eye. As expected of the name Netherworld Eye, Xiao Hua saw this and could not help but praise. He, Xiao Hua, this is nothing. Ziming said with a smile, if you see the existence inside the Netherworld Eye, you will definitely be flabbergasted, and your eyeballs will fall out. Oh? Really? Xiao Hua was surprised, I don't really believe it. Just you wait. Ziming clapped his hand and took out a shuttle-shaped soul tool from the soul nest. He chanted another incantation, and the soul tool slowly expanded. Isn't this my Dao Sex flying magic tool? Seeing a flying boat similar to a boat being born, Xiao Hua was indeed somewhat surprised. Who said that only your Dao sect has flying magic tools, and my Meng Mountain doesn't? Ziming's eyes contained a smile, and he glanced at Xiao Hua and said, my Meng Mountain has many, and they are not inferior to your Dao sex methods. You will slowly come to know in the future. Speaking up to here, the corners of Ziming's mouth were secretly bitter. When the flying boat that could accommodate 2 people took shape, Ziming jumped in first and stretched out his hand. Come, Xiao Hua, I will let you see the magic of my Meng Mountain's flying boat, and the mystery of my Huda Stronghold's Netherworld Eye. Good, I want to ask for advice. Xiao Hua had already experienced life and death in Ming Shi's netherworld wind. Although he did not have the phoenix celestial body now, he was not unfamiliar with the netherworld wind. He said with a smile and also jumped in. However, before he could stand firm, Ziming's hand had already stretched out, as if he wanted to cherish every moment in the Yellow Springs Palace. Xiao Hua saw that Ziming was already slightly shy, but he seemed to be used to it, and he sighed in his heart. After all, he had only treated Ziming as Zai before, and it was not easy for him to get used to it. Chapter 2893. Xiao Lang, sit tight. Ziming reminded Xiao Yu. She chanted a soul incantation and pointed the bone staff. The airboat slowly flew up and flew toward one of the netherworld eyes. When it was above the netherworld eye, the airboat emitted a dark green brilliance. This brilliance formed a soul incantation in the air and fell into the netherworld eye like snowflakes. Goo goo, a sound like spring water gushing was heard. The netherworld eye's brilliance also flourished, as if it had opened its eyes. A green beam of light shot out and covered the airboat. The airboat tilted slightly and immediately fell into the netherworld eye. Xiao Hua stood on the airboat and saw layers of green light overflowing on the airboat. It was similar to the protective brilliance of the flowing cloud airboat. Moreover, this airboat was transparent. It was as if there was nothing under his feet. He could clearly see the situation around him. As the airboat rushed into the netherworld eye, a strong netherworld wind caused the airboat to be a little bumpy. Even the green light shield on the left was extremely swaying, as if it could be annihilated at any time. Inside the netherworld eye, what met Xiao Hua's gaze were iron corpses similar to the 9 divine guards. These iron corpses stood on the rock wall inside the netherworld eye. The rock wall was layered, and there were 9 iron corpses on each layer. Xiao Hua saw that there were more than 10 layers, which meant that there were nearly 100 iron corpses. Oh! He was a little stunned. This netherworld eye, didn't I say it before? The 9 divine guards are inside the netherworld eye. Naturally, there are iron corpses here. Ziming smiled. Are there iron corpses in the other 5 netherworld eyes? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked again. Yes, there are iron corpses in every netherworld eye. Ziming answered without hesitation. It's just that the exact number is uncertain. Then, is every netherworld eye the same, or is the netherworld eye you chose different? Xiao Hua asked again. The netherworld I chose is naturally different. Ziming said with a smile. If it's the same, then how can I be so sure of winning? As for why it's different, Xiao Lang will know in a moment. Okay, Xiao Hua looked at the flying boat slowly descending against the wind. The iron corpses were like guards standing by the side, nodding slightly. The flying boat fell straight down for the size of a meal. It was probably over 10,000 feet, but it seemed that there was no end to the netherworld eye. What made Xiao Hua astonished was that there seemed to be no end to the number of iron corpses as they kept swaying in front of him. Ziming. Just how many iron corpses does your Huda stronghold have? Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask. As for the specific number, I really don't know. Ziming said with a smile. Only old Wu knows this secret. However, in my opinion, even if it isn't 200,000, it should be at least 100,000. So many. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen the strength of the 9 divine guards. They were more powerful than late Foundation establishment stage cultivators and were almost comparable to Jin Dan. If the Huda stronghold had 200,000 iron corpses with the strength of Jin Dan, then the Dao sect and ordinary Shuzhen sects, let alone ordinary sects, even the Imperial Thunder sect, would be unable to withstand a single blow, right? But before Xiao Hua could recover from his shock, Ziming's words made Xiao Hua's jaw drop. However, this doesn't count for much. According to Old Wu, there are still flying iron corpses, flying copper corpses and so on in Meng Mountains. Although their strength can't compare to Hanba, they are still more powerful than the 9 divine guards of my Huda stronghold. Moreover, there are over 1 million of them. Is that true? Xiao Hua was somewhat in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Ziming said with a smile. That's why your Dao sect cultivators are so narrow-minded. You always think that my Meng Mountain's soul warriors are uncivilized and think of your Shuzhen 3 kingdoms like sword cultivators. In fact, if we wanted to, how could you be our match? That might not be the case. Xiao Hua immediately realized. Your Meng Mountain's iron corpses and copper corpses are many, but they are all dead objects and still need soul warriors to control them. And these soul warriors? I'm afraid they won't be easy opponents for my Dao sect cultivators. Moreover, my Dao sect's nascent soul stage and deity stage masters are all extremely powerful. I'm afraid you guys won't be easy to deal with. What my dear Xiao says makes sense. However, I've never thought of starting a war with the Dao sect, nor have I thought much about this. Hearing this, Xiao Hua thought of another matter and asked, Ziming, when you drove the flying ship and waved the bone staff, the incantation should be a soul incantation, right? Yes, Ziming rolled her eyes and knew what Xiao Hua wanted to ask. Does my dear Xiao also want to chant the soul incantation? Indeed. Xiao Hua answered honestly. I've also cultivated soul arts for a few days, but no matter what, I can't chant the soul incantation. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Previously, in the soul refining cave, I've also asked Master Ma Qin. He's right. Daoist Xiao, it's better if you give up. Ziming knew that Xiao Hua was unwilling to give up and said with a smile, this soul incantation can only be cast by the descendants of the 12 great gods using the power of their bloodline. You're a Dao sect cultivator, so it's better if you use magic arts. Xiao Hua also laughed. Don't tell me. I can't even use soul threads to exert force? Oh. Looks like Master Ma Qin, told Daoist Xiao a lot. Ziming nodded. Soul threads can indeed pronounce the incantation, but how can it be so simple? If it could, those swordsmen and cultivators who cultivate soul arts would have long been able to chant the real soul incantation. Oh, then, there's no other way? Or perhaps, I can also chant a soul incantation that isn't the real one? Xiao Hua was delighted. Ziming shook her head. I don't know the method. Maybe I'll ask Elder Wu later. As for the soul incantation, it doesn't really use the power of the bloodline. Instead, it uses sword origin and true essence to activate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the effect is similar, it's fundamentally different from my Meng Mountain's soul arts. Speaking up to here, Ziming looked at the surrounding iron corpses and said with a frown, actually, when it comes to magic arts and soul arts, I've never been clear about them. Or rather, I admire the seniors of the Dao sect. My Meng Mountain's magic arts are inherited from the primordial era, passed down by the 20 great deities. They refine the soul, condense the bloodline, and walk the path of the 9 heavens. Although it's also borrowing the power of external objects, it's no small matter. It can affect the weather. But it's also because of this that the inheritance is getting thinner and thinner. There are fewer and fewer almighty figures who can move the clouds with a wave of their hand. The Dao sect's orthodoxy doesn't pay attention to this. Instead, it uses the body as a guide to cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using the power of the heavenly Dao to create one's own divine ability. These divine abilities may seem small, but they use a small amount of the body's strength every time. It won't consume the bloodline or life essence. Although the weather can't be compared to my soul arts, it's easy to cultivate and can use the limitless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Actually, as Daoist Xiao said just now, your nascent soul and deity transformation seniors can affect the situation. Although my Meng Mountain doesn't have as many soul warriors as your Dao sect, but just one of them is equivalent to several deity transformation cultivators, right? It's not impossible. That's right, Ziming is right. Xiao Hua has cultivated magic and soul arts, so he naturally knows the difference between the two. The Dao sect and Meng Mountain should have 2 different cultivation paths. Just like sword cultivators, Buddhism, and Confucian cultivators. Although Meng Mountain's soul arts are powerful and impossible to guard against, every time they are used, life and death are decided. But after all, it's greatly related to the bloodline. If Xiao Mao didn't have the pure bloodline of great god Shibai, he probably wouldn't even have a trace of soul energy. But that's not the case for my Dao sect. As long as one has the physique to cultivate, regardless of whether one has a bloodline or not, one can cultivate. Even Xiao Mao, who was born as a soul warrior of Meng Mountain, can smoothly cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Actually, there are so many cultivation paths in this world, just in line with the 3,000 great Daos, each with their own characteristics. Hehe, Daoist Xiao really knows a lot. Ziming pursed his lips and praised again, you even know about Buddhism and Confucian cultivators. Since you know about Confucian cultivators, can't you see the difference between my Empress Earth Stockade and other places? Hearing this, Xiao Hua laughed and nodded, so that's how it is. Looks like Empress Earth Stockade also has the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. Hehe, there are some Confucian cultivators in Meng Mountain. My Empress Earth Stockade also had a Confucian cultivator, G-Man, and Confucian cultivators were even popular in Meng Mountain for a period of time. I saw it in the Shaman Codex. At that time, some shamans called themselves Zhen and G-Man called himself Ai Jia. They were all borrowed from Confucian cultivators. Oh, all the palaces in my Empress Earth Stockade were built according to the ancient books of Confucian cultivators. In addition, the names of my Empress Earth Stockade's descendants were also influenced at that time. Ziming said somewhat mysteriously, also, this G-Man now also admires Confucian cultivators very much. Oh, those Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua's face lit up as he asked. At this moment, the flying boat suddenly stopped, as if it had stopped, and then it glided smoothly. The netherworld wind also weakened a lot. Oh, we're arriving so soon. This was the second time Ziming felt that time had passed too quickly, and then he said casually, what kind of ending can those Confucian cultivators have? Except for some ancient books, all their descendants either died or were integrated into the people of Meng Mountain. Ancient books? Xiao Hua's eyes began to turn. Don't even think about those ancient books. Ziming already understood Xiao Hua's greed. Looking at the iron corpses all around them, he said, those are all under G-Man's control. She treasures them very much, she won't give them to you. Of course, if... At this point, Ziming's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of a tide gradually came from afar, and the smell of blood gradually became thicker. This is... When Xiaohua saw the iron corpses soaked in the thick blood, and there was a pitch-black fog in the blood, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chapter 2894. Xiao Lang, this is the real Netherworld Sea. Seeing Xiaohua's shock, Ziming was very proud. He pointed his finger and said, "This sea is filled with nether blood. When the nether blood leaves the nether sea, it will form nether wind. The nether wind from the Yellow Springs Hall came from here. Then, what about country Shi's netherworld wind?" Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, "Is the netherworld wind there the same as here?" Netherworld wind? Ziming heard and shook her head slightly. "I seem to have heard of it. But I have never been there, so I don't know. But, this netherworld sea is boundless, and its depth is also endless. If Xiao Lang has seen a place similar to Netherworld Sea, then I'm afraid the two are related. Since there is Netherworld Sea, then Netherworld and 9 underworlds." Xiaohua still wanted to ask, but Ziming smiled and said, "Xiao Lang, you really have a lot of questions. Do you already have the idea of going to the Netherworld Sea to the Netherworld in your mind?" "Why would I go to Netherworld?" Xiaohua was stunned. "I just think that since there is Netherworld Sea, we should be able to reach 9 underworlds, right?" "Hee, that's good." Ziming smiled. "No one has ever returned alive from Netherworld Sea. Even in the sorcerer realm, the soul power is close to the 3rd layer of the sky. Actually, Xiao Lang will know in a moment when you follow me." "Oh, you and I still have plenty of time. I will take you to see the scenery of Netherworld Sea." "Going to Netherworld Sea?" Xiaohua was stunned. "Didn't you say that no one will return alive after going in?" "Idiot." Ziming pulled Xiaohua's hand and said, "We'll not take you to the depths of Netherworld Sea. We will only look for Netherworld orchids nearby." As he spoke, the flying boat had already flown above the Netherworld Sea. It was a blood pool that was dozens of feet in size. Above the blood pool was a slanted passage that Ziming and himself had flown down. On the left side of the blood pool, there were also 2 iron corpses soaking in the blood. However, this blood pool was only dozens of feet in size. It was impossible to see the entire Netherworld Sea. "Don't release your divine sense." Ziming warned again. "Your divine sense was injured by the drought demon. It was already damaged. If it is injured by the Netherworld Sea, then it will really be impossible to recover." "I see." Xiaohua understood that a cultivator without a spiritual will was like a bird without wings. It was absolutely impossible for them to pass through this Netherworld Sea. "Let's go." As he spoke, the flying boat tilted slightly and rushed into the blood pool. Whoosh, with a faint sound, the flying boat sank into the blood pool. Sizzling sounds were emitted from the dark green brilliance of the flying boat. Following this sound, a trace of blood light and a wisp of black gas rushed out from the blood pool. In an instant, they turned into a huge netherworld wind and rushed up the passage, almost blowing away the nearby iron corpses. When the flying boat entered the blood pool, Xiaohua's eyes were filled with blood red. The strands of black qi were like dark clouds in a clear sky, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The faint stone wall was like a reef in the sea. It stood tall in the distance and looked like a ferocious sea beast. As the flying boat dived, the black reefs gradually became less and more bloody, and felt more and more viscous. He saw Ziming drive the flying boat to a slight pause, as if she was identifying the direction. Then, she turned the boat around and flew in a certain direction. "Hiss, there is no sense of direction in this blood sea. How can we identify the way? How can we return to this place?" Xiaohua himself didn't know the direction, and when he arrived here, he was even more like a headless fly. Naturally, he muttered in his heart. However, Seeing Zi Ming's confident appearance, Xiao Hua's heart was also at ease. He knew that she must have some confidence. Whoosh, the flying boat flew in the blood sea for half a cup of tea's time. Suddenly, there was a sound of water. Xiao Hua unconsciously turned his head back. Ah! Seeing the source of the sound, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be stunned. He saw a group of monsters that looked like the surface of the water. On top of their heads was a rather large ghost face. This ghost face was very ferocious, with a sharp mouth and fangs. Xiao Hua had never seen such a thing before. Hee, seeing Xiao Hua's shock, Zi Ming laughed. However, before she could finish laughing, several hundred small fish-like ghosts rushed to the left side of the flying boat. They surrounded the flying boat, and their small fangs began to devour the green brilliance. Go, Zi Ming berated. With a wave of the bone staff in her hand, the entire flying boat shone with green light, and actually scared those small ghosts away. Then, a group of huge, several hundred zhang tall black shadows swam in front of the flying boat. On those black shadows, the strange ghost faces flickered slightly, and it looked like they were sneering at the flying boat. And following this huge black shadow, there were thousands of ghost and beast heads that leisurely floated about 10 zhang below it. After the time it took to finish a meal, Xiao Hua's jaw was about to fall off as he saw the strange situation and those grotesque and variegated beast heads and ghost heads appearing one by one in groups. That leisurely and contented appearance of those beasts and ghost heads, Xiao Hua's jaw was about to drop. At this moment, Xiao Hua finally understood the origin of the beast heads on the banners in front of the plaza in front of the Hall of the Underworld and the Netherworld Path. He also understood where the ghost heads that Zi Ming and the other soul warriors from the Huda's stronghold came from. Hee, Xiao Hua, these are the underworld beasts of the Netherworld Sea. If my cultivation is high enough, I can borrow their strength. Zi Ming looked at Xiao Hua's dazed expression and said with a smile. Just now, the underworld beast that devoured Mingyu is also from here. Of course. Zi Ming immediately understood Xiao Hua's meaning and said with a smile, that is the incarnation of Huda Great God. Being summoned by the bloodline power of our Huda stronghold, and attracted by Mingyu's soul, that underworld beast can temporarily tear open the void and come to our Huda stronghold. Then, after the void closes, it will return to the Netherworld Sea from the Netherworld Palace and the Netherworld Palace. Naturally, we can borrow the power of this underworld beast to find the Netherworld Sea in a short time. How long? Xiao Hua nodded and asked. Midnight. Zi Ming said with a smile, there is more than enough time. In a short while, we will find a passage, and there will be the Netherworld Orchid there. Good. Xiao Hua's horizons were really broadened. But suddenly, he realized something and asked in a low voice, if this underworld beast, which is called Huda Great God's incarnation behind the Netherworld Sea, can be found after being attracted, then how did Zi Yan take the 9 divine guards from here? A cold light flashed in Zi Ming's eyes, and he said with hatred, this is naturally Ji Man's doing. Only she has the ability to communicate with the 9 divine guards in the Netherworld Sea, and only she can take the 9 divine guards from the Netherworld Sea. In order to let Zi Yan kill me, she actually consumed her soul power and took the 9 divine guards before opening the Netherworld passage. It seems that she already has the intention to kill me. Humph, if I didn't bring Xiao Lang and the others back, if I didn't have some prestige in the Huda stronghold, I'm afraid this trip to the Netherworld. But thinking of this, Zi Ming was stunned again and said anxiously, oh no, I'm afraid we still fell into her trap. She has already set up a backup plan in the Netherworld Sea. Xiao Hua also understood, quickly, let's go find the Netherworld Orchid. Yes, I understand. Previously, Zi Ming's mind had been filled with the sweet feeling with Xiao Hua, and some of his vigilance had already faded. But at this time, he suddenly remembered that he was already in deep danger. As expected, the flying boat sped up. After a while, another big black object appeared in front of them. However, this thing was much bigger than all the nether beasts they had seen before. It was similar to the passage Xiao Hua had left in the beginning. It was a large stone cliff. The flying boat didn't stop, and rushed towards the dark place, and in a moment, a slightly glowing passage appeared in front of Xiaohua. However, this passage was different from the previous one. It was somewhat narrow, somewhat curved, and even filled with gravel, not smooth. "It's here." Ziming urged the flying boat to rush into the passage, and then flew around in the passage. Looking at this passageway that seemed similar to an abandoned mineral vein, Xiaohua understood that this was a naturally formed passageway in the Netherworld Sea. There might be some soul wood growing inside. The passageway that he and Ziming came down should have been created by the ancestors of the Huda's stronghold with the help of this naturally formed passageway. But if they found such a natural passage in this boundless and directionless Netherworld Sea, it wouldn't be easy, right? Seeing the flying boat flying around for a while, Ziming's face was a little ugly, and he muttered, "No, it should be here." "How?" Don't worry, Xiaohua said comfortingly. While talking, a field of lush millet appeared in front of them. "No, I went the wrong way." Sweat oozed from the tip of Ziming's nose. "There are no millet in that place." "Then we'll look for it again." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "But, should we also take away these millet seeds?" "Of course." Ziming thought for a moment and waved the bone staff. A green light flashed on the flying boat, and the millet seeds were collected in a moment. Then, Ziming didn't stop at all, and the flying boat turned around and flew back. Luckily, Ziming still remembered. Seeing a fork in the road, Ziming didn't hesitate at all and always found the most correct direction. She actually found the blood pool in the passage in a shorter time than before. Xiaohua couldn't help but be convinced. If he was driving the flying boat, he would have been lost long ago. Then, Ziming easily found the passage again, but when she flew into the passage, she hesitated. "What's wrong?" Xiaohua's heart tightened, and he asked in a low voice, "Isn't it here?" "It seems, it's not here." Ziming held Xiaohua's hand, which was a little cold, and actually broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing Ziming's words, Xiaohua instantly understood that Ziming was most likely also lost his way. Chapter 2895. Don't worry. What could Xiaohua say? He could only force a smile and say, "If we can't find the Netherworld Orchid, then forget it. At most, we won't let Senior Brother Li use the Netherworld Mirror. Junior Brother Zhao's matter is the most important." Ziming took a deep breath and nodded slightly. "I understand. I will do my best." After saying that, the flying boat no longer flew inside. It retreated and flew in another direction. However, things went beyond Xiaohua's expectations. After a few more times, the time Ziming took to find the passage gradually increased. It seemed that Ziming was no longer familiar with these places. Moreover, every time Ziming found a passage, she would only enter and then leave. Obviously, it was not the place she was looking for. Therefore, Xiaohua's heart involuntarily gave birth to a bad feeling. Because Ziming was too stubborn, an unyielding expression appeared on her face. "Ha! It's here. So it's here. I thought I went the wrong way." However, when Ziming found a passage, Ziming's words and joy scattered Xiaohua's doubts. Xiaohua must be worried, right? Ziming's face was obviously relaxed. Not worried. Ziming is much stronger than this Xiaohua said with a smile. Let's go. Let's go quickly and return quickly. We have already wasted a lot of time." Ziming did not say anything more and urged the flying boat to rush into the passage. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua put the stone into his stomach, the situation changed dramatically. "No. Wrong. This is not the place I found before." Ziming's face was red, and there was even some shame in her eyes. Seeing that Ziming was about to turn the flying boat around, Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Don't worry, why don't we search carefully? Maybe there will be this." Ming was a little embarrassed. This passage is natural. If we go too deep, I will not be able to find my way back. Furthermore, not all of the tunnels had soul wood growing inside them. That netherworld orchid is the only one I've seen after searching through many passages. Since we are here, let's look for it. Xiaohua comforted, let's not go too deep. All right. Ming was somewhat unconvinced, but at this time, she was already impatient and had lost her previous calmness. She could only glance at Xiaohua and urge the flying boat to fly into the passage. Sure enough, as Ming had said, the walls of this passageway were made of solid rocks. The black-red color on the rocks was very bright. How could there be any soul wood? The two of them strolled around for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Ming was impatient. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Xiao Lang, I'm afraid there's nothing left here. I'll wait. All right. Xiaohua knew that he was just blindly giving orders. It was already good that he was able to calm his mind for a while. He immediately agreed while he was ahead. Ming forced a smile towards Xiaohua as he turned the airboat around and hurriedly turned it over. However, when Ming flew past a few forks, an indescribable feeling suddenly arose from Xiaohua's heart. Wait, Xiaohua hastily ordered. What's wrong? Ming was a little puzzled, but he stopped the flying boat in time. Over there. Xiaohua didn't use his eyes to look, and instead pointed with his finger. Over there. Ming looked at the fork that Xiaohua knew was not the one they had just passed. He couldn't help but hesitate. This Xiao feels that there's something very important there. It must be the netherworld orchid? Xiaohua had a feeling that it was extremely important, but he wasn't sure whether it was the netherworld orchid or not. All right, Ming's face lit up with joy. He flew in the direction that Xiaohua pointed. However, the fork was extremely short. After flying for half a cup of tea, they reached the end. The inside of the passageway was bare. There was no soul wood at all. Not even a stalk of millet could be seen. It's still there. Xiaohua firmly pointed, but this time, he was pointing at the stone wall. This. Ming hesitated for a moment before urging the airboat to fly in the direction that was close to it. Under Xiaohua's finger, Ming made 7 or 8 turns. Suddenly, a blood-red thing that was more than a foot long, had 9 sections, and looked like a bamboo. It was erected in a fork that was just big enough for the airboat to pass through. Netherworld bamboo? Ming exclaimed in an incredulous tone. Here, how could there be netherworld bamboo? What's so strange about it? Xiaohua frowned as he looked at the netherworld bamboo. He really didn't understand why he had such a warning in his heart. Other than the netherworld orchid, which is an extremely low-level item that can grow in the netherworld sea, the others, such as this netherworld bamboo and the higher-level netherworld lotus, all grow in the netherworld sea. They can't leave the netherworld sea of blood. Ignore it, let's take it first. Xiaohua urged, this is much stronger than the netherworld orchid. This time, we will definitely win. Indeed. Ming laughed, I didn't expect Xiao Lang's feeling to be right. With that, the flying boat once again emitted a green light, and like a sharp flying sword, it sucked the netherworld bamboo into the flying boat. Ming smiled as he held the netherworld bamboo and looked at Xiaohua. However, what made Ming feel strange was that Xiaohua's gaze did not fall on the soul wood in her hand, but instead looked at the roots of the netherworld bamboo. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Ming asked curiously. Xiaohua bit his lips and said in a low voice, this Xiao feels. This netherworld bamboo's roots is very important to this Xiao. Oh. Ming was only slightly surprised, but she immediately smiled and said, then I will give this to you as well. With that, Ming was about to wave the bone staff again. Don't worry. Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him, it's better for this Xiao to do it himself. You must not use your divine sense. Ming was anxious. Xiaohua smiled and said, it's fine, wouldn't it be fine if you put this netherworld bamboo's roots into the flying boat's green light? All right. All right. Ziming waved the bone staff and expanded the flying boat's green light, enveloping the remaining roots of the netherworld bamboo within. Xiaohua cautiously waved his hand, and the roots of the netherworld bamboo fell into his hand. After thinking for a bit, he carefully put the roots of the netherworld bamboo into a storage bag. This thing. Ziming was a little surprised, but she only said a few words and urged the flying boat to return. Something's wrong. Xiaohua's face suddenly revealed a strange expression. He once again pointed forward and said, "This Xiao feels. That thing is still in front." What? Ziming was completely confused. Other than the netherworld bamboo, she couldn't think of anything else worth paying attention to. "Let's go and take a look," Xiaohua said with a smile. With the matter of the netherworld bamboo, he was still very confident in his senses. Perhaps the netherworld orchid was in front. All right. Hearing Xiaohua's instructions, Ziming did not hesitate to urge the flying boat. It seemed that she had more confidence in Xiaohua than herself. Naturally, Xiaohua also slightly shook his head, but the little tail in his heart had long been raised to the sky. This netherworld bamboo was really interesting. Immediately after, Ziming urged the flying boat to fly for the time it took to eat a meal, but they didn't see any more netherworld orchids, but they collected some more millet seeds. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. Not to mention, Ziming looked up at Xiaohua with some concealment. Could it be that my senses are wrong? At this moment, Ziming's expression suddenly changed. "Ziming, what's wrong?" Xiaohua stole a glance at Ziming, feeling a little embarrassed. Naturally, he noticed her expression, and his heart unconsciously thumped as he hurriedly asked. Ziming slightly bit her lips, her eyes flashing with a trace of fear, and even a great deal of panic. Just now, when Xiaohua was collecting the netherworld bamboo root, her hand slipped away from Xiaohua's hand. Now, she was silently holding onto it, but when Ziming's expression changed greatly, her hand also stiffly slipped away from Xiaohua's hand. "What's wrong? Quickly tell me." Xiaohua saw the situation and knew that it was not good, so he hurriedly asked. "Xiaohua. I'm lost." Ziming bit her lips until they turned white, and it was as pale as her face. She knew very well that losing her way in the netherworld sea was far more dangerous than losing her way in Meng Mountains. Hearing Ziming's words, Xiaohua also sucked in a breath of cold air. This was what he was most afraid of. Moreover, he immediately understood that it was his blind guidance, especially when Ziming was a little excited after obtaining the netherworld bamboo. After flying for so long, she had long lost the way back. Can you find the way back?" Xiaohua asked tentatively. Or, when he spoke up to hear, Xiaohua himself was greatly shocked. Earlier, Ziming had clearly said that the netherworld path was opened by the clone of the nether beast, Hoodoo, and there was a time limit. If they didn't return before midnight, then the netherworld path would be blocked. How would he and Ziming return to the nether spring hall? Earth escape? Xiaohua's heart suddenly relaxed, and he looked at the surrounding passages, but then he shook his head. Nonsense, if the netherworld sea was below the Yellow Springs Palace, why would the netherworld beast be needed to open the passage? There must be some kind of spatial vein or something in the middle. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, took the initiative to reach out and hold Ziming's hand, and said, "It's not your fault, it's all this Zhao's own initiative to point out the direction. If we had followed your previous guidance, there would have been no problem." Xiaohua, it was rare for Xiaohua to take the initiative to reach out his hand, and Ziming's face once again flushed red, and she said somewhat shyly, "It's all my fault, just now, oh? Just now what?" Xiaohua was puzzled. Just now in the netherworld path, I softly prayed to the Hooded great god, if, with Xiaohua. At this point, Ziming's face was completely red, and she did not dare to continue. It seemed that she was somewhat different from the straightforward women of Meng Mountains. Ah. Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He already knew in his heart what Ziming wanted to say. Ziming hesitated and said, I did not expect that the hooded great god really heard my words, but I did not expect that the hooded great god would use this kind of method to realize my wish. Chapter 2896. That. Although Xiao Hua was very touched in his heart, but, speaking of feelings, it didn't seem to be as profound as that of Huang Mingxiang in Tianmen Mountain. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's thoughts actually ran away. I really don't know how that little girl Huang Mingxiang is now. If she knew that I was buried in Meng Mountain, would she shed a tear? Just when Xiao Hua was a little distracted, the flying boat was still flying slowly. Ziming suddenly cried out in joy, This is another passage under the netherworld. No, not that, but it's not far away. When I was training together. I came here before. Really? Xiao Hua's heart suddenly relaxed, and he said with some disbelief. Absolutely. Look. Ziming pointed at a place and said, There are 2 marks. When Zai and I passed by here, we specially carved them. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua looked carefully along Ziming's finger, there was indeed an arrow in the direction where the flying boat was heading. Zai. It's Zai. Ziming said happily. Zai was afraid that we would get lost, so he gave us directions here. Hee, that's right, it's all thanks to Zai. Xiao Hua also smiled, but then, the flying boat flew in Ziming's memory for a while, and Xiao Hua was surprised again. Because the flying boat's direction, although it was a little winding, was exactly the same as the direction he felt strange. Ziming, who had escaped from the threat of death, was also very happy at this time. She looked at Xiao Hua a little coquettishly. Although she didn't say anything, her flower-like smile was full of charm. Hee, Xiao Lang. In the end, Ziming still spoke, I'll take you back. Your so-called netherworld orchid, we don't want it anymore. I'm afraid that I'll get lost again. It doesn't matter. Xiao Hua shrugged, tilted his head and said, The direction you're flying in is the same as the direction I thought. Maybe we'll meet the netherworld orchid in a while? Ziming covered her mouth with the bone staff in her left hand and said in surprise, Xiao Lang, could it be that the perception just now is the way back? Oh. That's right, it seems that this is the fastest way back. As for whether there's the netherworld orchid or not, it's possible. Tisk, it's possible that it's the nether orchid. Xiao Hua curled his lips, extremely distrustful of himself. If I say that this is the way back that I found, then that's absolutely impossible. But it's true. Ziming laughed. If we have the netherworld orchid, that would be even better. Unfortunately, even though Ziming was looking carefully, Xiao Hua, who was beside him, couldn't find the nether orchid. After seeing a few forks in the road and seeing the blood pool, Ziming still couldn't find the nether orchid. Done. Ziming heaved a long sigh of relief, and then he pointed at the blood pool and said, Xiao Lang, once you enter the blood pool, you'll be able to return in less than 1,000 feet. This concubine remembers it clearly. Okay. Stop. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and shifted his gaze away from the blood pool. He casually looked at the fork in the road that he had just walked through. What he saw shocked him greatly. What happened? Although Ziming and Xiao Hua were standing together, they were half a body in front of each other. Because of that, they were blocked by the black and red cliff, so they didn't see anything. When she took half a step back and looked again, she also turned pale with fright. What's going on? Yes, it was impossible for Ziming and Xiao Hua not to be surprised. Because on the fork in the road, there were already more than 10 spirit warriors lying on the ground. The heads of these spirit warriors were all covered in blood. It was obvious that their brains had already been eaten. Are these the spirit warriors that came with us? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, and his gaze quickly swept through the entire tunnel as he asked this question. Should be. Ziming naturally wasn't sure. But just as she was about to urge the airship to go check it out, a bubbling sound came from the blood pool in the distance. Ziming suddenly turned around and looked at the blood pool. She saw that there were indeed countless bubbles surging within the blood pool. Moreover, as these bubbles came out, gusts of netherworld wind spiraled out and blew straight at the airship she was driving. The wind was extremely strong, and the airship was somewhat swaying. Not good. Go quickly. Suddenly, just as Ziming was doing her best to maintain the airship, Xiaohua's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. Ziming didn't understand, but when she heard Xiaohua's order, she immediately pointed the bone staff in her hand. Regardless of the bumps, she was about to urge the airship to move. Boom! With a loud sound, Ziming felt a strong force coming from above her head. The entire airship was like a meteor rushing into the tunnel. Clang clang clang, the airship hit the tunnel. The green light was restrained, and the entire airship made a noise. Ziming was caught off guard, and her body lost balance. She even felt dizzy. Careful. Xiaohua's voice sounded in Ziming's ears. A strong force came from Xiaohua's hand and pulled Ziming back. Only now did Ziming clearly see that right above her head, on top of the airship, there was a tentacle that was several feet long. It was like a huge canopy, and it was slapping the green light above the airship. Moreover, that tentacle was growing out from the walls of the tunnel. This is... Ziming was shocked, but before she could ask, "Woo!" there was another strange sound of wind. From the left side of the airship, another tentacle suddenly stretched out and smashed towards the airship. Quick! Ziming encouraged herself in her heart, but that tentacle was extremely fast in the netherworld wind. Just as Ziming was about to dodge, the tentacle had already smashed into the airship. Boom! The entire airship was sent flying and hit the wall of the tunnel. Although Ziming was pulled by Xiaohua, the two of them were still balanced and were far from being battered and exhausted. However, the light on the airship was hit twice by the tentacle and hit the tunnel again. It was extremely dim. Ziming obviously didn't expect to be attacked here. She hurriedly waved the bone staff in her hand. The green light on the bone staff flashed, and it flew towards the airship. The airship suddenly shone brightly, wanting to protect the two of them again. Unfortunately, it only flashed for a moment. Rumble. There was another loud sound. A huge sphere rushed out from below the airship and directly hit the airship. Needless to say, the entire airship soared into the sky again and hit the wall of the tunnel. The entire light suddenly shrank to the size of a fist and fell on the tunnel. Xiaohua and Ziming's figures were revealed from the green light of the airship. Zzzt, there was a violent sound of cold water being poured into hot oil. The moment Xiaohua's figure was revealed, something came out from the light protecting his body. Ah! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. When he looked down, it was the light protecting his body being corroded by the netherworld wind. This was something he had never encountered in Mingxi before. The reason why Xiaohua was so calm was because he had the experience of escaping from Mingxi's netherworld wind. He felt that even the netherworld wind was just a so-so. Although the netherworld sea was dangerous, as long as he and Ziming didn't go too deep, they wouldn't encounter any great danger. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter such a test right after he came out from the protection of the airship. If even the golden light protecting his body was corroded by the netherworld wind, then what about the others? No wonder the cultivators of Dao's sect were so afraid of millions of Meng mountains. It really made sense. Looking at Ziming again, after her figure was revealed from the green light, her entire body was flashing with a green light. The light started flashing from her head and quickly passed through her entire body, protecting her within the green light. Xiaohua, Ziming saw something strange about Xiaohua's body. That golden light was flashing, how could she not know that he was in danger? Roar! A deafening roar came from the direction of the blood pool in the distance. Just as Ziming cried out in shock, countless gusts of ghastly wind were swept up and rushed into the tunnel. Xiaohua raised his head and saw a monster of a few feet in size slowly walking out from the blood pool. The drops of netherworld water were like fist-sized blood droplets, dripping down from the monster's body. It was extremely bloody. Of course, as soon as these blood droplets left the monster, the surface layer immediately evaporated, turning into gusts of netherworld wind and rushing into the tunnel. The entire tunnel began to vibrate rapidly, producing an extremely ear-piercing sound of wind. Great! Great God Hoodoo! Ziming also looked towards the source of the sound. When she saw that the monster had a human body, and that snake tail was slowly emerging from the blood pool, Ziming couldn't help but moan. She definitely didn't expect that the great god she worshipped would actually send out a clone to attack her. This shouldn't be the great god Hoodoo of Meng Mountains. Although Xiaohua was hastily thinking about how to solve the problem in front of him, he was also staring at the appearance of the monster. Seeing the monster coming out from the blood pool, he said indifferently, "That's right. This is definitely not." After Ziming recovered from her shock, she also saw clearly that the monster's human body looked similar from the side, but when the monster slightly turned its body, the outline of the human body had already disappeared. Especially, the few peacock feather-like antennae on its back. Where did it look like the 7 hands of the great god Hoodoo? However, although Ziming had already discovered the details of the monster, she didn't have time to think about it anymore. Her whole body suddenly floated up, throwing herself into Xiaohua's arms. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly startled, thinking that she was afraid. His left hand pulled her soft hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid." However, before he could finish speaking, Ziming had already thrown herself into his arms. However, Ziming wasn't facing him, but with her back facing Xiaohua, she shouted, "Xiaohua, quickly hug me." Moreover, Ziming's other hand also brought Xiaohua's hand to her waist, where her abdomen was. Soon after, that hand decisively broke free from Xiaohua's hand. At this moment, Xiaohua was hugging Ziming from behind. He was very familiar with this posture. He was greatly puzzled. However, when he saw that the green light around Ziming's body was also protecting him, and the sound of the golden light corroding his body was getting smaller and smaller, he finally understood Ziming's painstaking efforts. Chapter 2897. Ziming didn't have time to care about the ambiguity of this position, nor did she have time to explain to Xiaohua. As soon as her hand left Xiaohua's hand, she immediately patted the soul nest, and the soul tool that looked like a wizard token was taken out from the soul nest. Moreover, with a flash in front of Xiaohua's eyes, the 9 divine guards that Ziming had put into the soul nest were also released. Pa, Ziming waved the wizard token without hesitation, and a few wisps of faint green light visible to the naked eye flashed. Then, she patted her hand, and the 9 divine guards pounced toward the nether beast along the passage. Ziming's series of movements were extremely fast. The nether beast had just stepped out of the blood pool, and it hadn't even straightened its body. Go! Xiaohua was alert in his heart. He grabbed Ziming's slender waist with his hand and urged his magic power, and the 2 figures floated up. Boom! A tentacle that was exactly the same as the nether beast's tentacle struck out from the left side where the 2 of them were standing just now. After hitting the place where Xiaohua and Ziming were standing just now, it suddenly disappeared. Xiaohua, don't use too much magic power. Ziming felt a burst of heat behind her back, and her heart was also jumping, but she still didn't forget to remind him. Okay. Xiaohua looked around and said in a low voice, "This place isn't far from the passage down, right?" "Yes." Ziming urged the 9 divine guards while answering. "In which direction?" Xiaohua asked. Although Ziming didn't answer Xiaohua's question, she still pointed in a direction and said, "From the blood pool to that place." Before Ziming finished speaking, Ziming felt a burst of brilliance in front of her eyes. Her waist tightened, and her figure flew in the direction she knew. But, then, there was a loud bang. Everything disappeared again. Her figure also stopped at the side of the stone wall. Xiaohua, what are you doing? Ziming looked back with some confusion, and looked at Xiaohua while rubbing her head awkwardly. Oh, right, Ziming looked at the stone wall and suddenly realized something, and hurriedly said, this stone wall is soaked in the nether blood, and the Dao Sect's 5 elements escape technique can't be used. Just as Ziming said this, a loud roar came from the blood pool in the distance. The roars rose and fell one after another. The 9 divine guards had surrounded the nether beast and were also letting out unpleasant roars. 9 pairs of arms had stretched out and shrouded the nether beast in an indescribable deathly stillness. The nether beast's body was trembling violently as if the 9 divine guards were going to tear it apart. Roar! The underworld beast cried out in pain. Cracks had already appeared on its black leather armor, and traces of blood that looked like green liquid seeped out. Good, seeing that the 9 divine guards were so valiant, Xiaohua's heart was also greatly relieved. Since the 9 divine guards were able to deal with the nether beast, he naturally didn't need to be too afraid. However, just as he finished praising, another tentacle suddenly emerged from the top of his head and slammed down. Not good. Xiaohua's figure moved, and he secretly said in his heart, not good. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua's figure dodged the tentacle, there was a loud bang, and the same tentacle stretched out from under the foot of a divine guard, and suddenly grabbed the divine guard's waist. The divine guard's body was overflowing with green light, and the divine guard's stiff body was also violently struggling. Pang! With a loud bang, the divine guard's waist turned into 4 pieces, and the dark liquid also splashed a lot of the passage. Hiss! Although Xiaohua had already perceived the power of the nether beast, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Then, pang pang. With a series of muffled sounds, several divine guards were killed by the tentacles that suddenly stretched out. The fragments flew everywhere, and the black liquid splashed everywhere. Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer and was about to fly away. Boom! Unfortunately, he had just moved when the nether beast actually knew his intentions. 2 tentacles stretched out from the stone wall and blocked in front of Xiaohua. Ziming, come behind me. Xiaohua loosened his grip and ordered Ziming. Okay. Ziming originally wanted to deal with the nether beast, but when he saw that 5 of the 9 divine guards had been lost in a moment, his face was incomparably pale. When he heard Xiaohua's order, he had no choice but to respond. He turned around and leaned on Xiaohua's back, reaching out and hugging Xiaohua's waist. Let me show you the power of this young master. Xiaohua roared and took out the wishful staff. With a bang, it hit the tentacle that had just stretched out. With a loud bang, the tentacle shattered, and a gust of netherworld wind was born from inside. Damn it, as expected. Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body was made of netherworld wind, so naturally, he was not familiar with this thing. Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Regardless of the direction, he continued to fly towards the distance of the passage using the wind escape technique. Xiaohua had just flown a few feet when a fierce wind came from behind his head. Xiaohua was helpless. He slightly lifted the wishful staff in his hand, then raised it and smashed it in the direction of the wind. With a loud bang, a huge force that he had never encountered before came from the wishful staff. Xiaohua's arm was sore, and his whole body was lifted above the passage. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Before his figure stopped in mid-air, he saw a black shadow in front of him. The monster's figure was actually born from the rock wall, blocking the direction of Xiaohua's escape. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly turned his head to look. Sure enough, the remaining 4 divine guards were smashed by the nether beast in an instant. The ground was in a mess, and the nether beast had disappeared. Buzz buzz, 2 loud noises sounded, and 2 black shadows pressed in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Bang bang! Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the wishful staff again and blocked in front of his body. Although Xiaohua had borrowed the force of the attack, the huge force hit Xiaohua diagonally into the blood pool. Xiaohua, rush into the blood pool. Maybe we can. While they were talking, an indescribable blood-red brilliance fell from the sky and hit the two of them. With a squeaking sound, Ziming's face was pale, and the green light also quickly faded. Seeing this, Xiaohua hurriedly urged the Buddha Sarira to pour out the primordial true water, turning it into a thin layer to block the threatening netherworld wind. The green light on Ziming's body disappeared, and her face was very ugly. When her eyes swept over the primordial true water, she immediately noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly retracted her gaze. However, this primordial true water really blocked the netherworld water outside. Although outside, the netherworld wind was constantly rushing into the primordial true water, and the primordial true water was constantly bubbling and disappearing, it seemed that Xiaohua had a lot of primordial true water, so there was no problem for the time being. Go! Xiaohua once again whispered. He didn't know the consequences of the primordial true water entering the blood pool, but he knew that if he stayed here, he would not have a good end. Buzz, another tentacle, really fast. Even with Xiaohua's current cultivation, he couldn't figure out how it appeared. All of a sudden, it hit Xiaohua's back. Boom! The primordial true water was hit and scattered. Xiaohua's figure was also hit and lost his balance. He flipped a few times in the air and hit the stone wall heavily. Ziming. Xiaohua was a little dizzy and couldn't stabilize himself, so he immediately called out. I'm fine. Ziming heard Xiaohua's concern and was ecstatic. She hurriedly responded, that tentacle avoided me and hit Xiaohua. Ah. Xiaohua was shocked and said involuntarily, this nether beast, it turned out to be, looking for Xiaohua. Of course, Ziming also said involuntarily, this nether beast has been worshipped by my Huda village for many years. I have never heard of it attacking a spirit warrior. Today, when Xiaohua appeared, there was immediately such a change. Ziming, Xiaohua turned his head and looked at another fork not far away. He patted her arm and said, quickly fly away. If it wants to find Xiaohua, you will be safe. Moreover, if you follow Xiaohua, you will delay Xiaohua's work. Okay, Ziming bit her lips slightly, knowing that what Xiaohua said was true. Although she didn't want to leave Xiaohua, she really couldn't help at all in the face of the nether beast. Immediately, Ziming urged her soul power to fly out of Xiaohua's primordial true water and flew toward another passage in fear. Just as Xiaohua thought, the nether beast didn't care about Ziming at all. The snake tail of several feet long waved again and attacked him with a strong wind. Good, Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was the effect of Ziming's bloodline. He hurriedly raised the wishful steel rod in his hand and met it. Boom, the force was stronger than the tentacles. Xiaohua's arms were sore and numb, and his whole body and mind flew out again. Kill. Xiaohua finally reached the end of his strength. He put away the wishful steel rod and took out the sword gourd. The spirit execution yuan light rushed out from it, cutting through the wind of the netherworld and heading toward the head of the nether beast. Shua, with a soft sound, the spirit execution yuan light lightly swept over the head of the nether beast. However, the scene that Xiaohua expected did not appear. Not only was there no blood splashing from the head of the beast, but it also did not fall. It was as if the spirit execution yuan light had no effect on it. Yes, this nether beast is a dead thing. Xiaohua suddenly realized, presumably this spirit execution can't kill the nether beast? Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the soul essence of the three-legged bird in the space. That day, it suddenly suppressed his soul. If the spirit execution yuan light had the soul essence of this thing, he didn't know if it could kill the nether beast. It was a pity that Xiaohua only had a flash of inspiration. Everything was no different from a flash in the pan. At this time, there was no other way except to escape toward the blood pool. Seeing that Xiaohua had already reached the blood pool, he hesitated a little and was about to jump in. But suddenly, an indescribable feeling came from the blood pool. Ah! This feeling had always been found by Xiaohua and Ziming. When they saw the nether beast, Xiaohua thought that it was the nether beast, but who would have thought that, it was not the nether beast. Roar! Just as Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, another beast roar came from the blood pool, but a tentacle of several feet in size rose from the blood pool again. This tentacle was not only completely similar to the tentacle of the nether beast, but it could also roar by itself. Chapter 2898. Damn it! This nether beast. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that the nether beast still had a hidden hand here. If he hadn't hesitated just now, he would have already been sent to the tentacle. However, before Xiaohua's great shock could pass through his heart, the tentacle fell like a big tree, bringing a black shadow with it as it fell. A kind of coldness that made one's heart die was born around Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua's body was protected by the innate true water, the death aura passed through the innate true water and firmly suppressed the vitality in Xiaohua's body, Buddha's Saraira. Spiritual fire. Xiaohua's heart was like dead ashes. He knew that he had fallen into a certain death situation today. If the last Buddha's Saraira and spiritual fire were not effective, he was afraid that he would really die. However, Xiaohua didn't dare to place his hopes on the Buddha's Saraira. His cultivation was too shallow. At this time, the only thing he took out was this nether beast's dessert. Perhaps it was only the spiritual fire. Seeing the black shadow fall, Xiaohua's spiritual power seemed to be difficult to activate. Goldie, Xiaohua's heart suddenly lit up again. He thought of Goldie that could suck souls. Wasn't that guy the nemesis of these nether beasts? Thinking, Xiaohua hurriedly entered the space. However, after Goldie had sucked the devil general's soul, it had been sleeping. At this time, he couldn't wake it up at all. Come out for your mother. Xiaohua didn't feel sorry for Goldie at this time. Your mother can't escape now, but you're still sleeping sweetly. As Xiaohua dragged Goldie out of the space, a small figure suddenly blocked in front of Xiaohua. Of course, Xiaohua paid close attention to the nether beast's reaction. If there was any abnormality, he would immediately take Goldie into the space. Woo! As if it was mournful, the nether beast's tentacle suddenly stopped. It seemed that there was something in front of it that it was extremely afraid of. Good! Seeing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. At this time, Goldie lazily opened its eyes. It seemed that the nether beast's tentacle was white. The tentacle was like a person being stung by a wasp and immediately retracted. However, before Xiaohua's joy of escaping with his life could overflow in front of his chest, a black shadow flashed above his head like a black cloud. Roar! The nether beast from before appeared next to the tentacle again. The tentacle rose into the air and landed on the nether beast's back. The tentacle danced in the air and slowly curled up. The nether beast let out a loud roar. The two blood-red eyes on the strange beast's head flashed with a red light. A strong aura of death surged and pounced toward Xiaohuang. Goldie's body shivered, and its large tail wrapped around itself. It seemed to be cold, and its eyes narrowed again. This is bad. Seeing this, Xiaohua already somewhat understood that Little Yellow should be the nemesis of these underworld beasts. It was probably because it was too small, or perhaps because it was in a deep sleep. These underworld beasts were afraid at first, but when they saw that Little Yellow was not a real threat, they began to fight back. When Xiaohua saw the python-like tail whipping towards Little Huang at lightning speed, how could he dare to be careless? He hastily put Little Huang away and opened his mouth, preparing to spit out the last bit of spirit fire, but right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! There was a deafening tremor, and the entire passage. No, the entire world was shaking violently. Not only was Xiaohua's figure unable to stand in mid-air, but even the aggressive nether beast's entire figure was swaying, unable to stand steadily. Countless gravel and debris flew into the air, boom boom boom. There was a series of tremors, gravel flying out in succession, blood splashing out in succession, and a series of nether wind rushing into the air. Xiaohua only felt that his entire field of vision was shaking. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Straight, straight, a series of strange cries rang out amidst the rumbling, followed by the loud roars of the underworld beasts. Then, the entire space began to tremble and sway again. What's going on? Xiao Hua struggled to stand up and urged his magical power. He was really about to bring out the true water again. At this time, a warm body hugged him from behind, and his body flew into the air. Feeling a layer of faint green light protecting him, Xiao Hua naturally knew that it was Ziming. However, there was still gravel and blood splashing in front of him, and the hurricane continued. He couldn't see anything at all. After waiting for half a meal, Ziming brought him up to a high altitude. Only then did he see clearly that the previously intact passage and the incomparably sturdy rock walls had now been smashed apart. Not only was there no passage, even the blood pool had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a large nether blood sea. On this nether sea, the nether wind blew violently, and above the blood sea, near the rock wall, in the fierce wind, there were two nether beasts frantically fighting. One of the nether beasts was the one with the body of a beast and the tail of a snake, while the other was 10 feet long, like a huge ladybug. However, this ladybug had a lot of bone spurs on its back, and there were more than a dozen sharp claws under its body. At this time, the later nether beast was pouncing on the previous nether beast. Those dozens of sharp claws were crazily chopping on the nether beast's body, and pieces of pitch-black flesh with black threads were pulled out from the nether beast's body. The previous nether beast was also ferocious. The tentacles on its back also grabbed the opponent's body, and large pieces of flesh were also knocked off. In particular, the nether beast's tail, which was like a poisonous snake, now had a shiny barb at the tip of the tail. Every time it swung, it would pierce into the nether beast's body, and large pieces of flesh would also be shot off. However, what was even more strange was that although a lot of flesh and blood had fallen off the two nether beasts' bodies, where the flesh and blood fell, traces of black gas gushed out. The blood water of the surrounding nether sea rushed into the black gas, and new pieces of flesh and blood grew at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. These two nether beasts were flying on the nether sea. Sometimes they fell into the sea, and sometimes they rushed up the cliff. While blood splashed everywhere, the stone walls were like rotten stones under the tentacles, sharp claws, and snake tail. Large pieces of stone fell down, and every time a stone wall was hit, the entire space would shake violently. Seeing this earth-shattering battle, and seeing that many parts of the two nether beasts were beginning to reveal white bones, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew in his heart that even if he used his spiritual fire, it would be impossible to cause any fatal damage to these nether beasts. These two nether beasts seem to be the legendary undead nether beasts, right? Xiao Lang. Ziming's face was also snow-white. Where did these nether beasts come from? Why, are they so powerful? If you don't know, how would I know? Xiao Hua also whispered, and then asked, these two nether beasts. What are their names? I don't know. The previous nether beast. My Huda village has always regarded it as the avatar of the Huda god, and looking at its appearance just now, it seemed to be afraid of my bloodline. As for the latter one, I have never seen it before. Ziming had obviously never seen such a vast battle, and her body, which was hugging Xiao Hua's waist, was trembling slightly. Let's go quickly. Xiao Hua hurriedly turned his head, but just as he said half a sentence, he shut his mouth. Now, the entire space had been destroyed by these two nether beasts. Not to mention the passage, even the cracks had disappeared. All the nether wind that had been stimulated was circling in the space. Occasionally, some nether wind would leak out, but it was also extremely small cracks. With Xiao Hua's transformation technique, it would be difficult for him to pass through. What should we do? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, and could only look to the left of the nether beasts that were fighting. It seems that if we want to escape, we can only go through the place where the two nether beasts are fighting, and go through other passages. However, the two nether beasts were fighting fiercely, and flesh and stone fragments were flying continuously. Countless fierce death chi was crisscrossing in the space. How could the two of them pass through? Alas, nascent soul cultivators are just children. At this time, Xiaohua had seen the battle of the undead nether beasts, and really looked down on the so-called nascent soul cultivators. This nether beast seems to be the enemy of that nether beast. Ziming also looked to the left, and seeing that there was no way, she whispered, otherwise. How could it help us? When Xiaohua heard this, his heart moved, and the previous warning sign seemed to have disappeared. Strange? Could it be that the warning sign came from this nether beast? But just when Xiaohua was puzzled in his heart, suddenly, a faintly discernible sound of music came from the netherworld sea. This sound was extremely faint, but in this great battle that seemed to be able to destroy the world, it was extremely clear. A kind of joy that Xiaohua had never felt before was born in his heart, and a kind of floating feeling was instantly born from Xiaohua's body, boom boom boom. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt that there was a burst of light and shadow in front of his eyes, and the whole world had changed, and he was also floating up, Xiaohua didn't have time to check himself, but his gaze was attracted by the changes in the netherworld sea. In the depths of the netherworld sea, a huge black shadow was slowly floating over, and a blurry shadow was coiling around the black shadow. The beautiful music was coming from the black shadow. The two nether beasts that were fighting to the death a moment ago had already calmed down. One of them was swinging its snake tail, and countless ripples were rippling all over its body. Its body was trembling, and its body was slowly sinking into the netherworld sea, as if it was extremely afraid of the music, and as if it was doing its best to resist the music. The other nether beast was like a ladybug, and its body was flashing with a faint golden light. The golden light also turned into a powerful ripple in front of the nether beast. This golden light is somewhat familiar. When Xiaohua saw this golden light, he felt that it was extremely familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Just when Xiaohua was feeling surprised, he suddenly saw that not far from where the two nether beasts were fighting, a soul warrior was walking out from a crack in the stone wall. His face had a look of infatuation as he stepped into the netherworld sea. As the soul warrior's figure fell into the netherworld sea, the flesh and blood of this soul warrior were rapidly shaved off, turning into a body of white bones. The soul of this soul warrior then broke free from this body of flesh and blood and continued to walk towards the netherworld sea, in the direction where the music was coming from. Chapter 2899. Soon after, another 1, 2, 3. In just a moment, more than 10 spirit warriors rushed out of the crack one after another. Their faces were filled with infatuation as they threw themselves into the netherworld sea. One by one, their souls were born from their bodies. Xiaohua was startled. Why am I seeing their souls? When they came out, why am I flying? At this moment, Xiaohua came to his senses and hurriedly looked at himself. However, when he saw himself, he was even more shocked. At this moment, what was flying in the air was no longer Xiaohua's physical body, but Xiaohua's primordial spirit that had always been cultivating in the clear spirit heaven. This humanoid primordial spirit was now dancing slowly as if it was in the clear spirit heaven. Countless soul strands were waving around like long sleeves. Even the primordial spirit of the little white dragon flew out beside Xiaohua's primordial spirit and also danced. An extremely intoxicated feeling came from the dance. Xiaohua had already come to his senses, but his primordial spirit was no longer under his control. It was being guided by the mysterious music and slowly flew over the netherworld sea. When Xiaohua looked back, his physical body was standing in the same place as before. His body was emitting a faint golden light. This golden light was exactly the same as the one he saw on the body of the nether beast in the netherworld sea. Xiaohua suddenly realized what was going on. Just now, when the music had played, he had been bewitched, just like the other soul warriors. But because of the golden light, his fleshly body hadn't been affected. However, there was a primordial spirit in his soul. This primordial spirit could not escape this music, so his mind actually escaped from his physical body and entered this primordial spirit. And this primordial spirit replaced his physical body. Like the souls of those spirit warriors, it flew towards the mysterious black shadow. Ziming. When Xiaohua looked again, he found that Ziming was hugging his body, and his hand was wrapped around his waist. Although he could see Ziming's intoxicated expression from the side, and even his feet were moving, Xiaohua still couldn't help but laugh. But Xiaohua's physical body was majestic and unmoving, so Ziming naturally could not move either. Good, Xiaohua cried out in relief. His heart relaxed slightly. A tentacle-like black shadow with a faint golden light stretched out from the netherworld sea and grabbed at Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Clang, there was a metallic sound, and a sword-like brilliance flashed, cutting this black shadow in half. When the black shadow shrank back, Xiaohua could clearly see that it was the nether beast that came later from the golden light. This underworld beast is really strange. Xiaohua felt very strange in his heart. He tried his best to struggle, but this primordial spirit had no power to resist the music. It could only follow the souls of the spirit warriors and fly into the depths of the netherworld sea. Suddenly, the entire space was filled with light. A huge underworld beast flashing with an extremely enchanting red light floated out of the netherworld sea. This underworld beast was like a giant turtle, but it had a dozen thick feet that alternated in the bloodstains. On its back, which was like a small mountain, was an even stranger underworld beast. This underworld beast looked like a rabbit. It had 2 long ears and a blood-red body that was several feet long. However, on this blood-red body, there were dozens of wriggling blood tongues. The extremely beautiful sound was emitted from these blood tongues. The giant tortoise was very large, but its speed was also very fast. When Xiaohua's primordial spirit flew into the netherworld sea, the tortoise was already in front of him. Xiaohua's primordial spirit and many other souls swept across the netherworld sea. Many of the underworld beasts in the sea were attracted, but when they came in contact with this mysterious music, most of the underworld beasts were like the spirit warriors. Their heads were filled with intoxication as they slowly gathered on the surface of the sea. Only a few of them fought like the 2 underworld beasts. They seemed to want to escape, but no matter how hard they struggled, these underworld beasts couldn't escape. Swish swish. Countless sounds like raindrops fell. Like multicolored rays of light, hundreds of tentacles flew out from the blood tongues of the underworld beast. Some of them fell into the netherworld sea. When these tentacles touched the underworld beasts, they immediately flew up as if they were weightless and were thrown into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. The souls of the spirit warriors were easily pulled by the tentacles and were swallowed into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. Seeing a tentacle grabbing his primordial spirit, Xiaohua struggled with some unwillingness and tried his best to twist. The countless soul threads also wrapped around the tentacle. However, the strength of the tentacle was far from what Xiaohua's primordial spirit could compare to. With a gentle pull, Xiaohua's primordial spirit drew an arc in the air and fell into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. The soul of the little white dragon beside Xiaohua seemed to have no power to resist and fell into the blood tongues with Xiaohua. A huge squirming blood-red hole was right in front of Xiaohua's primordial spirit. It was unfathomably deep. Xiaohua's primordial spirit released all the soul threads, wanting to block this hole and not let his primordial spirit fall in. It was like a spider web. At this critical moment, the soul threads actually stuck to the blood-red hole and temporarily prevented the underworld beast from swallowing his primordial spirit. However, it was only a moment before the blood-red hole in Xiaohua's primordial spirit looked like an enormous blood tongue. Boom! It smashed into Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Squeak squeak, a strange noise came out from the blood tongue. When the blood tongue rose, Xiaohua's primordial spirit also rose along with it. Xiaohua's soul threads were actually extremely sharp and firmly wrapped around the blood tongue. Moreover, faint lightning appeared on it, corroding the bloody tongue. Good, seeing that there was actually a trace of hope at the moment of despair, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He didn't know anything else, but Xiaohua still knew how to dance his soul threads. He immediately gathered all the soul threads and wrapped them around the blood tongue while trembling. There was no need for Xiaohua to do anything. The light purple lightning threads appeared naturally and quickly corroded the blood tongue. The corrosive pitch-black liquid seeped into the soul threads and fell on the primordial spirit bit by bit. It was not only Xiaohua's side that had a great change. Just when Xiaohua wrapped the soul threads around the blood tongue, Kacha! A thunderous roar came from the side, and at the same time, a dragon roar came from the soul of Little White Dragon. The dragon roar suddenly disrupted the music of the nether beasts. Those lost nether beasts woke up and fled into the depths of the netherworld sea. The two nether beasts that were fighting before also hurriedly scattered, diving into the depths of the netherworld sea and disappearing. Along with Little White Dragon's dragon roar, the lightning struck the blood tongue of the underworld beast, and a hole as thick as a bowl appeared on the body of the underworld beast. Meow meow, the rabbit-like underworld beast actually made a sound like a cat. While maintaining the music, it grabbed at Little White Dragon with several tentacles. Whoosh! Little White Dragon swung its dragon body and agilely dodged the tentacles. Like a sharp arrow, it rushed into the body of the underworld beast. Then, a loud kacha sound came from the underworld beast's body. A bloody hole the size of a foot appeared from the underworld beast. Little White Dragon immediately rushed out of the underworld beast's body. The bloody hole seemed like it was about to close up, but the flashes of lightning and arcs of electricity lingered around the hole, preventing it from closing up. Xiaohua's primordial spirit was stuck by the blood tongue. As the body of the underworld beast trembled, the primordial spirit was also extremely bumpy. Xiaohua's soul threads that had been hit by the lightning tribulation were now extremely hard and sharp. They cut the blood tongue and quickly corroded it. In just a moment, the blood tongue had become a bloody mess and had shrunk by more than 60%. Meow meow, the underworld beast seemed to be in great pain. It screamed wildly, and the brilliance of its whole body was bright again. The blood of the netherworld sea rushed up, as if to erase the lightning on the wound. Zizi, a few drops of blood of the underworld fell on Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Above the primordial spirit, there were also traces of lightning. A few strange ghost heads flashed in the blood and then disappeared. Wisps of wind of the underworld were born. Roar! Little White Dragon roared again, and its figure rushed into the body of the underworld beast again. The underworld beast seemed to be unable to resist. After the sound of thunder, another bigger hole appeared. At this time, Xiaohua's primordial spirit had completely corroded the blood tongue, and his entire primordial spirit regained its freedom. Meow meow. Meow meow. The underworld beast screamed. The underworld turtle under it immediately changed direction and swam back to the depths of the netherworld sea. Xiaohua? Little White Dragon's voice sounded in Xiaohua's primordial spirit, very weak. I'm here. Xiaohua replied in his mind. Okay, let's go back quickly, I can't hold on for long. How did you get to the netherworld sea? How did you encounter the sound mirage beast? If you and my primordial spirit hadn't gone through the 3 gold lightning tribulation before, I'm afraid only death would await us today. As Little White Dragon spoke, it used the dragon claws of its soul to grab Xiaohua's primordial spirit and flew to the shore against the wind of the underworld. In the wind of the underworld, Little White Dragon's soul and Xiaohua's primordial spirit both emitted a faint lightning. Seeing that Xiaohua's body was still flashing with a faint golden light, and that the so-called beautiful music of the sound clam beast was still drifting in the air, Ziming's face was still filled with intoxication, but his feet were no longer moving forward with all their strength. Xiaohua's primordial spirit rushed into the mysterious dark clouds and rushed into the clear spirit heaven. Following a burst of dizziness, Xiaohua's mind returned to his body. Huff! Xiaohua let out a long breath. Just as he was about to turn around, another huge rumbling sound came from above his head. Not good netherworld path. Xiaohua was shocked. Needless to say, the passage opened by the underworld beast must be closing. If he didn't leave now, he would really have to stay here. Thinking of this, Xiaohua didn't say anything else and hastily urged the wind escape technique. His figure suddenly rose, following the wind of the underworld, he flew towards the crack that the soul warrior had just walked out of. Fortunately, although Ziming wasn't awake, the green light around her body was still there. Although the wind of the underworld was slowly corroding the green light, when Xiaohua arrived at the crack, it didn't completely melt the green light. Moreover, after the battle between the two undead underworld beasts and the attack of the Sound Clam beast, no underworld beasts dared to rashly appear in this part of the Netherworld Sea. Xiaohua didn't encounter any danger when crossing this place. Chapter 2900. Io, isn't this Elder Ji Lan from the Jing Apple Stronghold? Xiaohua had just landed in front of the crack when he saw another elder with an intoxicated look on his face. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then picked Ziming up from his back and pulled down her soul nest. He used his soul sense to send Ziming into the soul nest, then placed the soul nest in his bosom. His other hand reached out to grab Elder Ji Lan's neck, and his figure rushed into the crack, flying towards the collapsed tunnel behind him. Outside the nether path, in the plaza, all the palaces were shaking violently. Everyone, including G-Man from the Huda stronghold, turned pale with fright. After a while, the trembling subsided. G-Man flew up and released her soul sense to check the source of the trembling. Rumble. Another trembling came. This time, the trembling was very clear. It came from the door behind her. Even the palace door was shaken to the point of collapsing. The palace of the underworld. G-Man's heart skipped a beat. Raising her head to look at the night sky, she was getting closer to Ziming. Not good. Without another word, G-Man flew towards the door. The other soul warriors followed suit and swarmed into the palace of the underworld. By the time everyone arrived at the palace of the underworld, G-Man was already floating in the air. The skeletons that littered the palace of the underworld had already transformed into waves of blood. Waves of violent shockwaves could be felt from the inside, causing the entire palace of the underworld to shake violently. Hurry, G-Man was already waving the bone staff in her hand to open the door of the underworld. But when a soul warrior tried to pass through the door of the underworld, G-Man realized that the door of the underworld couldn't be passed through. G-Man. Something must have happened inside. It must have affected the soul techniques and soul arrays. This door can't be used. An elder hurriedly reported. See, everyone was shocked. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia, who were the last to arrive, were even more shocked. I just don't know if we can come out from this door. G-Man stared at the oval that was filled with green flames, his eyes filled with confusion. Everyone stood there for a long while. The entire Netherworld Hall didn't stop for even a moment. The skeletons that had turned into blood waves were like the Netherworld Sea. Following the tremors, huge waves were set off. Even the Netherworld door was shaking non-stop. Not only were the flames flickering, even the oval door was expanding and shrinking unsteadily, faintly discernible. The gazes of the bystanders followed the flickering of the flame, but Fairy Hongxia's heart was fluctuating along with it. Xiaohua went in hand with Ziming. If the Yellow Springs gate disappeared and Xiaohua couldn't come out, then, how could Xiaohua still be alive? Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao's faces were also filled with anxiety. Their gazes were fixed on the gates of the Netherworld, not daring to move in the slightest. Just as everyone was at a loss and feeling extremely anxious, the entire Yellow Spring Palace suddenly calmed down and became silent. Although the pool of blood in the Yellow Spring Palace was still red, it was cut off as it calmed down and no longer had any ripples. Furthermore, the gate of the Yellow Springs was glowing with a brilliant green light. What's going on now? Huda Stockade's G-Man was alarmed. She probably thought that the calm wasn't necessarily a good thing. After the calm, there would definitely be a huge commotion. Following that, G-Man issued a series of orders. Hundreds of elders rushed into the sky and landed around the Yellow Spring Palace. Each of them held a bone staff in their hands as they waited for the huge phenomenon to happen. But out of everyone's expectations, as time passed, the pool of blood gradually turned back into skeletons. There was no longer any disturbance. This place was as silent as the wilderness for 100 years. Not even the slightest sound of wind could be heard. Only, everyone gradually understood that all the changes were in the past. All their expectations had fallen into the netherworld eye and were buried in the netherworld sea. Seeing the green flames of the gate of the yellow springs gradually dim, and the oval circle of light also slowly disappear, Fairy Hongxia's heart was like dead ashes. Midnight had finally arrived. No one could delay time for even a moment. Wang wang wang, suddenly, just when everyone thought that it was unlikely for a miracle to happen, the gate of the yellow springs, which only had an outline left, emitted a faint golden light. Just as the golden light appeared, a tall and thin figure rushed out from the golden light and stood proudly in mid-air of the Yellow Springs Palace. Few, seeing the familiar figure, although his face was covered by the golden light, Fairy Hongxia couldn't help but let out a long sigh and a smile bloomed on her face. As for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, after a moment of concern, they looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Xiao Hua was always able to do things that no one dared to imagine. He had also appeared at the last moment to keep everyone in suspense. After the golden light dissipated, Xiao Hua was also in a state of shock. He turned his head and looked at the gate of the Yellow Springs, which only had a 40% outline left. He felt extremely lucky in his heart. Even though it wasn't the last moment to escape, it was still a miracle that Xiao Hua had the ability to recognize directions. Being able to escape from such a complicated and damaged tunnel was truly a miracle. Boom! The entire Acheron Palace exploded. The dozens of elders who were scattered around the Acheron Palace stopped waving their soul weapons. The faint golden light from before wasn't a soul cultivator's soul technique, so how could they not be alarmed? Seeing that it was a human figure, and that the person who came out after the golden light was Xiao Hua, and that Xiao Hua was carrying two people in his hands, he stopped using his soul force. Where's Ziyi? G-Man of the Empress Earth stronghold was shocked. Xiao Hua's golden light had completely blocked out his soul sense. This was one of the rarest situations G-Man had ever encountered. Moreover, when she clearly saw that the two people Xiao Hua was carrying were not Ziyi, a trace of grief flashed through her eyes as she hurriedly asked. Reporting to G-Man. Xiao Hua looked around and saw the whispering crowd, as well as Fairy Hongxia and the rest from the Netherworld Hall. He lifted the two people in his hands and said solemnly, "This Xiao followed Midnight to the Netherworld Eye to search for the Netherworld Orchid. However, we encountered a Netherworld beast. When he spoke until here, Xiao Hua's body swayed and fell from midair. He only stopped when he reached the bottom of the Yellow Spring Hall. When he raised his head again, his face was incomparably pale." "What happened to Ziyi?" G-Man asked sternly. Xiao Hua waved his hand. One of them was Elder Ji-Lan, and the other was a soul warrior whose name he didn't know. The intoxication on their faces had gradually faded away, and their eyes that had been staring into the distance were starting to clear up. Xiao Hua naturally knew that the two were about to wake up, so he tossed them to the two elders closest to him. Then he looked up and replied, "Ziyi, of course he died in the Sea of Nether. Not only him, but all the other soul warriors have died as well. The only ones left are me and the two people I met when I was escaping." "Ziyi, he..." G-Man was confused. She wasn't sure if what Xiao Hua said was true or not, or if it was what Ziming had planned. Ziyi, his death was far too sudden. This Xiao, cough cough. I couldn't even protect myself in the first place. Truly. Xiao Hua coughed twice before smiling bitterly. This Xiao will be bold enough to ask G-Man for permission to go into closed-door training. Once this Zhao's injuries are healed, I'll be able to report to G-Man what happened. G-Man was anxious. She really wanted to pry open Xiao Hua's mouth. Xiao Hua had said so much, but she didn't want to hear a single word. I'd like G-Man to tell Ziming." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and flew a few steps before looking up again. This Xiao wasn't able to protect Ziyi. "I've let Ziming down." Phew, G-Man let out a sigh of relief. The anxiety on her face lessened as she nodded. This old one understands. Go into closed-door training. Ziming is taking care of the sacred beast in the ancestral hall. When tomorrow comes, this old one will send someone to inform her. This Shao can't hold on any longer. I'll take my leave. Without another word, Xiao Hua turned around and flew away. Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao had already flown over. The two of them supported Xiao Hua from left and right, and Xiao Hua immediately collapsed in their hands. Looking at Xiao Hua and the other three flying away, G-Man glanced around and shouted, "Everyone, the Yellow Spring Grand Hall is under a strong attack. Use your soul spells to check the stability of the soul formation. Don't let the nether beasts come to Meng Mountains through the crack." Yes, all the elders waved the bone staff in their hands. Streaks of green light were waved in an orderly manner as they began to check and repair the soul array. Guards. G-Man ordered again, other than the necessary patrols, transfer all forces to the surroundings of the Yellow Springs Hall. Check carefully. Do not let any nether beasts escape from the eye of the netherworld. Yes, the group of spirit warriors also began to move. All forces were transferred to the surroundings of the Yellow Springs Hall. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao supported Xiao Hua out of the Yellow Springs Hall and hurriedly flew towards the quiet room from before. There were spirit warriors guarding the hall, but at this moment, they couldn't be bothered to lead the way. Fairy Hongxia originally wanted to find someone to guide them, but Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped her. Nonsense, G-Man transferred all forces to the Yellow Springs Hall. It wasn't without ulterior motives. When Fairy Hongxia heard Xiao Hua's stop, she naturally came to her senses. She was too worried about Xiao Hua and was overjoyed by Xiao Hua's survival. Indeed, she didn't notice the conversation between Xiao Hua and G-Man. Seeing a secluded place, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and roughly looked around. Then, he took out a soul nest from his chest and with a shake of his hand, sent Ziming out. Ziming was the same as Elder Jilan. Previously, his face was filled with intoxication. But now, he was much more sober. As soon as he came out of the soul nest, his face was immediately filled with incomparable fear. He hurriedly grabbed Xiao Hua's hand and looked around. When he saw that he was in Huda's stronghold, the fear on his face lessened. He opened his mouth to ask Xiao Hua. Chapter 2901. Xiao Hua would not waste time and hurriedly said, "Ziming, you don't have much time. Moreover, you should be in the ancestral hall of your Huda village. Everything can be left for another day." Ziming suddenly woke up and looked at Fairy Hongxia, who was staring at him coldly. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and nodded, "Thank you, young Master Xiao. I understand." Immediately after, he looked around and waved the bone staff in his hand. His figure floated up like a ghost and flew into the distance. When Ziming's figure completely disappeared, Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Hua. What happened inside? It has to be said that Fairy Hongxia's heart was meticulous. Just from Ziming grabbing Xiao Hua's hand without hesitation, she immediately saw a lot of things. Don't mention it. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who were still protecting him, and said, "I almost couldn't get out. Damn it, I didn't expect. This Netherworld Palace really leads to the Netherworld Sea. I even met the undead underworld beast inside. And there were 3 of them. Undead underworld beast." Hearing this, the 3 of them were shocked. Fairy Hongxia's thoughts of questioning immediately disappeared without a trace. "Xiao Hua. Are you injured?" Fairy Hongxia hurriedly asked. "Sigh, it's a long story. Senior brother, you should send me back. Looks like I have to go into seclusion for a while." Xiao Hua sighed and replied. "Okay." Li Zongbao replied without hesitation. Xiao Mao did not have any objections. Fairy Hongxia had some questions she wanted to ask, but looking at Xiao Hua's dispirited state, it was too late to feel sorry for him. How could she blame him for nothing? Thus, Xiaohua went into seclusion in the quiet room for more than 30 days. In fact, the so-called seclusion, Xiaohua's heart was not calm. How could he really go into seclusion? What he was thinking about was the fight between the two undead underworld beasts. The fight between the two underworld beasts that exceeded Xiaohua's imagination also exceeded his imagination. He would never have dreamed that the undead underworld beasts would fight in such a way. Even the netherworld sea could not corrode the rock wall, but under their tentacles, it was like a rotten rock. It seemed that even a spirit-severing cultivator might not have this kind of ability. Of course, putting aside the environment of the netherworld sea, the spirit-severing stage cultivator might not necessarily be unable to kill the undead underworld beast. However, this kind of undisguised attack, where he did not care about his own injuries, was truly an eye-opener for Xiaohua. In addition, Xiaohua still couldn't make up his mind about that inexplicable warning. He didn't know if it was because of him, or if it was because his golden light had attracted the attention of that ladyware-like underworld beast, or his actions had attracted the attention of that snake-tailed underworld beast. If his golden light caused trouble, Xiaohua would be scratching his ears and scratching his cheeks. Although the golden light of that beetle-like underworld beast was familiar to Xiaohua, and was similar to the golden light flickering around his body, he really couldn't find a reason to get close to that underworld beast. This undead underworld beast couldn't possibly fight to the death with the snake-tailed underworld beast just for him. However, if his vigilance came from that snake-tailed underworld beast, Xiaohua had doubts. Didn't he just not bow down in the square? Then, that underworld beast hated him? It killed dozens of people just to find him. Although he didn't bow down, but what did it have to do with this snake-tailed underworld beast? Could it be that it was for the so-called face? Speaking of face, Xiaohua was even more puzzled. The three kingdoms of cultivation often talked about the face of a nascent soul cultivator, but now that Xiaohua had a nascent soul cultivation base, he never felt that face was worth anything. A face was not even worth a piece of low-grade spirit stone. Therefore, if that hooded great god's avatar's underworld beast was focused on killing him, there was no reason at all. However, did underworld beasts talk about reasons? Naturally not, so Xiaohua just thought about it and ignored it. Finally, he focused his attention on the changes in the soul strands. Speaking of the changes in the soul strands, Xiaohua didn't notice it at all. However, after he threw away all his doubts and explained them, he suddenly discovered that his primordial spirit dancing in Qingshan heaven seemed to be somewhat different. This difference was very strange and also very inexplicable. At this time, in Qingshan heaven, in addition to the dancing figures of Xiaohua and the little white dragon, there was also a kind of faintly discernible music. That music was very ethereal, faintly discernible. However, this music seemed to resound in the soul, making Xiaohua unable to forget it for the rest of his life. When Xiaohua was looking for the origin of the music, he discovered that this music was actually produced by the soul strands that killed the sound clam beast. Even the primordial spirit that was invaded by the blood of the sound clam beast was somewhat different. The dancing posture was completely different from before, with more madness and more wisdom. Regarding the previous changes, Xiaohua could still remain indifferent. After all, he was also very knowledgeable. However, regarding the last change, he couldn't help but be shocked. This. Xiaohua himself was incoherent. What was the biggest barrier for him to cultivate the soul technique? It was because the soul strands couldn't make sounds, because his throat couldn't make sounds. The sound of the throat was the power of the bloodline. Apart from the bloodline of the 12 great gods like Xiao Mao and Zi Ming, others couldn't make sounds. Although Xiaohua obtained Master Qin Qin's soul strands to make sounds, he had never checked it. Because using this sound method would consume life essence, this was something Xiaohua couldn't agree to no matter what. Now, not only could the soul strands make sounds, even his primordial spirit had a great change. Could Xiaohua remain calm? A kind of uncontrollable ecstasy spontaneously arose. This young master can finally use the green seal text. Finally, I can use the soul curse. Xiao Hua knew the formidable power of the green seal text, and also knew the strange effect of the soul curse. He could finally try some of the methods of the ancient great gods. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua calmed down. When he carefully checked again, he made a new discovery. The soul strands around Xiao Hua's primordial spirit were extremely numerous, almost filling the entire clear spirit heaven. Only a very small portion of these soul strands could make sounds. However, with the passage of time, this proportion gradually increased. Although the increase was still extremely slow, it was still increasing. It was only a matter of time before all the soul strands could make sounds. With the sound of music, the clear spirit heaven was clearly a lot more lively. Even the speed of Xiao Hua's primordial spirit's ascension was a lot faster than before. It seems that the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin is not only about dancing, but also music. The two complemented each other to achieve the best results. Xiao Hua gradually understood. After looking at his own situation, Xiao Hua looked at Little White Dragon's soul. Following the sound of music, Little White Dragon naturally danced crazily like Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. However, Xiao Hua could clearly see that Little White Dragon was still a bit dimmer than before. Presumably, Little White Dragon had used a lot of energy to attack the Sound Clam Beast's body. Moreover, Little White Dragon hadn't completely recovered last time, so it didn't let Xiao Hua disturb it. Now that it was forcibly pulled out of the mysterious dark clouds by the Sound Clam Beast, it had no choice but to fight the Sound Clam Beast with all its might. However, fortunately, although there was some energy loss, it wasn't fatal. It would slowly recover with quiet cultivation. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't disturb Little White Dragon. His mind withdrew from the clear spirit heaven and took out Master Qin Qin's soul nest. He took out the bone that recorded the green seal text sound soul technique. Just as he was about to look at it, his heart stirred. He put the bone aside and took out the root of the netherworld bamboo from his bosom. Looking at this 1-inch tall, fist-sized object that was wrapped in a layer of faint black strands, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and carefully looked at it. Then, he released his mind and wrapped this object, slowly sending it into the space. His own mind also entered the space. He saw that the netherworld bamboo was very normal outside the space. The black strands came out from one end and entered from the other. However, just as his mind sent it into the space, the instant it touched the space, the netherworld bamboo suddenly disappeared. It disappeared in Xiao Hua's mind. Damn it! Why is it so strange? Could it be that the netherworld bamboo and the netherworld lotus were not sent into the space? Could it be that the netherworld objects can't enter the space? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. But then he rejoiced. Fortunately, this young master has the experience of the disappearance of the netherworld lotus. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Ziming take the netherworld bamboo. I would have given it to him myself. Alas, this trip to the netherworld I was in vain. Then, Xiao Hua's mind carefully searched the space again, but he couldn't find the netherworld bamboo. Only then did he come out of the space and began to comprehend the bone. Xiao Hua's meditation didn't matter, and several dozen days quickly passed. On this day, Xiao Hua's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Looking at the bone in his hand, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Sure enough, there isn't a single secret art in this world that is easy to comprehend. Even if you comprehend it, it is difficult to use it. Although Master Qin Qin's soul technique is not profound, but, if you really want to practice it to understand it, it is really difficult. I originally thought that with this soul technique, would be able to pronounce it. But I didn't expect that I would still need to learn the secret of pronouncing it. But now that I can pronounce it, I realize that the difficult part is still to come. The pronunciation of the green seal script is different from normal speech. Because there are only 365 green seal script characters, when 2 green seal script characters are put together, they become a new syllable. When 3, 4, or even more green seal script characters are put together, they become a new syllable that is even more complicated. I must first learn the most basic green seal script characters. Then, I can add them one by one. For example, the green seal script characters of the cloud and rain technique. This green seal script is equivalent to a talisman. If I want to use this talisman, I have to use my soul thread to pronounce all the green seal script characters at the same time. This is also the reason why the cloud and rain talisman has the cloud and rain technique effect. Chapter 2902. However, there's a huge difference between the soul thread being able to speak and the soul thread being able to speak. It's like how a newborn baby can cry, but it's not something that can be done in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's mind suddenly lit up. Yes, the soul silk can speak. Isn't my primordial spirit like a child? Can the primordial spirit speak like a human? Previously, the soul silk was able to speak because it was stained with the mysterious juice of the sound clam beast. Isn't my primordial spirit also stained with that juice? Forget it, forget it. Don't let your imagination run wild. Immediately, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I'd better practice the soul silk's pronunciation first. When the soul silk can produce the green seal text, then I'll think about the possibility of using the primordial spirit to chant the talisman. Then, Xiaohua's mind entered the clear spirit heaven and used the secret method in his joints to temper the soul silk to produce the pronunciation. This secret method was indeed useful. When the soul silk swayed, some vague syllables were produced, and at the same time, some faint green light was suddenly produced. Xiaohua knew that if the syllables were clear and correct, this green light should be able to produce the most basic 365 green seal text. Just as Xiaohua was practicing in full swing, his heart suddenly moved. He urged the primordial spirit to continue practicing the pronunciation of the green seal text, but his mind left the mysterious dark cloud. Outside the main hall where Xiaohua was in seclusion, Ziming, who was dressed in plain clothes, was standing at the door with a frown. Behind her, the attendant named Fu Lu was standing beside her with a bitter expression. At this time, Fu Lu was obviously much older, and his figure was somewhat stooped. Beside him were several attendants in the same attire. Some of them had followed Ziming to the Sky Patrol City, and some had not. But their faces were as sad as Fu Lu's. Seeing Ziming hesitating at the door for a moment and then turning to leave, pacing back and forth a few times before standing at the door hesitantly again, Fu Lu couldn't help but say, "Miss, you might as well knock on the door directly. Young Master Xiao has been in seclusion for so long, I think he should be fine. If you keep delaying like this, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. G-Man of the Jing Apple Village has urged you several times, and G-Man is also a little impatient. Don't be impatient." Ziming simply didn't listen to Fu Lu finish speaking. He raised his hand and stopped Fu Lu from continuing. He replied indifferently, "When young Master Xiao came out of the Netherworld he was already heavily injured. Also, didn't you hear from Elder Jilan? There were actually 2 Netherworld beasts fighting in the Netherworld Sea. Young Master Xiao must have been affected. If he doesn't come out now, he must be at a critical juncture of healing. How can I disturb him?" As for G-Man sighed. "I think I should go and beg him again." With a creaking sound, the tightly shut door of the palace opened in front of Ziming's eyes. Young Master Xiao. Ziming was overjoyed and hurriedly looked up. When he saw Xiaohua's smiling eyes and his usual expression, the big stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. However, she still asked, "How are your injuries?" Xiaohua walked out of the palace door and met everyone's gaze. He was originally smiling, but after seeing Fu Lu, his heart was slightly stunned. Because whether it was Fu Lu or the other guards beside him, their eyes didn't have the kind of joy that Ziming had. There was more vigilance and hatred. Immediately, Xiaohua understood, and a trace of helplessness emerged in his heart. But when he heard Ziming's question, saw Ziming's joy, and saw a small flower beside Ziming's black hair, his face became sad again, and he said in a low voice, this Xiao is fine. It's just that this Xiao is useless, unable to protect Ziyi in the netherworld eye and let Ziyi fall into the mouth of the netherworld beast. Even his corpse can't be left behind. I'm really unworthy of Miss Zi Ming's great trust. Hearing Xiao Hua mention Ziyi, the joy on Zi Ming's face also hurriedly disappeared. She nodded very sadly and said, "Alas, life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in heaven, perhaps, this is Ziye's fate." This concubine believes that since you were able to save Jilan and Imohan from the netherworld eye, if you had even half a chance of saving Ziyi, you would have done it long ago. Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. The situation that day was very sudden. Young Master Xiao, the situation that day, Elder Jilan and Imohan have already reported to Ji-Man. Hearing Xiao Hua mention the situation that day, Zi-Ming hurriedly said, "This concubine knows that it was indeed dangerous." However, what appeared later, according to Ji-Man's guess, should be the extremely rare sound clam beast of the netherworld sea. This sound clam beast's netherworld sound is extremely powerful. All people or netherworld beasts that hear the sound clam beast's netherworld sound will lose themselves, and their bodies will not be under their control. They will only move according to the sound clam beast's arrangements. Elder Jilan heard the netherworld sound when she was escaping and immediately lost her memory. She does not know anything that happened after that. At this time, Ji-Man has already roughly known everything that happened in the netherworld eye. She just does not know how Ziyi returned to the embrace of Huda Great God, and also does not know how young Master Xiao escaped from the sound clam beast's netherworld sound. Therefore, I ask young Master Xiao to think carefully and follow this concubine to report to Huda Palace. And, this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua understood Zi Ming's meaning and nodded. This Xiao's injuries are now very good, and I have already come out of seclusion. Naturally, I will report to Ji-Man. This old servant greets young Master Xiao. At this time, Fu Lu, who had been standing by, finally came forward to pay his respects. However, his posture was very forced, and his tone was also cold. Where was the respectful appearance? Fu Lu. Xiao Hua was very apologetic, and cupped his hands in return. This Xiao is very sorry, no need to say these things. Fu Lu stood up and said coldly, "Miss has already said that life and death are determined by fate. My family's young master saw young Master Xiao in Sky Patrol City that day and immediately treated young Master Xiao as a celestial being, and tried his best to befriend him. Unfortunately, he did not expect that he was just planting a seed of disaster for himself." Fu Lu, Zi Ming's face was awkward, and she hurriedly scolded Fu Lu, "Didn't young Master Xiao say that he has already done his best? If it was not for the fact that things were too sudden, he would definitely want to save Ziyi. Young Master Xiao can even save Imohan, why can't he save Ziyi? Miss Zi Ming." Xiao Hua hurriedly said with a smile, "It's all right, Fu Lu is a loyal servant, and is loyal to Ziyi. This Xiao will not care about his words. Loyal servant or not, this old man does not care." A trace of excitement appeared on Fu Lu's face. "This old man only knows that young Master Zai treats you with sincerity. When we were in Sky Patrol City, he gave you everything he had. You don't know the importance of those things at all. He has bet his life on you. He really wants to treat you as his only close friend in this life. Young Master Ziye's pain, others may not know, but how can this old man not know?" As he said that, Fu Lu even glanced at Zi Ming. Zi Ming's face was extremely embarrassed, and there was even a trace of red. This old man does not dare to say these words, but if this old man does not say it now, when can I say it? Young Master Ziyi has already returned to the embrace of Huda Great God, and there will no longer be a trace of him in Huda Stronghold. Perhaps people will still remember Ziyi these days, but what about 10 years later? Within 100 years? This old man is afraid that I will not be able to live past 10 years. By that time, who will still know that Ziyi once lived in Huda Stronghold? Zi Ming bit her lips, wanting to stop him, but Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, indicating that she should not say anything. Fu Lu also went all out and said, this old man will not speak of young Master Ziye's pain. He will not tell this old man, nor will he tell anyone else. He can only bury it in his heart. Ever since he returned from Sky Patrol City, young Master Ziyi would mention young Master Shao from time to time. He was very envious of young Master Zhao's carefreeness, calmness, and magnanimity. He once said that if he could cultivate like young Master Shao and stand proudly on Dawn Rain Continent with young Master Shao, his life would not be in vain. This old man knows that he may not be doing this because of young Master Zhao's magnanimity, but because he wants to unload the burden on his shoulders and avoid some inevitable suspicion. He did not expect that young Master Shao would return to Huda's stronghold, and even this old servant absolutely did not expect that. Young Master Ziyi must be wild with joy. However, young Master did not expect that meeting young Master Shao was not only not his greatest joy, but also his greatest misfortune. Young Master was serving the sacred beast in the ancestral hall and could still live an ignoble life, but meeting young Master Shao, even if he could not live, he could not. Ziming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Previously in the Netherworld path, she had said some of her inner thoughts. After all, it was pitch black, so it was not considered embarrassing. But now, in front of so many people, although Xiao Hua did not speak, there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he must have thought of the words from before, and the matter from before. Ziming's face gradually became hot. Fu Lu, actually, Ziyi may not be like what you said, young Master Shao. Ziming bit her lips and said softly. Young miss. Although you and young Master Ziyi are twin siblings, you are not Ziyi after all. How do you know what Ziyi is thinking? Fu Lu's neck stiffened, and he retorted, young miss spent more time with Ziyi in the beginning. But later on, for the soul falling lamp, you were always running around outside, so how could you spend more time with Ziyi? This old servant has always served young master, so of course, I know more about Ziye's thoughts than young miss. Besides, if not for young Master Zhao's arrival, if not for young Master Zhao's matter, why would young Master Ziyi accompany him into the Netherworld Eye? The two young masters were clearly met by young Miss Ziming, and it was also young Miss Ziming who accompanied them to Huda's stronghold. But why was it young Master Ziyi who entered the Netherworld Eye? If not for his previous acquaintance with young Master Shao, why would young Master risk his life? Sometimes, this old servant would struggle in his heart. This young Master Shao. Did he really meet young Master Ziyi in Sky Patrol City? Otherwise, why would young Master Shao be able to rescue Mo Han and Ji Lan, but not young Master Zai who was right beside him? Fu Lu's face was flushed red as he spoke. Clearly, he was extremely agitated. Chapter 2903. Fu Lu, you're possessed. You're too right, too unimaginable. Hearing this, Ziming's face turned cold. She put away her previous gentleness and scolded, who gave you the guts to say such disrespectful words? If not for the fact that you've been serving Zai and are a loyal servant, I would have thrown you into prison today and taken your life. With this old servant's age, why would I be afraid of prison? Even if Miss wants this old servant's life right now, this old servant won't even frown. Fu Lu didn't care about anything else and shouted, this old servant will risk my life to speak up for young Master Zai. I will also speak out about the things that many people in Huda village are angry about but don't dare to speak out. I will let others know that our Huda village is also wise. Shut up. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you? Ziming was furious. If you dare to touch young Master Zai, then you naturally dare to kill this old servant. Fu Lu shouted, throwing caution to the wind. You wait. Quickly seal this old man's mouth and drag him out. Ziming pointed at the guards beside her and said, now that Zai's sacrificial period has just passed, let him spout nonsense here. The other shaman villages still have elders here. If they hear this, wouldn't it be a great loss to our Huda village's dignity? Yes, a few attendants hurried forward and restrained Fu Lu. Fu Lu struggled, his face flushed red. Unfortunately, he couldn't say another word. Miss, then two attendants bowed and begged, Fu Lu is young Master Zai's old servant. Miss, please, for young master's sake, for the sake of young master's hard work, just throw him into prison and let him spend the rest of his life in prison. Humph, Zi Ming sneered, this kind of old servant is the most hateful. Just because he's a little old, he takes advantage of his seniority and casually orders people around. Usually, it's fine, but now is the crucial time. How can we let his groundless nonsense destroy the stability of our Huda village? Miss, everyone begged. Fu Lu saw an old friend and was momentarily blinded. Wasn't he fine just now? If he was respectful to the young miss, was waiting here obediently? Please be merciful, miss. Alas. Zi Ming sighed and waved his hand. Put him down first. There's no need to throw him into the blood prison. Let him calm down and think. Sometimes, seeing is believing. The guards were overjoyed and hurriedly said in unison, Thank you for your kindness, miss. You may leave. Send a few people to report to the Back Earth Palace. Young Master Shao will immediately go and kowtow to Ji-Man, tell him what happened in the Netherworld Eye. Zi Ming waved his hand and instructed. Yes. The guards glanced at each other, then split into two groups. One group took Fu Lu away, while the other quickly walked out of the hall. Sai, let's go, young Master Shao. Zi Ming said apologetically, this concubine really didn't expect. It's fine, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Others may not know, but how could this Xiao not know? This concubine knows that young master understands, but this Fu Lu was still fine just now. These days, he was also normal. I didn't expect that when he saw young master, he would suddenly lose his composure. Zi Ming nodded and replied. I'm afraid it's because Miss Zi Ming lost her composure first. Fu Lu saw something strange. Xiao Hua was a bystander, so he naturally saw it clearly. Yes, it should be so. Zi Ming also knew that his joy just now made Fu Lu suspicious. Perhaps he had misunderstood. But the problem is, Fu Lu's thoughts are also the thoughts of some people in the Back Earth stronghold. Oh. This is. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, but soon understood. Xiao Hua was brought back by Zi Ming, but Zi Yi accompanied him into the Netherworld Eye. If the karma of Zi Yi and Xiao Hua being old friends was removed, no matter what, it was impossible. Anyone who was interested in guessing would draw a lot of reasons for Zi Ye's death. Even with Ji-Man's identity, it would be difficult to explain. Alas, gossip is a fearful thing. Xiao Hua sighed. What else could he say? It was something that didn't exist in the first place, but it could still be insinuated out of thin air. This kind of action was definitely not something Xiao Hua could imagine. This concubine didn't think it through enough. Zi Ming smiled bitterly. I only wanted to finish everything before lighting the soul-falling lamp. Right now, it has indeed caused a lot of rumors. If this concubine had known earlier, she would have just told the truth. Yes, a lie is often made up for by 10 or even 100 lies. Many times, it's better not to tell the truth. Xiao Hua sighed. Let's go. Ji-Man has already waited for dozens of days. Midnight sacrifice has long passed. It's time to let everyone know about the situation inside the Netherworld Eye. As Zi Ming spoke, he extended his hand and took out the Netherworld bamboo from the soul nest and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took the Netherworld bamboo and carefully put it into his storage bag. He didn't dare to casually throw it into the space. Xiao Mao and the others? Xiao Hua only now asked. Young Master Xiao and the others are also near the Back Earth Hall. Zi Ming explained. Zi Ye's sacrifice ceremony was very grand. The witch elders and Ji-Man of my Back Earth villages, which villages also came. The Shibai village also sent their elders. This is an excellent opportunity. Young Master Shao is using his connections to establish a relationship with many witch elders and Ji-Man. Oh. He has this ability? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. Young Master Zhao's strength may not be comparable to yours, but in this aspect, he is indeed stronger than you. If you want to establish your own sect, you'll have to learn from them. Ziming replied with a smile. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. There was no jealousy in his heart. Everyone was different, and he had always known that he didn't have the bearing of a leader. Moreover, he had never had the goal of becoming the master of a region. It would be best if he could establish the fortune gate, but if he couldn't, he wouldn't force it. Oh, so that means Xiao Mao should have found out about his origin? After all, the Shibai village's elders are here, and there are so many witch elders and G-man. Xiao Hua changed the topic. Ziming smiled bitterly and shook his head, answering, Xiao Mao's matter is not suitable to be publicized in my back-earth village. Moreover, his identity is still a mystery even now. I have already probed the Shibai village's elder, and she doesn't seem to have any impression of Xiao Mao. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that she is pretending. After all, as young master said, Yi Yu attacked Xiao Mao that night. The Shibai village's elders should know something. Forget it, rice has to be eaten one bite at a time. Things have to be done step by step. Xiao Hua understood the difficulty of Xiao Mao's origin and sighed. With your back-earth village's support and the millet seed. Oh, right. Ziming, with so many witch villages G-man and witch elders here, it is a good opportunity to send out the millet seed. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the millet seed and quickly asked. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Ziming's heart felt warm for no reason. That's right, the gathering of these witch elders and G-man was indeed a good opportunity. Although Xiao Mao didn't reveal his origin, he got to know a lot of influential people. It was extremely important for Xiao Mao's future development in Meng Mountains. As for Xiao Hua, when he thought of these influential people, all he could think of was the millet seed. He wanted to give them the millet seed and let them bring it back to their witch villages, so that these millet seed could be planted in the mountains and rivers of Meng Mountains as soon as possible, allowing those natives who were on the verge of starving to death to escape from their dangerous situation. Of course, Xiao Mao also had the millet seed, but Ziming knew that Xiao Mao would never give it to these witch elders and G-man for free. There must be some kind of transaction, some kind of price. As for Xiao Hua, the initiator of all this, he didn't ask for anything in return, not even a little bit of reputation. Sigh, comparing people, why is there such a big difference? Ziming couldn't help but sigh, but then she became sad again. That's right, not to mention Xiao Mao, what was so good about her? If she had to give the millet seed to these G-man, she would have some thoughts in her heart. Suddenly, Ziming understood why she couldn't help but have a deep impression of this man when she first saw him, and couldn't help but want to befriend him. Although this man's appearance was very ordinary, but his heart was extremely great, and his heart was also very broad. He could put all the common people in Xiaoyu continent, and the millions of natives in Meng Mountains in his heart. Ziming? Seeing Ziming was a little absent-minded, Xiao Hua didn't know that she was thinking so much, and asked curiously, those millet seed, Xiao Lang. Ziming couldn't hold back the fire in her heart, and said in a low voice, although the millet seed is very important, but I'm still not out of danger, and I can't break through the last layer of paper with G-man. Therefore, the millet seed is also something I can rely on. Oh, is that so? How could Xiao Hua not know what Ziming was thinking? He sighed and asked, is it your idea, or Xiao Mao's idea? I won't hide it from Xiao Lang, it's our idea. Ziming answered very calmly. The sooner the better. Many people will starve to death every day. Xiao Hua didn't care about the change in the way Ziming addressed him. Thinking about what he saw when he came to Huda's stronghold, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But looking at Ziming's apologetic face, he hurriedly said, of course, it depends on you. I know that this matter is related to the future of you and Xiao Mao, so I will listen to your arrangements. Xiao Lang, Ziming's heart softened, and she wanted to stretch out her hand to pull Xiao Hua, but just as she stretched out half an inch, her face turned red, and she hurriedly retracted her hand. Oh, I finally understand. Xiaohua didn't seem to notice Zi Ming's action, and at this moment, he suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the palace in the distance, and suddenly said. Zi Ming was slightly surprised, and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What did you understand?" Hee, you just said that G-Man was waiting for me to report to him, and I was a little surprised. Weren't you also in the netherworld? So, you didn't report to G-Man at all. Because you and G-Man only have a kind of tacit understanding, a tacit understanding that can't be made clear. Oh. Chapter 2904. That's right. Especially now. Zi Ming's eyes were filled with worry. Zi Yan died in my hands, and G-Man still hasn't received the news. I've already sent my trusted men to intercept Zi Yan's subordinates outside Huda village. Once they find them, they'll kill them immediately. We just don't want G-Man to know the truth before Elder Wu returns. If she were to fall out with us, all of us would die without a burial ground. Xiaohua wasn't good at scheming, so he couldn't sense the dangers involved. But when he heard Zi Ming's words, he was also shocked. He said in a low voice, Zi Ming, I think your Huda stronghold's G-Man is very benevolent. He can't be as sinister as you think, right? Besides, Zi Yan was possessed by a demon, and G-Man might not be. Why don't you just tell her? One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always guard against others. Xiaohua, facing G-Man, I'm at a disadvantage, so I don't dare to not plan. Even if building Ziya's cenotaph a few days ago was a very good opportunity, with G-Man and Elder Wu appearing, if this concubine were to tell them about Ziyan's matter in front of so many people, it would be a form of protection for this concubine. But I hesitated for a long time, and didn't dare to say it in front of G-Man, for fear that I'll embarrass her and make her angry. Without Elder Wu, without Xiaohua by my side, I don't dare to make a move. Zi Ming said earnestly. Hiding like this won't do. Xiaohua understood Zi Ming's thoughts and nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. Xiaohua, don't scold me. Zi Ming laughed. Midnight's memorial ceremony isn't the most solemn. Not all of G-Man and Elder Wu from Shibai village and its subordinate Wu village will come. When Zi Ming lights up the soul-falling lamp, that will be the most solemn ceremony. At that time, Xiaohua and I will take out the seed. That will be the best time. At this point, Zi Ming let out a sad laugh and continued, of course, if I can't wait until Grandmaster Wu comes back, then, when I'm executed, it will be a grand ceremony as well. The ceremony will be even more grand than midnight. G-Man will definitely take out the seeds and distribute them to Meng Mountains. Xiao Lang, don't worry, the people of Meng Mountains will remember Reverend Zhao's kindness. Zi Ming. Xiaohua's heart was slightly sour when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at this woman with concern. Whether it was her heart or her shoulders, she must have seen Midnight's sacrifice and easily thought of her own death. It's all right. Xiao Lang, it's actually this concubine's fault for not thinking things through and bringing Xiao Lang and the others into danger. Zi Ming forced a smile and said, however, to be able to meet an extraordinary person like Xiao Lang and Daoist Xiao in this world, I can die without regrets. Things haven't reached that stage yet. We haven't decided whether G-Man is a friend or a foe yet. There's still a possibility that Elder Wu will return. Yes, there is also Xiao Lang accompanying this concubine. Zi Ming said shyly at this time, and her voice was very soft, for fear of being heard by others. However, if she were to ask Zi Ming to transmit his voice, she would not be willing to do so. Although such sweet words could not make one feel intoxicated, listening to each and every word made her feel happy in life. In her life, it was very rare for her to have the opportunity to say such sweet words, and it was also very rare for her to meet a man like Xiaohua who could make her feel emotional. Yes, this Xiao is by your side. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said while looking into the distance, as long as this Xiao has one breath left, I will definitely not let that old witch hurt a single hair on your head. Old witch? He he. Ziming heard this and smiled. The fear from before had long disappeared. She said, Xiao Lang, this old witch reminds this concubine of a childhood story. However, when she said this, Ziming was somewhat sad. She raised her head and said, let's go, sooner or later we will have to face it. Perhaps today is an opportunity. The Empress Earth Palace was a magnificent palace. It was much bigger than any palace Xiao Hua had seen before. Its majestic aura could be seen from far away. If it were not for the beast heads and ghost faces that could be seen from time to time, Xiao Hua would almost think that this was the foundation of some great Shuzhen sect. Moreover, from far away, there were spirit warriors wearing armor standing on both sides. They held strange weapons in their hands that looked like iron halberds and bronze spears. They stood valiantly and proudly under the countless flags. That imposing manner was really like one man holding back 10,000 men. Even when Xiao Hua walked through these spirit warriors and arrived in front of the main hall's door, the pressure from the carved beams and painted pillars made Xiao Hua feel as if he could not breathe. Xiao Hua had to admit from the bottom of his heart that the Empress Earth stronghold, which had been passed down for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, was not something he could face directly. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to step onto the steps in front of the palace door, a majestic shout resounded from above his head. Immediately after, that voice was transmitted directly into the palace hall. This shout was spoken with perfect articulation. Although Xiao Hua could hear it clearly, he didn't understand what it meant. However, according to his thoughts, it should be similar to a report. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua followed Ziming to the side of the steps to the hall's door, a voice came from inside again. A guard at the door respectfully said, G-Man invites the state of Shi's Imperial Thunder School, Xiao Hua, to enter the Empress Earth Palace for an audience. Oh. Many thanks, G-Man. Xiao Hua did not know how to reply and only casually bowed in response. That guard stepped aside and allowed Xiao Hua to enter. Xiao Hua followed Ziming into the Empress Earth Palace. Although he was mentally prepared like before, when he saw the scene in front of him, he still could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He did not dare to use his divine thought or Buddhist awareness to explore, but he could only see with his naked eyes. Not to mention the hundreds of huge bone pillars, which stood there eerily, with black or green brilliance flashing on each of the pillars. When the brilliance flashed, some huge nether beasts showed their ferocious faces. Not to mention the blood-red color on the roof of the palace, which could be seen with the naked eye. He could see layers of blood waves rushing toward his face. The indistinct, seemingly real waves of the netherworld sea also rushed into his ears, and a feeling of fear arose spontaneously. Not to mention that on the hall's surface, countless bones and skeletons were scattered all over. Among these bones, a mournful and sorrowful sound like a chilly wind blew in all directions, and a chilling feeling was also born in an instant. At a glance, the entire hall seemed to be boundless. Inside the hall, all kinds of ghostly wails and howls, the sound of the netherworld wind was loud, and a kind of feeling of being in the depths of the netherworld was enough to make Xiao Hua look askance. Young Master Xiao, follow this concubine. At this time, Ziming also had a respectful expression, and said solemnly, the Empress Earth Palace of my Empress Earth stronghold is a huge soul formation. Any swordsman or cultivator who does not understand will be attacked if they rashly use their divine sense to explore. Moreover, the more guilty a person is, the more inner demons will be born when they enter the Empress Earth Palace. Young Master Xiao is a magnanimous person, you only need to restrain your heart and not look too much. Yes, this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Looking at the direction Ziming was walking, he also slightly quickened his pace and changed direction. Sure enough, in an instant, that kind of oppressive momentum and ferocious intent was reduced by a lot. However, the situation inside the hall was still unclear. There was only a flickering ghostly shadow, and a cold wind blew in all directions. It was as if they had walked into an abandoned graveyard in the wilderness. Even a cultivator like Xiao Hua could clearly feel that those ghostly shadows that appeared in front of and behind him at any time were not fake. Perhaps if he was a little bit negligent, those ghostly claws and sharp teeth could possibly bite him. Could this be the legendary opening gambit? Xiao Hua shrunk his neck and looked helplessly at Ziming, who was leading the way. He was truly afraid that he would make a fool of himself if he didn't follow Ziming. After walking for about half a cup of tea's time, a green light suddenly flashed in front of Xiao Hua's eyes, as if a layer of fog had been cut off. With a burst of light and shadow, a huge palace appeared in front of Xiao Hua. In addition to the huge pillars that he saw before, there were many light green decorations. However, Xiao Hua only glanced at these decorations for a moment before his eyes stopped at the top of the palace. There was a 2-story high platform above. On the top level, there was only a light green table, and no one was sitting on it. The lower level was slightly smaller, and the table was also bright green. Behind the table was the Empress Earth Stockade's G-Man. When Xiao Hua looked below G-Man, it was like an ordinary Dao sect cultivator's banquet. There were also rows of tables, and behind each table sat a person. These people were either male or female, old or young. However, most of them were unfamiliar to Xiao Hua. Only a small portion of them were the Empress Earth Stronghold elders that Xiao Hua had met before entering the Netherworld path. As for Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hong Xia, the 3 of them sat at the very bottom. Moreover, the 3 of them sat at the same table. Boy greets G-Man. Ziming walked a few quick steps. It was rather strange. They were clearly still very far away, but Ziming's few steps seemed to be faster than running. Very quickly, he neared the crowd. Xiao Hua naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He followed closely behind Ziming and hurriedly said, "Junior Xiao Hua greets G-Man. Please stand up." At this moment, G-Man no longer had the benevolence from before in the care pavilion. In its place was a kind of grace and pressure. He raised his hand and said indifferently, "Thank you, G-Man." Ziming said as he straightened his body. Xiao Hua didn't reply and straightened his chest. "How dare you!" Right in front of Xiao Hua, less than 2 zhang away, under the white bone pillar, a slightly thin and small guard shouted, "G-Man's orders, you dare to not return the courtesy? You dare to offend G-Man? Return the courtesy?" Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. After pondering for a moment, he bowed and said, "Thank you, G-Man." No matter." G-Man's face hung a light smile. "Cultivators from the country of Xi are my Empress Earth Stronghold's distinguished guests. Not knowing my Empress Earth Stronghold's etiquette can't be considered as offending. This." Xiao Hua indeed scratched his head. He raised his voice and said, "Junior is a cultivator and has always pursued freedom. How would I know etiquette? If G-Man has some rules here, please inform me in advance." Chapter 2905. It's all Boy's fault. Ziming says with a smile, "When we met G-Man, we didn't need any etiquette. Boy was careless. Today, we came to Ho-Tu Palace in a hurry and didn't warn Xiao Hua." Nonsense. The guard doesn't dare to talk to Ziming, but sneers at Xiao Hua. The cultivators from the Dao sect were all well educated and reasonable. How come they don't know etiquette when they come to you? Is this how the disciples of your Imperial Thunder sect are? Ziming frowns and looks at the guard with displeasure. She didn't expect the guard to make things difficult for her. She mutters in her heart, not knowing if this was G-Man's idea. Hearing this, Xiao Hua sneers and says, "That's right. I don't know the etiquette of Meng Mountain. Also, I am a rogue cultivator. I don't even know the etiquette of the Imperial Thunder sect. When I set the etiquette in the future, I will let you know what etiquette is." Big. The guard takes a step forward and is about to get angry. G-Man says indifferently, "Qing Yan, I already said that Xiao Hua is my Ho-Tu stronghold's honored guest. He also saved Mo Han from the Netherworld Eye. He can be considered my Ho-Tu stronghold's benefactor. Although you are the law enforcer and in charge of all the laws in my Ho-Tu stronghold, this kind of etiquette negligence shouldn't be a big deal, right? Yes, subordinate understands. The guard quickly lowers his head and stands under the bone pillar, ignoring Xiao Hua. Damn it, this is clearly a show of strength. Xiao Hua understood, and he felt disdain in his heart. Looks like Zi Ming is not worried about nothingness. This G-man really has some problems. Xiao Hua, at this moment, G-man speaks again and asks straightforwardly, I'm sure you know why I called you here today. When the Netherworld Eye opened in my Ho-Tu stronghold, not only did thousands of spirit warriors enter the Netherworld Eye, even the two elders of Jingapple stronghold, Zi Yi and you entered. But in the end, only you, Ji Lan, and my Huda stronghold's soul warrior, Mo Han, came out. The other several thousand soul warriors stayed in the Netherworld Sea. Even Midnight didn't come out. Even when we were outside the Yellow Springs Palace, we all knew that something had happened in the Netherworld Eye, but Ji Lan and Mo Han knew very little about it. In the end, they only knew that the Sound Clam beast had appeared, but they were unable to tell how those thousands of people had died. Little friend Xiao, please explain this matter in detail. After all, Ziyi is the son of my Huda stockade. His death. I need to give an explanation to my people, as well as to Elder Wu, who has yet to return. As she spoke, Ji-man glanced at the bottom of her right hand, which was on the left side of Xiao Hua. Ji-man, Elder Ji-lan and the others were also seated there. She continued, moreover, the Jing Apple village has been in my Huda village for a long time. I can't refuse their request. Your wager should be decided today. If you can't take out the Netherworld Orchid, then this Netherworld Mirror will have to be given to the Jing Apple village to use. Yes, this junior understands. Xiao Hua bowed and looked at Zi Ming. Zi Ming smiled slightly, as if he was encouraging Xiao Hua. And so Xiao Hua explained everything that happened in the Yellow Springs Palace, the Netherworld Eye, and even the situation of him and Zi Ming looking for the Netherworld Orchid and Netherworld Bamboo. There was nothing to hide about this matter, and Xiao Hua didn't plan on hiding it either. Although Zi Ming said that he didn't report it to Ji-man, who knew if Ji-man would ask Zi Ming about it? Since Zi Ming didn't give any hints, Xiao Hua would naturally talk about the dangers involved. When everyone heard that there were two underworld beasts in the Netherworld Sea, and that the Huda God's doppelganger didn't look like Huda God, but something else, they all turned pale with fright. When they heard that the two underworld beasts were fighting in the Netherworld Sea, they were even more confused. When Xiao Hua talked about the Sound Clam beast, Ji-man was not particularly surprised because she already had some guesses. Of course, Ziye's life should have ended when the Sound Clam beast appeared. Xiao Hua's words were also very good. When he heard the mysterious music, he immediately lost consciousness like Elder Ji-lan and the others. As for how long he lost consciousness, he didn't know. In short, when he woke up, his body flashed with golden light, and Ziyi had already disappeared. He left an excuse for Ziye's corpse to appear in the future, or for Zi Ming to resurrect Ziyi. The end of Xiao Hua's story was to escape. He escaped from the gap, and it was in that gap that he saw Elder Ji-lan. On the way, he even saw Mo Han, who was crushed by a huge rock, and rescued Mo Han in passing. Xiao Hua had been interrogated more than once in the Sword Dao battle, and he was able to weave an extravagant lie. When it came to telling the truth, it was naturally easy for him to do so, and his narration was extremely brilliant. So much so that when Xiao Hua finished speaking, looking at the intoxicated and infatuated appearance of everyone, Xiao Hua's own little tail was about to curl up. Damn it, it seems that if this young master doesn't have a place to cultivate, even if I go to some secular tea house, I can still be a storyteller with a boundless future. After half a cup of tea's time, Ji-man coughed and asked, Xiao Hua, can you confirm that the doppelganger of Huda God is the phantom you saw in the square before? Damn it. Your nether beast is the nether beast that Huda's stronghold has worshipped for God knows how many years. Even when it saw Ziming, it didn't harm him. What I said is like slapping the face of the ancestors of Huda's stronghold. When Xiaohua heard this, his little tail immediately shriveled up. He quickly bowed and said, "G-Man, this junior is going to report to you again, and this is also the result of this junior's meditation during this period of secluded cultivation. Speak." This junior was with Ziyi at that time. This junior said that I saw the nether beast in the square, but Ziyi denied it. Because this junior is not from Meng Mountains, I couldn't see the true face of the nether beast. What he saw was not the nether beast that appeared in the square. However, the situation was very urgent at that time, and this junior didn't dare to release my divine sense. Naturally, this junior was mistaken. Unfortunately, Ziyi can't explain it here. Oh. G-Man breathed out a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. If that's the case, then this old woman is relieved. The doppelganger of Huda God has been worshipped by my Huda stronghold for countless years. How could it harm the people of my Huda stronghold? It should be that other nether beasts are somewhat similar to the doppelganger of the great god. When they saw the doppelganger of the great god appear here, they followed it and occasionally appeared in the netherworld eye. Yes, that must be it. Ziming also breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was indeed a little strange. She herself didn't know the origin of the nether beast. When Xiaohua was in secluded cultivation, she had considered how to explain it. She even wanted to say that this nether beast was the one that saved her and Xiaohua later. She originally wanted to have a discussion with Xiaohua when he came out of seclusion, but after encountering Fu Lu's matter, her mood suddenly became extremely bad, and she forgot all these things. When Xiaohua brought it up now, her heart thumped loudly, and she knew the oversight in the matter. Xiaohua's cover-up could not be considered clever, but it was detailed and pertinent. If he had directly followed Ziming's words and replaced the nether beast with the savior later, then the danger of this nether beast would have been covered up. If G-Man didn't have any misgivings, perhaps it would have harmed the Huda stronghold in the future. Now that Xiaohua had given Ziyi the right to judge, presumably G-Man had already heard something. It could be considered a perfect explanation for this matter. G-Man. Just as G-Man finished speaking, an old and doddering elder stood up, holding a bone staff in his hand. He trembled as he bowed and said, "This old man has a few questions, but I don't know if I should ask." "Hee, great elder Jiaqing, if you have any questions, feel free to ask." G-Man hurriedly raised his hand and replied. "Fine. I knew it." Xiaohua's face was bitter. It seemed that no matter where he went, he would be questioned by others. As expected, Great Elder Jiaqing turned his head and looked at Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, what you said before, can you swear the Dao sect's so-called blood oath?" "See." Xiaohua took in a deep breath. He had seen ruthless people before, but he had never seen such a ruthless person. The first sentence he said was to force others to swear a blood oath. It seemed that in Xiaohua's impression, only the extremely arrogant Gantian Mountain would do such a thing. "Elder." Xiaohua faintly bowed and said, "What this junior said is what this junior saw. This junior will report it in full detail. As for the blood oath, I'm sorry, this junior does not have the habit of bowing and groveling, please forgive me." "Great Elder." Ziming hurriedly said, "Xiaohua is Zai's good friend and is also an important guest of our Back Earth stronghold. He definitely won't lie. Furthermore, there is no need for him to lie. This junior knows what you are thinking, but don't worry." Unfortunately, Great Elder Jiaqing didn't care at all. He said with a calm and slightly old voice, "However, without the Dao sect's blood oath, this is all your side of the story. How do you expect me to believe you? Whether you believe me or not is Great Elder's matter. I won't force you." Xiaohua wasn't annoyed. He had to reply to the words of the Golden Core Masters in the meeting hall. However, facing the Great Elder of the Back Earth Hall, Xiaohua didn't feel any pressure. "Cough cough, Great Elder. G-Man could only cough twice and say, Xiao Hua is a Dao sect cultivator and came to our Meng Mountain as a guest. No matter what, he represents the Dao sect. Furthermore, he is Zai's good friend and this matter concerns Zai's life and death. He definitely won't lie about this. As for the blood oath, let's not talk about it. Alright, since even G-Man believes it, this old man has nothing else to ask. Grand Elder Jia Qing trembled as he prepared to sit down. Chapter 2906. Sigh, it seems like there are always people who take advantage of their seniority everywhere. The millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains are no exception. Xiao Hua sighed. He knew that G-Man would definitely back down, so he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Unexpectedly, G-Man said indifferently, since Great Elder Jia Qing has nothing to ask, then sit down. G-Man. Before Great Elder Jia Qing sat down, another slightly younger elder stood up and walked out from the table in front of him. Bowing, he said, this subordinate has 2 questions for Xiao Hua. Go ahead. G-Man nodded lazily. Little friend Xiao, this old man from Huda Stockade has 2 points that I don't quite understand. Please explain them in detail. Seeing that this person was very amiable, Xiao Hua smiled and said, Elder, please speak. This junior will tell you everything he knows. Actually, little friend has already explained it in detail, but this old man still doesn't understand. Elder Jia Qing smiled and said, why did the second underworld beast save you? Could it be that young Master Zai has some connection with this underworld beast? Or does little friend have some connection with this underworld beast? Elder, this is a good question. This is what this junior has always been puzzled about. Xiao Hua nodded and said seriously, if I say that this junior has some connection with the underworld beast, I'm sure Elder would be the first to not believe me, right? Hee, even this junior doesn't dare to believe it. But if the second underworld beast has some enmity with the first one, then this junior feels that it is a bit strange. The 2 underworld beasts happened to meet in the netherworldly eye, so they started fighting. Then, the soul cultivators of Huda Stockade were affected. This is what my Dao sect always says, when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. But recently, this junior has a new idea. When this junior lost consciousness, Zai was right next to this junior, and this junior had unknowingly walked to the side of the netherworldly sea. Before this junior lost consciousness, the 2 underworld beasts were still fighting. If Zai was saved by the underworld beast, then it is absolutely possible. That's right, isn't that the underworld beast worshipped by Huda Stockade? Zi Ming's lips curled into a smile. He knew that Xiao Hua wanted to bring out Zai's corpse more and more. This was an excellent reason for him to bring out his precious corpse in the future. Seeing that Xiao Hua hadn't really answered the question, the first elder didn't pursue the matter any further. Instead, as if it were a routine matter, he asked another question. Very well then. This old man has one last question. That is, when the sound clam appeared, young friend, you were already not far from the Sea of Hades. But why was it that when you woke up and walked to the side of the Sea of Hades, the several thousand soul warriors of my back earth stronghold were buried in the Sea of Hades? At that time, Elder Ji Lan was still very far away from the Netherworld Sea. What about the crack near the Netherworld Sea? Heh, Xiao Hua laughed in his mind. He was the only one who knew the truth. Even Zi Ming was confused, so didn't he just say whatever he wanted? AI, Elder Jia Qing, this junior also wanted to answer this question of yours. Unfortunately, this junior has been thinking about it for a long time, but I haven't been able to figure it out. This junior doesn't know what happened on that day. After all, this junior was confused by the sound mirage beast and became delirious. This junior also doesn't know why the golden barrier around this junior's body was able to block the sound mirage beast. Furthermore, this golden barrier was eroded by the winds of the netherworldly sea, so why was it able to activate itself and block the sound? This junior also doesn't know. It seemed that Elder Jia Qing didn't want to get to the bottom of the matter. Hearing Xiaohua's explanation, he nodded. This old man is puzzled. This is the end of everything, and all the explanations are within. But little friend Xiao is also in a jar, so it's normal that you don't know. The reason why this old man asked is to see if little friend Xiao had any special feelings. No, Xiaohua shook his head firmly. After this junior woke up, this junior felt extremely tired, both mentally and physically. Furthermore, this junior was in a hurry to escape, so I didn't dare to think too much. Along the way, this junior used up all of this junior's magic power and was finally able to escape with my life. While this junior was meditating, this junior was still thanking the great goddess Hoodoo. Fortunately, she didn't want this junior to stay. Heh heh, the great goddess Hoodoo's embrace is the final destination for the people of Meng Mountain. Little friend Xiao is a cultivator of the Dao sect. Even if you wanted to, the great goddess wouldn't accept you. Elder Jia Qing smiled and walked back to the table. Actually, just as Elder Jia Qing said, there were only 3 survivors. Elder Ji Lan was one side, Mo Han was another, and Xiao Hua was the third. Elder Ji Lan and Mo Han had already reported to Ji Man in the Hoodoo Palace. They were interrogated in great detail, but they knew very little. They only knew that the entire netherworldly sea was shaken violently, countless passages collapsed, and countless cliffs fell down. In fact, most of the several thousand spirit warriors had died in this disaster. As for what exactly happened, they didn't know. The entire explanation could only be explained by Xiao Hua, and what Xiao Hua said didn't contradict what the other 2 said. Of course, it seemed that Xiao Hua himself didn't know how many spirit warriors the nether beast killed and how much brain matter it ate. In the end, when facing the sound mirage beast, the 3 of them were unconscious. Midnight went missing, and no one could explain what happened. The most suspicious thing for the spirit warriors was the golden light Xiao Hua used to escape. But it just so happened that this golden light was a technique of the Dao sect. Moreover, Xiao Hua had saved 2 people while escaping. If Xiao Hua had encountered any survivors, he would have definitely been able to save them. All of a sudden, the spirit warriors' mouths were shut. Everyone, is there anything else you want to ask? Ji Man lowered his head and looked around. If there's nothing else, this matter will be recorded in the Shaman Code. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua somewhat understood why he had to answer questions in the Empress Earth Palace, and why that elder Shu Shi had to stand up and interrogate him. All of this had to be recorded in the Empress Earth Stronghold's Shaman Code. Ji Man Zi Ming at the side bowed and said, Midnight should be recorded as missing. He might not have returned to the embrace of the Empress Earth Great God. Yes, these records have their own discretion. Ji Man nodded. If what Xiao Hua said is true, then we were a little hasty in making the sacrifice for Midnight. Hearing this, Zi Ming hurriedly lowered her head and looked at the ground. Clearly, this was also a mistake. She was a little too hasty. However, Ji Man didn't pursue this matter. She asked again, Qingzhe, did you hear? Xiao Hua accompanied Midnight to the Netherworld Eye. Although he didn't find the Netherworld Orchid, he did find the Netherworld Bamboo. You should know the value of the Netherworld Bamboo. This bet, your Jing Apple stronghold has lost. Yes, this concubine knows. Jing Apple Stronghold's Ji Man hurriedly stood up. Her face was filled with sorrow as she replied, if this concubine knew that the price would be so high, this concubine wouldn't have fought with Miss Zi Ming for anything. It's all because of this concubine's greed that caused such a huge loss. Ji Man, please punish me. Sigh, there's no need. Ji Man waved his hand. The cultivators of the Daoist sect often say that life and death are decreed by fate, and riches and honor are decided by the heavens. Zai was destined for this calamity. Everything happened because of the great Hoodoo God. You only came to my Hoodoo stronghold because you listened to the great Hoodoo God. Yes, this concubine understands. Jing Apple Stronghold's Ji Man hurriedly nodded. This concubine is willing to use the Netherworld mirror only once. The first 2 times, we will let the Tao's sex distinguished guests use it first. Good. Ji-man nodded. If you don't have any objections, then let Zi-ming go to the ancestral shrine to ask for the spirit treasure. Yes, the boy understands. The boy will go to the ancestral shrine after bathing for 3 days. Zi-ming finally heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't think that things would be so simple. Then, Ji-man waved her hand. Zi-ming accompanied Xiaohua to the side. Outside the hall, another table was taken out. The 2 of them sat down. Ji-man casually asked a few more questions. Listening to those who came to report, most of them were about the drought in Meng Mountains. Ji-man only listened and instructed the note-takers. When Elder Wu came back, she stood up and left. That's it? After Ji-man left, everyone also stood up and prepared to leave the Empress Earth Hall in 2s and 3s. Xiaohua was just like Zi-ming. He was confused and felt that it was inconceivable. No one asked anything else? Let's go, young Master Xiao. Zi-ming smiled. The Empress Earth Hall is the meeting place of my Empress Earth stronghold. If it wasn't for the matter of the Netherworld Eye, young Master Xiao and the others wouldn't have been able to enter so easily. Hee, good. I've really witnessed the majesty of the Empress Earth stronghold's meeting hall. Xiaohua said with a smile. Everything had come to an end. They only needed to use the Netherworld mirror 3 days later, and they would be able to find clues about Xiao Mao's background. At that time, the clouds would be lifted and the sky would be revealed. Thinking about this, Xiaohua felt that all his efforts were not in vain. All his suffering was not in vain. Young Master Xiao, a somewhat old voice sounded. Xiaohua raised his head and saw Elder Ji-lan of Jing Apple Stronghold walking quickly towards him. Elder Ji-lan. Xiaohua bowed and greeted. It has been several dozen days since we last met. Has Elder recovered? Young Master Xiao. Elder Ji-lan walked in front of Xiaohua and said gratefully, this old one was temporarily bewitched by the sound clam beast. I only need to rest for a few days. How can I be compared to young Master's injuries? This old one has always wanted to thank young Master for saving my life. However, this old one knew that you were seriously injured and needed to cultivate in seclusion. Thus, this old one did not dare to disturb you. Today, when I saw young Master in the Empress Earth Hall, this old one finally felt relieved. This old one hereby thanks young Master for his great kindness. After saying that, Elder Ji-lan was about to kneel on the ground. It was actually the etiquette of Meng Mountain. I don't dare. How could Xiaohua allow Elder Ji-lan to kneel? He quickly stepped forward and supported him. Who would have thought that this simple support would cause a great force to come from Elder Ji-lan's arm? Xiaohua was startled. His arm could not help but exert strength as well, firmly supporting Elder Ji-lan. If that was all, it would be fine. However, after Xiaohua supported Elder Ji-lan, the strength of Elder Ji-lan's arm gradually increased, as if he wanted to compete with Xiaohua in terms of strength. Chapter 2907. This old man, what is he trying to do? Xiaohua was quite puzzled, but he couldn't let go at this time, so he had to increase his strength along with Elder Ji-lan. After a while, Elder Ji-lan's face turned red. Xiaohua smiled and said, Elder Ji-lan, are you here to thank me? Or are you here to compete? Elder Ji-lan's eyes flashed with a strange light. The strength in his arms slowly weakened, and the redness on his face gradually faded. He then smiled and said, this old man is here to thank you, young master. However, this old man heard that young master rescued a Mohan from the boulder, so I wanted to test young master's strength. This is a bit presumptuous of me. Oh, I see. Xiaohua suddenly understood. That day, the boulder that was pressing down on Mohan was extremely large and extremely heavy. Even with Xiaohua's strength, he had to expend a great deal of effort to rescue Mohan. Presumably, this elder Ji-lan had heard about it and wanted to win, right? Young Master Shao. Sure enough, Ming smiled and said, Elder Ji-lan is the #1 divine force in our Huda stronghold. Many young people nowadays can't compare to you. I'm ashamed, but this little strength is nothing in front of young Master Shao. Elder Ji-lan waved his hand and took out a small storage pouch. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, this old man is a soul cultivator. I've been traveling in Meng Mountains all my life. Although I've met some cultivators of the Dao sect, they were all weak. What this old man got from them was nothing good, so I just threw them away. You won't be able to use any of my soul cultivation items, so if this old and decrepit man were to only express his gratitude without actually giving you something in return, this old and decrepit man wouldn't be able to live with himself. Oh, Elder Ji-lan, you're too polite. Xiao Hua knew that there was nothing good in the storage pouch. Before Elder Ji-lan could finish, he hurriedly declined and said, rescuing you is this junior's duty. Although you and I have different origins, one is a soul warrior and the other is a cultivator, when this junior met Zai in Celestial City in the early years, we were hypocritical and felt that each other was sincere. At that time, to be honest, this junior didn't have a good impression of soul cultivators. But after the trip to Meng Mountains, not only did I know that Zai is a soul cultivator, but I also saw the simplicity of other soul warriors and natives. The difference between Dao and soul cultivators in this junior's heart has long faded. Although we have different cultivation paths, we are all cultivators of the world. You are this junior's senior. This junior has fulfilled his duty. Do you still dare to ask senior for repayment? Elder Ji-lan was very happy to hear this. His dark and thin face wrinkled like a black-orange peel, and his snow-white eyebrows trembled slightly. Young friend, this old man is very happy to hear such words. This old man wishes that you were one of the soul warriors of Meng Mountain. This old man will definitely pass on his mantle to you. Xiao Hua's hand was almost sticking out of his throat. He almost said yes himself. Ming pursed her lips and wanted to laugh. At this time, she understood Xiao Hua's stinginess. She also knew that Xiao Hua also wanted Elder Ji-lan's soul technique bone. However, this was obviously impossible. Xiao Hua was a cultivator of the country of Shi. Ming didn't dare to give Xiao Hua the soul cultivation technique and soul technique of Huda's stronghold, so how could Elder Ji-lan do it? As long as senior has the heart. Xiao Hua pretended to be reserved and said, this junior understands senior's heart. Elder Ji-lan naturally wouldn't accept the storage pouch. He couldn't leave Xiao Hua's great kindness for the future. He smiled and said, young Master Xiao, listen to this old's explanation. Senior, please speak. Xiao Hua obediently replied. At this time, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hong Xia came over and stood next to Xiao Hua with smiles on their faces. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded to the three, indicating that everything was fine. At this time, Elder Ji-lan continued, in order to thank young Master Xiao for his kindness, this olds took a lot of trouble. However, this olds has nothing that young Master Xiao can use. However, last time at the Huda Palace, Missouri Han said that he was crushed under a huge rock and thus escaped the Sound Mirage Beast's bewitchment. When young Master Xiao rescued him, this old's heart was moved. This storage pouch was something this old specially returned to Jing Apple Stronghold to retrieve. I was waiting for young Master Xiao to come out of seclusion today before giving it to young Master Xiao. Oh, this old's intention was to test young Master Xiao's arm strength just now. Young Master Xiao, please don't misunderstand. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Hua was grateful. After all, Elder Ji-lan really took a lot of trouble to thank him. He hurriedly waved his hand and said. Just now, Miss Ming also said that this old's innate divine strength is the strongest man in Huda's stronghold for several hundred years. When this old's was young, my ambition was higher than the sky. I wanted to become the strongest man in Meng Mountains. Moreover, I was looking for a way to increase my strength. Speaking until here, Elder Ji Lan was somewhat proud as he faintly recalled the scene of his heroic past. Oh. A bone refining technique? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. His gaze unconsciously fell on the small storage pouch. Unfortunately, Elder Ji Lan immediately sighed and said, however, this olds searched the entire Meng Mountains for several tens of thousands of miles. I even went nearly 1,000 miles into Wu Meng Mountains, but I still couldn't find a suitable soul technique or body technique. Therefore, this olds knew that this olds had to go to Sword Domain or the Three Kingdoms to look for this secret technique. However, just as this olds disappointment was about to set off, this olds bone was actually recorded with the method to refine a weapon. Speaking until here, Elder Ji Lan looked at Xiao Hua and the others and asked in a somewhat showy manner, I wonder if young Master Xiao and the others have heard of the primordial era's famous weapon, the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff? Oh. Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't expect that the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains would actually know of this weapon. However, looking at the smile on Elder Ji Lan's face, Xiao Hua shook his head and said, Junior and the others are ignorant and inexperienced. We have never heard of such a weapon. May I ask why this 5 elements heaven-reaching staff is a famous weapon in the primordial era? Hee, these are all old stories buried in my Meng Mountains. If this olds hadn't obtained that bone, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known about it. It's normal that you all don't know about it. Ji Lan was overjoyed when she heard this. She knew that she could repay the favor today. She smiled and said, the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, as its name suggests, is a lethal weapon of the 5 elements. Any 5 elements in the world can be killed by it. As for the heaven-reaching staff, it means that this weapon can change its size at will. As for the heaven-reaching staff, it means that this weapon is unparalleled in the world. It can even pierce through the sky. So powerful. Apart from Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao and the others looked at each other. They really couldn't imagine that there was such a treasure in this world. Elder Ji Lan said proudly, the bone this olds obtained is related to this 5 elements heaven-reaching staff. Elder, could it be that the bone records the whereabouts of the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff? Ziming asked curiously. Young Miss Ziming. Elder Ji Lan said with a smile, the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff is an item from the immemorial era. Who knows when the immemorial era was? In this world, not to mention the passage of time, just the vicissitudes of time, how could a single bone record the whereabouts of such a ferocious weapon? Then this bone must be the method to refine the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff? Xiao Hua was a little disappointed and asked tentatively. It's not that simple. Elder Ji Lan kept Xiao Hua guessing and said mysteriously, the materials used to refine the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff are all heaven-defying. Without the so-called great divine ability, it's impossible to refine it. Even if this olds obtained it, it's useless. Elder, you've talked for so long. What exactly is recorded in the bone? Ziming understood that Elder Ji Lan wanted Xiao Hua to pay attention to this bone, so she took the opportunity to ask. Naturally, it records the secret technique to refine a weapon that's extremely similar to the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff, the heaven-reaching staff. Elder Ji Lan finally uncovered the riddle and looked at Xiao Hua expectantly. Xiao Hua was really disappointed when he heard this. However, when he saw Elder Ji Lan's gaze, his face immediately flashed with surprise, and he said anxiously, what? This is the secret technique to refine the heaven-reaching staff? Then, isn't that the weapon this junior has been longing for? Elder, this is really too much. This junior thanks Elder. Ha, as long as little friend likes it. Elder Ji Lan's face blushed faintly. He stroked his beard with his eagle claw-like hand and said with a smile, this old's trip to the Jing Apple Village was not in vain. This junior is naturally happy. Xiao Hua said with a smile, this junior is already regretting that he didn't directly accept it. Little friend really has a straightforward character. This old's also like you. You're very similar to Zai and Ziming. Elder Jilan said with a smile. However, he wasn't in a hurry to give the storage pouch to Xiaohua. Instead, he said, however, this old still has some surprises for little friend. Oh. What are they? Xiaohua rubbed his hands and said with a smile, this junior is somewhat impatient. This old's had two choices when I obtained the bone. Elder Jilan said with a smile, either I continue to search for a method to refine my body, or I refine the heaven-reaching staff and use it to increase my strength. This old's thought for a long time and gave up on searching for a method to refine my body. Instead, I began to search for materials to refine the heaven-reaching staff. Unfortunately, this old's thought for a long time only led to a careless mistake. When I gathered almost all the materials to refine the heaven-reaching staff, I realized that in this world, where could this old self find a refiner who could refine the heaven-reaching staff? That's right. Ziming also came to a realization. The joy he felt for Xiaohua was instantly replaced by disappointment. This heaven-reaching staff is so heavy. What kind of method would be needed to refine it? It seems that the refining technique of our Meng Mountain can't be completed, right? That's right. When this old self realized this, I immediately went to ask Master N.I. Qin. Elder Jilan said with a regretful tone. Chapter 2908. Hua Qin was also helpless after seeing it. He suggested that I go to Wu Meng's side to find a shaman, or go to the Three Kingdoms to find a blacksmith. However, he also made it clear that the blacksmiths who could forge the sky-leveling rod would have extremely high cultivations, and the price was something I couldn't afford. He didn't even think that there were blacksmiths who could forge the sky-leveling rod in this world. As for Wu Meng's side, I naturally wouldn't go there so easily. Elder Jilan continued, as for the Sword region and the Three Kingdoms, I thought about it and couldn't make a trip there. After all, I can't even take out something to thank little friend Xiao, so I can't satisfy the blacksmith's requests. Actually, Elder Jilan should go and take a look. Ziming said regretfully, you've already collected most of the materials, and you just need to forge it. I only said that I didn't go there myself, I didn't say that I didn't ask others to go. Elder Jilan said with a smile. Elder. Ziming's voice was a little long, as if she was pouting. Elder Jilan looked at Ziming, who had consulted him in the past, and smiled. Of course, I didn't give up and asked people to go to the Sword region and the Three Kingdoms many times. I even asked the shaman of the Huda Stockade to ask the Shaman King for me. It was probably quite difficult, right? Xiaohua naturally already knew the result. Jilan sighed and said, yes, there was no news from the Sword region and the Three Kingdoms, but the Shaman King gave me a message. What message? Everyone's eyes lit up. Elder Jilan sighed again, if there is fate, then there is. If there is no fate, then there is no need to force it. A gain is a loss, and a loss is a gain. Ugh. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't that the same as not saying anything? Therefore, I calmed down and put this matter at the back of my mind, focusing on soul spells. Now, I'm finally sitting on the seat of an elder. At this point, Elder Jilan sighed with emotion. Today, I finally understand the meaning of the Shaman King's words. If this old man had been focusing on this sky-leveling rod, I'm afraid that everything would have been wasted by now. Moreover, when this old man brought this material from the Jing Apple village, I understood that this young friend is a fated person. This old man is just making a wedding dress for you. Sigh, senior. Xiaohua sighed with emotion. He withdrew his outstretched hand and smiled bitterly. This is your life's work, this junior doesn't dare to accept it. Senior, please give this junior's. Oh. Could it be that this old man's life can't compare to this storage pouch? Elder Jilan was slightly angry. Young master. Ziming hurriedly smiled and said, since it's Elder Jilan's kind intentions, young master should accept it. If you don't accept it, wouldn't you be letting Senior down? Fine. All right. Many thanks, Elder Ji Lan. Xiaohua didn't dare to decline anymore. He was afraid that if he was too polite and Elder Ji Lan didn't give it to him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Seeing Xiaohua's troubled expression, Elder Ji Lan felt a bit anxious. To be honest, this storage pouch was very important to him, but it had already become a demon in his heart. From time to time, he would recall his past bravery. He thought to himself, if I could refine this heaven-pacifying staff, how powerful would I be? Moreover, he also understood that refining this heaven-pacifying staff was truly difficult. When he gave this item to Xiaohua, he glorified it as a treasured sword for a hero, and powder for a beauty. In reality, it was of little value to Xiaohua. How about this? Just as Xiaohua's hand was about to touch the storage bag, Elder Ji Lan said in a low voice. Ah. Xiaohua stared blankly, his heart cursing. Oh. This item is indeed of little value. Elder Ji Lan hesitated. Don't. This item is very good. This junior wants it. If Xiaohua's soul could speak, he would definitely be shouting like this. This old man has a bone here that records a place. Of course, this place is very dangerous. According to this old man's knowledge, it's the place where a Dao sect cultivator died. Elder Ji Lan took out a bone from the soul nest and said, this old man doesn't know who this cultivator was or what his cultivation was. The bone only records that this cultivator died in Wumeng. If little friend Xiao is fated, you can go and take a look. Maybe you can obtain his legacy. Speaking up to here, Elder Ji Lan was a bit embarrassed and said, this old man only has these that little friend Xiao can use. There's nothing else. Hee, Elder Ji Lan. Xiaohua faintly smiled and reached out to take the storage bag and the bone. He threw them into the space without hesitation and said, the important thing is Senior's goodwill. This junior doesn't want to accept it. This junior won't really go to Wumeng to look for that Dao sect cultivator's legacy. Good. Seeing that Xiaohua finally kept the storage bag, Elder Ji Lan's heart also settled down. He said in a relaxed manner, this old man will return to the Jing Apple Village tomorrow. If little friend Xiao has time, you can come to the Jing Apple Village as a guest. This old man is looking forward to it. Good. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, this junior will definitely pay a visit when he has time. Then, Elder Ji Lan followed Xiaohua and cupped his hands to bid farewell. After Elder Ji Lan left, only Xiaohua and the others were left in the back earth hall. It seemed very empty. Let's go, young Master Xiao. Ming looked at everyone and walked in front. Are you all right? Fairy Hongxia looked at Ming's back and asked Xiaohua softly. Xiaohua smiled and nodded, of course I'm all right. It's a pity that my seclusion time was too short. It's still too short. It's already been dozens of days. Fairy Hongxia said worriedly, this concubine thought that your injuries were extremely serious. It's still all right. Xiaohua didn't say much and left the back earth hall. From the outside, the back earth hall was extremely vast and dangerous. But from the inside, it was much easier. Even though the thick bone pillars were still bone pillars, they didn't have the same aura as before. They didn't look too different from the pillars of a normal palace. As soon as Xiao Chen stepped out of the back earth hall, he was greeted by several guards. They were lined up neatly on either side of the door. A tall and skinny dark-skinned soul warrior walked over to Xiao Chen and bowed. This one is Mo Han. Thank you for saving my life, young Master Xiao. Mo Han? Xiao Hua was surprised. He looked at this unfamiliar soul warrior and didn't have any impression of him. But then he remembered what Ji Man said in the back earth hall. Smiling, he raised his hand and said, don't thank me, don't thank me. It was nothing but a small effort from this Xiao. There's no need to thank me. This junior's injuries are quite serious. I've been resting for the past few days. When I heard that young Master Shao had come to the back earth hall, I hurried over. I must thank young Master Shao for his kindness. Mo Han said sincerely after being helped up. Mo Han, I've heard about your injuries. You should go back and rest. Ziming said with a smile, young Master Shao is a man with a big heart. You won't take this matter too seriously. Yes, this subordinate will go back now. Mo Han looked at Ziming, then looked at Xiao Huan smiled. Since this subordinate can see that young Master Shao and young Miss Ziming are both safe and sound, this subordinate can rest easy. After saying that, Mo Han turned around and left. When he left, his steps were still a bit light. It was obvious that his injuries hadn't healed yet. Alas, we soul warriors of Meng specialize in soul warriors. But some soul warriors have neglected to refine their bodies. Ziming looked at Mo Han's back and sighed. This Mo Han's injuries may be serious, but it's been several weeks. Even if they haven't healed, it shouldn't be like this. When Xiao Hua heard this, he raised an eyebrow as if he had discovered something. But just as he was about to say something, Ziming turned to look at Xiao Mao. She was a bit hesitant to talk to Xiao Hua too much. Ziming said, young Master Shao, I'm afraid you've been waiting for too long. As the saying goes, good things come with many setbacks. After so many things, young Master Shao will definitely have a good ending. Xiao Mao had gotten to know quite a few elders of Meng over the past few weeks. Even though he didn't talk too much, and didn't even talk about his origins, he had a general understanding of the situation in the Back Earth Stronghold and Shibai Stronghold. It was much clearer than what Ziming had told him, and what Old Wu had told him. Because of this, Xiao Mao wasn't too worried about his situation. When he heard Ziming's words, he quickly cupped his hands and said, young Miss Ziming. You've done a lot for this subordinate. This Xiao can't thank you enough. Hee, this is for young Master Shao, and at the same time, for this concubine. Ziming smiled and nodded. This concubine will go back to bathe and burn some incense. 3 days later, I'll invite the Netherworld Mirror and head to young Master Zhao's place. We'll use the 2 chances that we've obtained with great difficulty. Good. I'll wait for young Miss Ziming's good news. Xiao Mao smiled and nodded. Immediately after, Ziming ordered the guards beside her to send Xiao Hua and the rest back. Then, she hurriedly left. Seeing how Ziming had separated herself from Xiao Hua so clearly in front of her, and didn't even say a word, Fairy Hongxia snorted coldly in her heart. But at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly realized something and hurriedly looked in the direction Ziming had left. However, Ziming had already walked far away, and her graceful figure was nowhere to be seen. What's wrong? Do you have something to say again? Fairy Hongxia's tone was a little unfriendly. Xiao Hua nodded thoughtfully, indeed. Some things. If you think about it carefully, it's really interesting. What do you mean? Fairy Hongxia saw how serious Xiao Hua was and asked curiously. Xiao Hua took a look and transmitted his voice. Mo Han's words just now seemed to have another meaning. Although Mo Han was slightly injured, his injuries shouldn't be so serious. Not bad. Fairy Hongxia savored it carefully, and a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Mo Han didn't even know that you and Ziming had gone to the Netherworld together. Why did he say that he was relieved that young Master Shao and young Miss Ziming were safe and sound? Could it be? That's right. Perhaps that person in the Empress Earth Palace already has suspicions about Ziming. Xiao Hua nodded his head slightly and expressed his worries. Chapter 2909. Sigh, that's true. Fairy Hongxia also frowned. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Ziming's actions will sooner or later reach Huda's stronghold. Darling Xiao, since you've thought of it, why didn't you tell Ziming earlier? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Didn't I just think of it? I was just about to tell her when she left in a hurry. Perhaps, she already knows? Fairy Hongxia sighed, that should be the case. Ziming is very sensitive to such matters. Since you and I have thought of it, she must have understood as well. You and I don't have to worry too much. She should be able to protect herself. Let's hope so. The two of them transmitted their voices to each other as they slowly walked to the main hall where they were resting. After the guards had left, Xiaohua told Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao about his guess. The two of them were anxious when they heard it, but their thoughts were similar to Fairy Hongxia's. This Huda stronghold was a place where millions of descendants of the great god Hudu of Meng Mountain gathered. The mysteries within it were not something cultivators like them could fathom. Even if Xiaohua wanted to send a letter to Ziming, it would not be easy. He might even alert the enemy. Naturally, Xiaohua was not at ease with the three of them going somewhere else to meditate. Thus, he set up the capital star formation in the main hall where he meditated and the four of them rested. Seeing Fairy Hongxia and the other two closing their eyes and meditating, Xiaohua smiled and took out the storage pouch that Elder Ji Lan had given him. In fact, he was itching to see what was inside the pouch when he was in the main hall. However, he held back. Now that he had the time, he naturally wanted to take a look. Hiss, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the storage pouch, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The storage pouch was not big and looked very small. It was almost the same size as the low-grade storage pouch that Xiaohua had exchanged for 90 low-grade spirit stones. However, when Xiaohua saw what was inside, he knew that he was wrong. Furthermore, he could already imagine how many materials Elder Ji Lan had spent his entire life searching for. However, he still thought too little. Inside this small storage pouch, there were many different materials. These materials were of different shapes and colors, but without exception, they were all huge. Among these materials, there were some strange huge stone pillars. These stone pillars were iron gray in color and had thumb-sized lumps on them, giving them a heavy feeling. Some of them were huge square blocks. These square blocks were greenish-red in color, and there were some flame-like patterns on the surface. The patterns were dotted with star-shaped patterns, and they looked like little galaxies. There were also a lot of large, silvery white, irregular materials. These materials seemed to be broken into several pieces. There were some sawtooth-like cracks and some thick lines. There were also some oval-shaped, earthy yellow in color. The surface of these materials was smooth, without any bumps or bumps. Of course, other than these different materials, there were also many strange magic weapons stacked in a corner of the storage bag. What materials are these materials? Xiaohua was overjoyed, but at the same time, he was dumbfounded. He took out the bone and inspected it with his soul sense. Then, he nodded his head inwardly. This green and red color is called flame refinement, the silver color is called 10,000 rolls of snow, and the yellow color is called fire refinement. They are all extremely heavy materials that contain the 5 elements, and are unique to these millions of Meng mountains. Sai, these are the materials that Elder Ji Lan spent his entire life searching for. After a brief inspection, Xiaohua sent the storage pouch into the immortal dimension, leaving only 2 of the bones in his hands. Xiaohua took a quick look at the bone that recorded the fall of the Dao sect senior and sent it into the immortal dimension. Xiaohua would not recklessly enter a dangerous place where even the Dao sect senior had fallen. Next, Xiaohua placed all his attention on the refining method of the heaven leveling staff. Xiaohua's current refining level was already very high. Previously, he had fused the exquisite gold and great wisdom heavy sword into the 5 elements will heaven leveling staff. Now, with the help of the refining method, he naturally gained a lot. The more he looked at it, the more a smile appeared on his face. 3 days later, Xiaohua opened his eyes and stood up, keeping the capital star's array. Fairy Hongxia and the rest stood up as well. When they opened the door of the hall, some guards were already waiting for them outside. Translator's thoughts lamb_lamb_lamb_lamb_lamb_lamb_. Seeing the 2 rows of guards guarding the steps in front of the palace, Xiaohua understood that Zi Ming would definitely be able to obtain the spirit treasure nether passage mirror from the Empress Earth stronghold today. Thus, the four of them opened the palace door and stood guard outside, quietly waiting for Zi Ming's arrival. Who would have thought that this wait lasted until noon? Seeing that the scarlet sun was already high above their heads, Zi Ming still hadn't arrived. If it wasn't for Imo Han's warning, Xiaohua wouldn't have let his imagination run wild. Thinking that even Imo Han had sensed something, could Zi Ming still be safe? Xiaohua could not help but become impatient. Big brother, don't be anxious. Let me go ask. Xiao Mao saw Xiaohua's impatience and hurriedly said. Xiaohua nodded gloomily. He had a bad premonition in his heart. However, when Xiao Mao walked out of the palace and asked the guards, he came back with a smile on his face. Big brother, we were all wrong. Xiao Mao said, that nether passage mirror can only be used at night. At this time, the sun is high in the sky and the yang energy is abundant. How can it communicate with the netherworld? Oh, that's true. Xiaohua suddenly understood, and his heart relaxed. Moreover, that guard also said. Miss Zi Ming entered the ancestral hall 3 days ago and will come out after dusk today. They are only waiting here according to the ancestors' rules. Xiao Mao pointed at those guards again. Xiaohua smiled and said, it seems that, we are somewhat like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Yes, little brother was too impatient. Xiao Mao pursed his lips and said with a smile, little brother really can't wait to know what mother looks like. At this point, Xiaohua unconsciously raised his eyes and looked at Li Zongbao, who had not spoken much during this period of time. However, he saw that Li Zongbao was now similar to when he was in the great battle of Dao Sword. His face was as calm as water, as if what everyone said had nothing to do with him. AI, the treasured mirror of parting emotions, the treasured mirror of parting emotions. Xiaohua sighed. It was originally a cultivation technique that made people fickle and heartless. Coupled with the backlash of the spiritual tool, senior brother Li's situation. I don't know if it's good or bad. Since they knew that nothing would happen, the four of them simply sat behind the door of the hall. The four of them all had secret techniques to comprehend, so they had to hurry. In a flash, thin clouds rose from the west, and a crescent moon that was thinner than a light eyebrow gradually hung in the sky. Zi Ming, who was dressed in plain clothes, finally arrived. Without waiting for Zi Ming to approach the steps of the main hall, the guards lined up on both sides of the hall put their hands on the ground and bent their bodies. A kind of fear and a kind of reverence flashed in their eyes as they looked at Zi Ming, who was holding a white bone bracelet. This bone bracelet was extremely strange. It looked like Zi Ming was holding it with both hands, but in reality, it was 2 inches away from Zi Ming's hands, floating in the air. Moreover, this bone bracelet really did not stop rotating, sometimes left and right, sometimes up and down. A kind of dark green brilliance was born from the bone bracelet, as if it was a dark green ball of light. At this time, Zi Ming's expression was solemn. Her head was lowered, and her eyes were also looking at the bone bracelet. That night, her face was painted with a dark green color, which looked somewhat strange. Behind Zi Ming, there were also a dozen maidservants dressed in plain clothes. Their dressing was completely different from during the day. About 10 zhang behind these maidservants, elder Sun Yu of the Jing Apple village was waiting there with a little girl who was not more than 6 or 7 years old. When Xiaohua and the others sensed Zi Ming's arrival, they all walked out of the main hall, originally wanting to welcome him. However, when they saw the solemn ceremony of the Huda village, they hurriedly returned to the main hall, fearing that their recklessness would disrupt the ceremony and cause trouble for no reason. Sure enough, when the four of them just returned to the main hall, a burst of singing and footsteps sounded. Those guards and the maidservants behind Zi Ming actually began to dance. Strands of light green brilliance slowly appeared, covering the main hall. Then, it slowly entered the dark green ball of light. After the time it took to eat a meal, the noise outside the main hall slowly stopped as Zi Ming's footsteps finally stepped on the stairs. Young Master Xiao, please come with me. Ziming walked into the main hall, his face as calm as water. Without even looking at the four of them, he just whispered an order and slowly walked towards the center of the main hall. Xiao Hua was slightly startled. He did not understand if he was talking about himself. However, when he saw Xiao Mao hurriedly walking towards him, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although the reason he came to the Huda village and used the Netherlink mirror was for Li Zongbao, in terms of importance, Xiao Mao was still the most important person. He did not seem to have done anything to use the Netherlink mirror, so why did Ziming call him? Seeing that Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia had also followed Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua looked at the maidservants who came in. Elder Sun Yu and the little boy who were waiting at the entrance of the main hall also quickly followed. When they reached the center of the main hall, Ziming stopped and respectfully placed his hands above his head. The bone bracelet also slowly rose up. After that, Ziming's hands and feet began to tremble, and he also began to dance. At the same time, he was also muttering some strange language of Meng Mountain. As he muttered, strands of green light flashed out, gradually entangling the ball of light of the bone bracelet. A buzzing sound was gradually heard, and the dark green brilliance gradually vibrated and became brighter as the green light increased. Puff! While Ziming was chanting, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the dark green brilliance that was as thin as a cicada's wing. With a cracking sound, the brilliance suddenly condensed into a single point and shot towards the top and bottom of the bone bracelet. With a muffled boom, as if the door of a house had been opened, two fist-sized holes appeared on the top and bottom of the bone bracelet. With a splash, like a blood waterfall, the blood of the netherworld gushed out from the holes and rushed into the middle of the bone bracelet along the brilliance. In that instant, the entire bone bracelet turned blood red. At the same time, a layer of blood membrane was formed from the bone bracelet. This blood membrane did not stop, but condensed into blood on the other side of the bone bracelet and rushed into the other hole. Chapter 29:10. Ziming's face was pale. He pointed at the netherworld mirror, and the blood-red membrane slowly fell down. It was about the height of a person, and the netherworld water on the blood membrane slowly flowed. It looked very similar to a mirror. Young Master Xiao, Ziming spoke, come closer and think of the person you are looking for. That person's face will appear on the netherworld mirror. Even her situation in the netherworld may appear. Yes. At this point, how could Xiao Mao still be suspicious of this spirit treasure that was obviously not related to a mirror? He walked in front of the blood membrane with great sincerity and opened his eyes wide. Although Xiao Hua was not close to the blood membrane, he still stared at it closely, trying to find something from it. Unfortunately, after half a cup of tea's time, the entire blood membrane flashed with a green light, and then it shone like a bright moon. It covered Xiao Mao's entire face. After half a cup of tea's time, the green light dimmed, and the blood membrane gradually revealed itself. Behind the green light, Xiao Mao had tears streaming down his face. Young Master Li, Ziming's expression did not change, and he ordered methodically, "It's your turn." "Okay." Li Zongbao replied. Although his expression was calm, his voice was obviously trembling, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Xiao Mao retreated, and hurriedly took out a jade scroll. He sat down cross-legged, and without caring about the others, he immersed his spirit into it. Li Zongbao walked to where Xiao Mao was, and similarly opened his eyes wide, staring at the blood membrane. After a while, the green light flashed, and Li Zongbao's face was also covered. But it only covered for a moment, and the green light disappeared again. Only the faint sound of flowing water could be heard from the blood membrane. "Ah! Why is this?" Li Zongbao was extremely surprised, and looked at Ziming. Ziming said indifferently, "The person young Master Li is thinking of is not in the netherworld, or rather, she is not dead." "How is that possible?" Not only was Li Zongbao shocked, even Xiao Hua and Fairy Hongxia were shocked. Li Zongbao turned to look at Xiao Hua. Her corpse was personally sent back by this Xiao. Xiao Hua hastily said as he took a step forward. That's right, I personally buried her. Fairy Hongxia said curiously, could it be that she has already reincarnated? Reincarnation may not be true. Ming replied indifferently. Even if there is such a thing as reincarnation, the spirit treasures of my Ho-Tu stronghold can see it. Unless this person isn't dead. Let me take a look again. Li Zongbao asked in disbelief. Young Master Li has already seen it. You can't look at it anymore. Ming shook his head. However, since Mr. Li did not see it, it doesn't count. Between Mr. Xiao and Fairy Hongxia, one of them can still see it. You go. Xiao Hua said to Fairy Hongxia without hesitation. All right. Fairy Hongxia also missed her elder sister immensely and hurriedly walked over. Li Zongbao hurriedly stepped aside. Under the watchful gazes of the masses, Fairy Hongxia did the same as Li Zongbao. The brilliance did not stop at all as it disappeared in a flash. That's right. This person wasn't dead. There's no need to look anymore. Ming became more and more certain. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, Young Master Xiao, you have 2 chances. Come and take a look. Me? What do I have to look at? Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. Although Xiao Hongyue and Gong Mingwei had fallen for a long time, Xiao Hua had a deep impression of their voices and smiles. There was no need for him to look. Furthermore, the 2 of them were in another world in the netherworld. Xiao Hua did not want to disturb them. Sigh, if only senior sister was here. Xiao Hua thought and turned to look at Elder Sun Yu and the young child. He said, let's invite Elder Sun Yu over. After all, they have proper matters to attend to. Ming naturally knew of Xiao Hua's kindness. He nodded his head and said, Elder Sun Yu, invite Bo Hong over. All right. Elder Sun Yu was overjoyed. He hurriedly brought the young child over. Ming was afraid that the young child did not know, so he repeated the key points again. Only then did he let the young child stand there. Although the young child named Bo Hong was young, his eyes flashed with determination. He bit his lips and looked at the blood membrane. This time, it was even easier. In a breath's time, a green light covered Bo Hong's face. After a cup of tea's time, the green light dispersed. After the green light disappeared, Bo Hong's face revealed a terrified expression. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. However, the child's small hands were tightly clenched, although they were trembling. Saw it? Elder Sun Yu's face was extremely gloomy as he asked in a deep voice. Bo Hong did not answer. He only nodded his head firmly. Elder Sun Yu sighed. He raised his head and said to Ming, Young Miss Ming, there should be one more chance for this netherworld mirror. Can you? Ming knew what he wanted to say. He shook his head and said, it's almost past midnight. It's too late to ask her to come over. Sigh, fate makes fools of people. Elder Sun Yu held Bo Hong's hand and bowed to Ming. He then thanked Xiao Hua and the others and stood to the side. There's still a cup of tea's worth of time left. Ming looked around and her gaze landed on Xiao Hua. She said indifferently, Young Master Xiao won 2 chances to use the netherworld mirror. Because of this, you also lost Sai. This opportunity cannot be wasted. Right now, only young Master Xiao can use the netherworld mirror. Come over. But who am I looking at? Xiao Hua scratched his head. He knew that this was a rare opportunity that could not be wasted. However, he really did not know who to look at. Forget it. Let's look at Master. Xiao Hua walked in front of the blood membrane and said in his heart, when I see senior sister and second senior brother, I can explain it to them. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua looked at the blood membrane that was flowing like water. Xiao Hua's eyes fell on the blood membrane, but his mind couldn't calm down. Xiao Hongyue's and Gong Mingwei's faces kept appearing in his mind. Although the flowing blood membrane flickered with a faint green light, it didn't shine for a long time. This adult had experienced many things and thought about many things. Although he was a cultivator and paid attention to his Tao heart, he was not as pure as a child. Forget it. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He knew that he was unable to calm down. Just as he was about to move his eyes away, an unimaginable thought suddenly appeared in his mind. That's right. Why can't I think about my own life? Perhaps I can see something from it. Dream. I remember that when Hong Xia was in danger at the Sword Peak, this name suddenly appeared in my mind. Perhaps I can find something from it. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and gradually wiped away the faces of Xiao Hongyue and Gong Mingwei. Gradually, a faintly discernible beauty mark appeared in his mind. Ziming was also somewhat anxious. Seeing that the time was about to come, the netherworld mirror still had not emitted a green light. Just as she was about to speak, a wang sound was heard. The entire netherworld mirror emitted an intense brilliance. In an instant, it covered Xiao Hua. This brilliance was so intense that it far exceeded what Ziming had seen before. Ziming was shocked. As for Xiao Hua, in the instant that beauty mark appeared in his mind, he saw the blood membrane that was originally gurgling with blood suddenly become blurry. It was as if it had entered a teleportation. All of the blood vessels were distorted and all of the green light was elongated. After a burst of light and shadow changed in front of his eyes, a huge pitch-black silhouette appeared in front of him. It was like a huge palace, but also like an unparalleled monster in the world. However, before he could see clearly what this silhouette was, an extremely strange and icy cold voice resounded by his ear, and it spoke a few words that he didn't understand at all. Immediately after, his vision became heavy as numerous enormous shadows smashed down like boulders, and the blood-red nether passage mirror appeared before his eyes once more. However, at this time, all of the blood within the netherworld mirror was cut off. All of the green light was scattered. Moreover, this scattering spread to the bone ring around the blood membrane in an instant. Kacha! A few crisp sounds rang out. The entire bone ring cracked in 3 places. A mirror-like shadow flashed out at the same time as the cracks appeared. It turned into specks of light and rushed into the blood flow. Moreover, as the bone ring broke, the 2 holes pierced by the green light instantly disappeared. The large amount of blood flowing between the 2 holes immediately turned into an incomparably ferocious hell wind that soared into the sky. It was like a huge hammer smashing towards the roof of the hall. Although the roof of the main hall flashed with green light, which seemed to be the defense of the soul array, under this unparalleled netherworld wind pillar, it was easily torn apart. A hole of about 10 feet appeared on the roof of the main hall. The netherworld wind pillar rushed into the night sky and disappeared. Only faint starlight sprinkled down from the hole and fell on Ziming, who was caught off guard and did not know what to do. And on the entire main hall, all of the people who were dumbfounded. Young Master Xiao. What are you doing? After a long while, Ziming hesitantly asked. His gaze timidly looked at the bone ring that had already broken into several pieces and fallen on the floor of the main hall. I really did not do anything. Xiao Hua was also extremely wronged. I just wanted to take a look. I did not expect it to be like this. Ziming almost wanted to cry. He asked closely, Then what did you see? What did you want to see? I also do not know what I wanted to see. And I also do not know what I saw. Xiao Hua wanted to cry even more. He really did not see anything. It was just a blurry outline. Who the hell knew what it was? Young Master Xiao, you have caused this concubine to suffer. Ziming stomped his feet and bent down to pick up the bone ring. But at this time, a ghostly voice came from the hole. Ziming. This is all because of you. How did this old woman treat you? You can ask yourself. I did not expect you to do such a thing against this old woman. G-man. Xiao Hua and Zi Ming were both shocked. They were about to raise their heads to look at the sky. At this time, a strong turbulence rushed in from the hole. It was like a netherworld wind pillar that broke the sky and trapped Xiao Hua and the other 4 people. Chapter 29:11. Xiao Hua didn't even have time to use his mana before he felt a sharp pain in his head. If his soul stab was like a sharp knife, then G-Man's soul stab was like a mountain of knives and a sea of knives. Xiao Hua's body was covered in cuts and bruises. Moreover, in the instant his magic power became sluggish and his head started to hurt, several dark green rays of light entangled by the black gas descended from the sky like dark green pythons, firmly trapping Xiao Hua. Not only was his magic power shackled, even his physical body was numb and powerless. Roar. How could Xiao Hua allow himself to be captured so easily? He forcefully activated the Dragonization Manual and also forcefully activated the Celestial Body Bestowment Technique. A layer of faint golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. This golden light was like a thorn that pierced straight into the dark green giant python, forcefully creating a gap of half an inch. Humph. There was another cold snort. A pale white streak of light came down from the sky. It was a soul armament. This soul armament was about the size of a palm, but it suddenly expanded in size in the wind of the netherworld. Like a giant hand, it slammed into Xiao Hua's golden light. Kacha kacha. There was a series of cracking sounds as the large lock turned into a shackle that locked Xiao Hua's entire body in place. One by one, white bones started to form and pierce deep into Xiao Hua's body. The golden light around Xiao Hua's body was immediately extinguished. 2 sharp sword-like bone spurs emerged from the shackles and protruded from Xiao Hua's back. They dangerously pressed against the back of Xiao Hua's head and the top of his head. Those sharp points had already pierced into Xiao Hua's skin. An enormous force emerged from the white bones of the shackles. Not only did it completely confine Xiao Hua's body in meridians, it also sealed the mysterious dark clouds. Xiao Hua sighed. This G-Man was far too strong. Looking at Zi Ming and the others, he saw that they were also trapped by the giant python. There was nothing they could do to resist. Xiao Hua looked up to see G-Man's malevolent face. Slowly coming out from the hole, G-Man's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at everyone. Lord G-Man, Xiao Hua struggled with all his might, but it seemed that he still had some strength left in him. He shouted, "This Xiao was the one who broke this nether passage mirror. I will bear all the responsibility." The nether passage mirror. Hee, you're really powerful, spiritual master Xiao. You actually destroyed the soul treasure of my Huda stockade. Do you really intend to join hands with this slut to snatch my Huda stockade from my hands? When G-Man heard this, he glanced at the wreckage of the Netherlink mirror on the ground. A trace of astonishment flashed across his face as he spoke coldly. G-Man, what do you mean? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Zi Ming also said coldly, although this boy has made some mistakes, when has he ever had such a rebellious heart? Could it be that G-Man? Heh, if you have a mind to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You really won't turn back until you hit the wall. What are you still trying to hide from me? With a wave of G-Man's hand, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the hall. Over 100 armored guards were escorting dozens of soul warriors into the hall. These dozens of soul warriors were all drenched in blood, and their faces were filled with malevolence. What is this for? Zi Ming squinted his eyes and said indifferently, "These are all boys' close attendants." It was precisely because the boy was worried that the Huda stockade's defense would be lax that he sent them out to patrol. G-Man captured them all and even tortured them for questioning. Why? Could it be? G-Man wants to force the boy into harm? Ha, what do I need a reason to do? You're just a candidate for G-Man. Do I need to force you into harm? G-Man laughed bitterly. It's just that I never thought that this old woman would be so kind to you. Everything I did was for your sake. I even gave you a fair chance. But, you're actually a mountain wolf that can't be tamed. Just a little bit of success and you became so arrogant. Not only did you do so many things behind my back that made my heart cold, you even killed Lu. Did you know? Lu had warned this old woman more than once, but this old woman had always believed you. I thought that a woman who vowed to revive others would not have any evil intentions. But I never thought that your revival of others was just an excuse. It was just a way for you to cover up your evil deeds. Once the time is right, you'll reveal your sharp teeth. You really made me give up. G-Man, why don't you stop talking? Facing G-Man's madness, Ziming replied indifferently, could it be that you didn't sleep well last night and suddenly went crazy? For no reason, you killed the boy's close attendants and even captured the boy and the others. You even took out the Huda Stockade's soul lock to deal with the guests from the country of Shi. Oh, what does your Lu's life have to do with the boy? Besides, the one who wants him dead is probably that Lu called Ziyan, right? The boy only needs to light up the soul loss lamp and he'll be G-Man. Why do you have to look for trouble and take other people's lives? Hee, even now, you're still so stubborn. Don't think that I can't kill you just because Elder Wu isn't in the Huda Stockade. G-Man sneered, knowing that Ziming had nothing to fear. She clapped her hands and took out a fist-sized token, saying, of course, I won't kill you secretly. The reason I made such a big fuss is to tell the whole Huda Stockade that I have Elder Wu's token in my hands. With this token, as long as I bring you to the ancestral temple and report to the Huda Great God, I'll be able to exercise Elder Wu's responsibility. Naturally, I can also use this to kill all of you. Hearing this, Ziming's face turned pale, but then he smiled faintly. Boy has long thought about this situation. You want to get rid of the boy and make way for your Lu. It's not that the boy doesn't know. It's just that the boy has always been under Elder Wu's protection and didn't let you succeed. Now that Elder Wu is really on a long journey, you're using this opportunity to show off your power. The boy had long expected this when he returned to the Huda Stockade. However, the boy didn't expect you to wait until now to make your move. You're really shrewd. Humph, G-Man snorted again, her anger rising again. You're just like that bitch, always thinking that you're infallible and putting your own thoughts on others. You only think that you're the most reasonable person in the world. Don't you think that if I had the intention to get rid of you, why would I wait until now? Even if Elder Wu is in the Huda Stockade, I can still kill you. You. Haven't you already done it? You. Why didn't you wait for Elder Wu to come back? Ziming bit his lips so hard that some blood vessels appeared, and he reprimanded her word by word. That's because I can't wait any longer. G-Man's voice was terrifyingly cold. Lu has some expectations for Elder Wu's position, and I know that. But I've warned him before, Meng Mountains will always have a lot of kinship, and we can't split the Huda Stockade into two just because of some power. In the early years, the ancestors of Meng Mountains had such considerations when they set up Elder Wu and G-Man in the Shaman Stockade. Lu is very obedient, and he's always listened to my words. He's always given in to you, and he's never fought with Zai for anything in the Huda Stockade. But this time, when the weather in Meng Mountains changed, you lit up the soul-drawing lantern, disregarding the life and death of the people of Meng Mountains. Lu is very obedient, and for the sake of the people of Meng Mountains, he worked tirelessly. I don't even know how many hardships he went through before he finally found the source of the change in the weather, and he even asked for a battle before me, saying that he's willing to lead his subordinates to wipe it out. Look at what Lu has done, and look at you. You've really disgusted me. I really don't know how I've tolerated you all these years. The more G-Man spoke, the more agitated she became, and her entire body was trembling. It seemed like she was really enraged by the sudden news. Of course you like your Lu. No one else can compare to him. Ziming had already thrown caution to the wind, and he didn't care about anything else. He said calmly, but do you know what your Lu did in Huda Stockade? What did he do in the vicinity of Peacock Mound? Haha. That's right, you're absolutely right. In your eyes, Lu has always been a thorn in your side. That so-called change in the weather is probably a trap that you've painstakingly set up, right? It was also you who leaked this information to Lu, through someone else, right? You didn't dare to ask for help from Huda Stockade, so you took advantage of the cultivators you've met in Shi to ask them to help you, right? G-Man laughed angrily. My poor Lu, that day, I even told him clearly that such a change in the weather could not be caused by a single soul beast. But for the sake of the people of Meng Mountains, he didn't listen to my advice, and even said that he wouldn't know until he tried. If you had 10% of Lu's loyalty, how could you have thought of such a vicious plan to kill Xiao Chang? At this point, G-Man waved her hand and said coldly, kill them all. Yes. The guards in the hall responded. At the same time, they waved their hands. Without using any machetes, the heads of the dozens of captured spirit warriors were immediately separated from their necks. Their blood spurted high into the air, and the entire hall was immediately filled with the pungent smell of blood. However, all the spirit warriors in the hall seemed to be very familiar with this. Even the 10-year-old child from Jing Chang Stockade didn't show any signs of fear. The guards threw away the corpses of the dead spirit warriors and strode to the pool of blood in front of them. They reached out their hands and picked up the heads of the spirit warriors, stuffing them into their waists. Ziming coldly looked at this scene and said coldly, just now you said that others killed Xiao Chang, but now you killed the spirit warriors of Huda Stockade in the blink of an eye, and you didn't even ask. It was my order, how could they deserve the death penalty? Heh, you finally admit it? G-Man laughed coldly. This old woman thought that you would be stubborn to the end. What did I admit? These are just my subordinates. Whatever they did, it should be my responsibility. If you didn't want to cut off my power, why would you suddenly kill them? Ziming denied again. Xiao Hua was very surprised. He didn't understand why Ziming would hide the truth of the matter. Didn't Ziming have a soul item that contained the souls of the demon dwellers? If he took it out and showed it to G-Man, she would know. Ziming also said clearly that G-Man and Elder Wu were soul cultivators. It was very unlikely that they would be possessed by the demon dwellers. Chapter 29:12. Ha, G-Man threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was sharp like an owl's. If this old one doesn't bring out the evidence, I'm afraid you'll never admit it. Your personality is exactly the same as that slut's. Men. Following G-Man's order, a short, dark-skinned and skinny soul warrior rushed into the hall. Xiao Hua stared at the soul warrior for a long time, but he couldn't see anything. In his eyes, the dark skinny soul warriors didn't look too different from each other. If they didn't have any obvious characteristics, he might not be able to tell them apart. The soul warrior rushed into the hall and knelt in front of G-Man. He pointed at Ziming, Xiao Hua, and the others and said sorrowfully, G-Man, you must seek justice for young Master Ziyan. They were the ones who worked together to kill young Master Ziyan, near the Yellow Sand Ridge. I risked my life to escape from their hands. I didn't even have the time to collect young Master's corpse. Ji Qing, don't worry. Take your time and tell me all the details clearly. Not only are the elders of the Huda Stockade here, but there are also G-Man and the others from the Jing Apple Stockade. They will definitely seek justice for you and announce this matter to the public. G-Man's tone calmed down as he instructed. Xiao Hua frowned and raised his head to look. Sure enough, the elders he saw at the back Earth Hall, as well as G-Man and the others from the Jing Apple Stronghold, were slowly walking into the hall. Each of them had a look of astonishment on their faces as they looked at the hall strangely. They seemed to have been summoned by G-Man from all over the place. Yes. Ji Qing took a deep breath and said, on that day, young Master Ziyan received the news. As Ji Qing explained the ins and outs of the matter, everyone's face was filled with indignation. According to Ji Qing, Ziyan was the one who fell into Zi Ming's trap for the sake of Meng Shan's life, and Zi Ming was the one who wanted to eliminate Ziyan at all costs for the sake of Ji Man's position. In the end, Ji Qing even prostrated himself on the ground and said, "Ji Man, there were dozens of brothers who came back with this little one. We rushed back to the Back Earth stronghold day and night, but we didn't expect Miss Zi Ming to set up an ambush along the way. Except for this little one, the other brothers were all killed by her trusted subordinates. This little one hid in Huanqi Mountain for a long time and didn't dare to show my face. If I didn't meet Elder Yen Su from the Kenji stronghold and know that young Master Ziyi had returned to the embrace of the great god Hudu, many Wu elders and Ji Man had gathered at the Back Earth stronghold, this little one wouldn't have dared to ask Elder Yen Su to send this little one back to the Back Earth stronghold." Sigh. Xiao Mao couldn't help but sigh when he heard Ji Qing's words. Ji Qing's ability to lie was comparable to Xiao Hua's. Therefore, everything he said was basically true. However, he would always say one or two lies at the end of the story. These few lies would distort the truth of the entire matter, causing people to think that Ziyan, who was originally an evil person, was the incomparably righteous Ziyan, while Zi Ming, who was killed, became the main culprit. However, Zi Ming didn't have anything to refute, because she really did kill him afterwards. "How is it?" Ji Man asked indifferently. "Zi Ming, what else do you have to say?" "Ji Man killed Ziyan. The boy doesn't deny it." Zi Ming finally spoke. "But why didn't you think that the boy could have dealt with Ziyan and the 9 divine guards by relying on these few cultivators from the country of Shi?" However, just as Zi Ming finished speaking, he sighed again. "Sure enough," Ji Man coldly said, "that drought demon was your trap. The 9 divine guards were simply no match for drought demon. You naturally didn't rely on these cultivators, but rather that drought demon." Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao and also smiled bitterly. Who would have known that drought demon had pledged allegiance to Xiao Mao later on? Xiao Hua naturally also thought that Zi Ming's maids could testify for her. However, Xiao Hua had seen a few of these maids at the very beginning. Later on, they disappeared without a trace. Obviously, they were killed by Ziyan. How could they testify? Why wasn't it Ziyan who set up a trap to deal with the boy? Zi Ming couldn't help but refute. Ji Man glanced at Zi Ming and Xiao Hua, nodded and said, as the first candidate for Ji Man's position, "If Ziyan wanted to meddle with the Grand Witch, he could naturally deal with you. But he cares about Meng Mountain and wants to benefit the people of Meng Mountain and save them from danger. Why would he care about the position of Grand Witch? Look at you. I already know that this so-called Daoist Xiao has some seeds that can try to solve the current predicament, but for your own selfishness, you used them as the price to haggle with me and Grand Witch. You took these seeds in your own hands. You even want to use these seeds to set up another leader outside of Grand Witch and Ji Man of Huda's stronghold, dividing the people of Huda's stronghold. Zi Ming, oh Zi Ming, your intentions are terrible." "Seeds? What seeds?" Ji Man of Jingong's stronghold was puzzled. "The seeds taken from the netherworld, could it be that they can't compare to these seeds? Go and ask him." Ji Man pointed at another skinny old man in the distance. When the old man saw Ji Man pointing at him, he quickly walked out from the crowd, bowed and said, "I'm Grand Witch of Weeping Fowl Stronghold. More than half a year ago, I learned from the people of Wu Stronghold that they are planting a strange seed. This seed is different from the previous ones. It's not afraid of the drought in Meng Mountain, and it grows very fast, much faster than the previous seeds." Overjoyed, I quickly asked, and only then did I know that it was Miss Zi Ming's doing. Of course, at that time, I guessed that it was Ji Man's grace to let Miss Zi Ming pick the most difficult Wu stronghold to try. She must not have much confidence, and if she had a result, she would definitely come to me and Grand Witch to discuss this matter. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't receive the summons of Ji Man and Grand Witch. Instead, I received the bad news of young Master Zai. I came to Huda's stronghold because I missed young Master Zai, and also because I wanted to ask Ji Man and Grand Witch about the seeds. But, during the entire ceremony, G-Man didn't mention anything about the seeds, so I didn't dare to probe further. So, I waited in the stronghold, trying to see if I could get the seeds as soon as possible. After all, although the seeds were useful, they were too little. If G-Man could give us more seeds, the people of Weeping Fowl Stronghold wouldn't starve to death anymore. The Grand Witch continued, but after waiting for a long time, I didn't see anything. Thinking of those people who starved to death, I couldn't hold it in any longer. That's why I boldly asked to see Master G-Man. You can leave now. G-Man nodded. After I get the seeds, I'll give them to Weeping Fowl Stronghold first. Thank you, G-Man. The old man bowed and left. G-Man, Jingapple Stronghold needs more seeds. G-Man of Jingapple Stronghold quickly shouted. I know. G-Man took a deep breath and said, I don't even have a single seed now. What do you want me to give you? This. G-Man of Jingapple Stronghold quickly looked at Ziming. Ziming. This is also the reason why I'm extremely disappointed in you, and why I've completely given up on you. G-Man said, you clearly have the seeds that can save the people of Meng Mountains, why don't you take them out? Do you think the position of G-Man is more important, or the people of Meng Mountains? If you want the position of G-Man, you only need to tell me. As long as you take out the seeds, even if the soul-setting lamp isn't repaired, even if you can't light up the soul-setting lamp, I can still appoint you as G-Man's successor. I can even give you the position of G-Man right now. You're so straightforward. But if the boy offers the seeds, I'm afraid you'll be the first to send the boy to meet the great god Hoodoo. Ziming stiffened his neck and said coldly. But what about now? G-Man's tone was also cold. You've given up your life, but didn't you still give the seeds to me? Don't you feel regret? That's right. That day, the boy had already told others. This seeds will eventually be given to the people of Meng Mountains, or when the boy lights up the soul-setting lamp, or when the boy returns to the embrace of the great god Hoodoo. Therefore, the boy has never felt regret. G-Man. Xiaohua saw that Ziming was already determined to die, so he quickly called out. Shut up. G-Man scolded and waved the bone staff in her hand. Xiaohua immediately couldn't speak. He couldn't even open his mouth to speak. Xiao Mao and the others were also the same. It's all because of you Daoist sect cultivators from the country of Shi. Ziming was originally a good person, but after getting to know you guys, his heart had these filthy thoughts. If you guys didn't talk to him about revenge or his background, how could he have fallen into such a dead situation? G-Man said fiercely. Xiaohua was anxious. He finally understood why G-Man didn't care about Xiao Mao's matter. Moreover, he also understood that today, G-Man had the intention to kill, and none of them would be able to survive. Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly, trying to come up with a countermeasure. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was too far away from G-Man, and his entire body was sealed by G-Man. Now, he couldn't use any of his methods, so how could he fight back? I'm afraid this is the only method left. Xiaohua quickly sent his mind into the mysterious dark cloud. Although that place was sealed by the soul lock and his soul strands, primordial spirit and little white dragon couldn't come out, his mind still had a trace of connection with his primordial spirit. He urged the primordial spirit in the dark cloud to speed up the practice of the soul strands, so that he could fight back before G-Man killed him. G-Man. Ziming said indifferently, the boy can offer the seeds, but G-Man must agree to one condition of the boy. What condition? G-Man asked back. Young Master Xiao and the others have nothing to do with this matter. They only occasionally got involved. Moreover, these seeds were brought here by young Master Xiao from the country of Shi. As long as you let them go, the boy will immediately offer up the seeds. Ziming glanced at Xiaohua, who had his eyes closed, and said softly. See, hearing this, Xiaohua immediately opened his eyes. He was wrong. So, the reason why Ziming didn't take out the seeds was to use them as a bargaining chip to exchange for a chance to save them. Chapter 29:13. If I don't release them, will you not give me those millet seeds? G-Man sneered. That's right. Those millet seeds, boy, have been taken out of Huda's stronghold by my subordinates. As soon as they hear the news of the boy's death, they will immediately destroy the soul nest. They don't even know what's inside. Ming nodded. Huh, look, G-Man pointed with her hand. You are the descendant of Huda, great god, but you don't treat your own people as your own. The trillions of people in Meng Mountain are not even worth a few damn cultivators. If I compromise with you, how am I going to explain to Huda, great god? Not to mention that they killed Lu, I will not let them go. Just because they led you astray, I will kill them. G-Man, Ming said anxiously, they really have nothing to do with this. Ziyan's death was also because they wanted to save the boy. G-Man waved her hand, stopping Ming's explanation, and said, don't worry, I will definitely kill them by your side. I will let you know the feeling of your loved one dying before you die. Hearing the words of his loved one, Ming's face flushed red. The hatred in his eyes faded as he glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua had his eyes closed and did not know. Fairy Hongxia was a little embarrassed and angry. She glared fiercely at Ming. Poor Fairy Hongxia. Previously, she had been burdened by Jiu Xia's matter and was somewhat resentful towards Xiaohua. However, Jiu Xia had saved her life. Furthermore, Jiu Xia knew when to stop and leave. This made Fairy Hongxia feel somewhat comforted. Now that they came to Huda's stronghold, this Ming was actually Ziyi. He actually. Back in Sky Patrol City, before Fairy Hongxia joined the battle, he already had an affair with Xiaohua. How could Fairy Hongxia not be miserable? Now, Fairy Hongxia had not recovered from the joy and shock of knowing that her sister did not die. Once again, she was awakened by G-Man's words. How could she not be angry? Since G-Man knows about this, then, you must know that if young Master Xiao and the others cannot leave safely, that millet boy will definitely be destroyed. Ming said resolutely. Hee, since you have such thoughts, then, you should also understand my feelings. Since they killed Lu, this old woman will definitely not let them off. G-Man replied word by word. You're so good at devising strategies, but there's still a flaw. Not to mention that after I kill you all, I can still find the seed in your storage bags. Why don't you try? Ming sneered. G-Man ignored her and continued, furthermore, since you've already broken off all ties with this old woman, you shouldn't have used the seed on the way back to the Back Earth Stockade. Now, even if I were to kill all of you, with those seeds in Weeping Lychee Stronghold, I have absolute confidence that I can replace all the seeds in Meng Mountains within 100 years. The millet seeds in your hands right now, it doesn't matter if this old woman wants them or not. It was just a matter of starving the people to death. The sins of these people will all be on your head. Do you think this boy didn't think of this? Speaking up to hear, Ming's eyes flashed with a touch of tenderness. Unfortunately, young Master Xiao and the others have the world in their hearts. Although they are not the people of Meng Mountains, they are better than the people of Meng Mountains. When they saw too many people starving to death along the way, they threw their own safety to the back of their minds and insisted on keeping the millet seeds. Although this boy knows that this is not appropriate, it can't stop them from being kind. If they were kind, why would they set a trap in the peacock tomb with you? G-Man didn't believe it at all. She waved her hand and said, the truth has been revealed, and this old woman has said all that I can say. In addition, this old woman has revealed this matter in front of all the elders, and recorded this matter in the Magus Code. Even if the Grand Magus returns, even if the people of Back Earth Stockade ask, this old woman has a reason to reply. Ming, now that things have come to this old woman doesn't want to say anything more. When you return to the embrace of Back Earth Great God, you can reflect on your evil deeds. Xiao Mao didn't know what Xiaohua was doing, but his calmness was different from Li Zongbao's. His corporeal body struggled to break free, and he even opened his mouth to scream. He really wanted to tell the truth, and let Ziming take out the soul artifact that imprisoned the demon's soul. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free, and he couldn't even say a single word. Fairy Hongxia looked at Li Zongbao, and there was helplessness in both of their eyes. They knew that the danger today was far greater than anything they had ever faced before. When the city gate was on fire, the fish in the moat would also suffer. Perhaps, these 4 Daoist sect disciples who came to Meng Mountains from thousands of miles away were really going to die in the fierce struggle for power in Back Earth Stockade. As for Xiaohua, the only person who could create a miracle, he was trapped in the mysterious dark cloud. Countless soul strands were moving around like lightning, and strands of green light were flashing. One after another, shapeless green seal text was forming and disappearing amidst strange noises. The current situation was somewhat similar to when Xiaohua condensed his core. His endless potential was forced out under the threat of death. Furthermore, Xiaohua didn't have the time to think about how to consume the rejuvenation pill, and how to replenish the loss of his life essence. But, how could the ancient green seal text be so easy to comprehend? How could the so-called witchcraft curse be released so easily by the soul strands? Oh. Enter the ancestral hall. After Ji-Man finished speaking, he looked at Xiaohua and the others with disgust, and then looked at Ziming, who had an unusually calm face. He waved his hand and gave an order, and then walked out of the hall. Following Ji-Man's orders, the guards who had just killed Ziming's subordinates rushed out, each of them grabbing Xiaohua and the rest. Their hands that were still stained with blood were grabbing Xiaohua and the rest by their necks. As for Fairy Hongxia and Ziming, they were helped up by the maidservants and followed behind the guards. After coming out from the hall, Ji-Man's face was still pale. What happened to Ziming and Ziyan was a huge blow to her. She had tried her best to maintain the balance of power in Back Earth Stockade, but things had come to a stage that she didn't want to see. The crowd was like a tide, and Ji-Man was standing at the tip of the tide. Everyone behind her had a panicked and shocked expression. It was as if they had suddenly woken up in the middle of the night, and suddenly realized that the things that didn't happen in their dreams had actually happened. Young Miss Ziming had actually killed Ziyan, and Ji-Man was actually going to kill Ziming without Elder Wu's permission. At this moment, the sky was already bright, and a smear of white appeared in the sky. Clouds the size of a fist covered the sky, and the edges of the clouds were faintly golden. When the golden light fell, it illuminated the entire Back Earth Stockade, illuminating the crowd. Following Ji-Man, they passed through the various halls of the Back Earth Stockade, and arrived at the back of the mountain. There were also some halls behind the mountain, but these halls were different from the ones in front of the mountain. These halls were all huge. Some were built with large stones, some were supported by huge trees, and each hall was inlaid with countless white bones. Most of the palaces in the front of the mountain were red in color, but these halls were mostly dark green in color. The back of the mountain was rather barren, with rugged rocks and thick withered trees everywhere. Even in between the halls, one could vaguely see some white bones. If Xiaohua opened his eyes right now and saw such a scene, perhaps he wouldn't be as surprised as he was when he saw the palaces in Back Earth Stockade, because this barren scene was what he had imagined the shaman stronghold to be like. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was casually carried by a dark and skinny guard, like a hunter carrying his prey. Although Xiaohua's forehead would occasionally flash with a green glow, and faint sobbing sounds could be heard coming from the green glow, it didn't attract the guard's attention at all. Walking along the wide mountain path, Ji-Man arrived in front of a huge hall in the time it took to eat a meal. This hall was obviously different from the other halls. Not only was it because the entire hall was white in color, but also because the doors and pillars were all built with white bones. On top of these white bones, countless strange beasts and nether beasts were engraved with an unknown method. These nether beasts were vivid and lifelike, and looked extremely terrifying. The sound mirage beast that Xiaohua and Ziming encountered in the Sea of Netherworld was actually one of these nether beasts. Ji-Man came to a stop in front of the door. Waving her hand, she began to mutter something under her breath. A faint green light began to emerge from the bone staff in her hand. But just as she was about to open the soul array, a scorching hot and furious soul sense swept over from afar. Peng peng peng. A series of popping noises followed. Ah! Screams of agony began to ring through the air. Humph! G-Man sensed it and snorted coldly. The green glow in her hand dissipated, and she turned around to see where the soul sense came from. In the dimly lit sky, an orange-red flame was flying over at an extremely fast speed. In the sky, there were already many guards of Back-Earth Stockade riding their soul beasts in front of this flame, but no matter if it was soul beasts or soul warriors, before they could even get close to the flame, a dark red flame flashed around their bodies, and their bodies exploded from the inside out. Blood splattered everywhere, and they fell from the sky. Woo 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 woo, a deep and furious roar came from afar, and an indescribable feeling of dryness suddenly appeared in G-Man's heart. They're finally here. G-Man's body flashed with green light as she spoke in a low voice. G. In contrast to G-Man's calmness, at the foot of the mountain furthest away from G-Man, the ground beneath the feet of the soul warriors had already begun to crack open. The originally dry soil was drying up and turning yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and grains of yellow sand were gradually forming. The soul warriors couldn't help but begin to panic. Raising their heads to look at the massacre in the sky, they cried out in alarm despite knowing that they couldn't panic. Woo woo, sensing the arrival of Hanba, Xiao Mao opened his mouth and let out a whimper. He stopped struggling, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Boom boom boom, more and more soul warriors flew into the sky to stop Hanba, but they weren't a match for Hanba at all. Hanba's thick palm would raise from time to time, and every time it raised, several soul warriors would turn into a mist of blood. Every time it raised its palm, several soul warriors would scream and fall from the sky with sparks flying all over their bodies. Chapter 29:14. Keh, a sharp cry came from somewhere in the Back-Earth stronghold. Like a command, the spirit warriors that were flying in the air immediately stopped and hurriedly dodged. Then, the 36 white-haired elders waved their bone staffs and flew into the air. It was clear that these 36 elders had been accumulating their power for a long time. Just as they rose into the air, streaks of dark green light were produced from their bone staffs. These streaks of light were like dots of light that constantly moved between them. In just a moment, a huge green net was born between these elders. Swoosh! The moment the green net was formed, a clear sound came from the sky. Countless ghost heads appeared along with this sound. Furthermore, the green light turned into dots, each of which was an extremely small ghost head. Ayo! A mournful ghost cry came out from these ghost heads. That cold and bloodthirsty aura immediately filled the entire green net. The strange thing was that after these ghost heads howled in unison, not only did the green brilliance disappear, even the ghost heads disappeared as well. It was as if nothing had ever appeared. Hitorigami had already flown close to the elders. At this moment, Hitorigami was different from before. The red hair on Hitorigami's body had all faded away. It was similar to its face. However, Hitorigami's skin was extremely thick. It looked like the texture of a mountain rock. The phosphorescent runes had also faded away. It looked like an ordinary person. Hanba stopped. An ominous glint appeared in its crimson eyes. Sparks would occasionally appear around its body. At this moment, these sparks suddenly flourished. A somewhat hoarse and furious roar was emitted from Hanba's mouth. A hesitant expression appeared in its eyes. Clearly, it had also sensed the power of the soul formation set up by the 36 elders. However, Hanba only paused for a moment. Then, it raised its hands again. An indescribable heat suddenly appeared near the 36 elders. Swoosh! A layer of faint green light flashed and covered the elders. Several of the elders' skinny faces suddenly bulged with green veins and then disappeared. Seeing that its attack was blocked, Hanba became anxious again. Looking at the distant palace, it suddenly changed its direction and began to land on the ground as if it wanted to burrow into the ground. Unexpectedly, just as Hitorigami moved, 16 of the 36 elders also moved. They flew faster than Hitorigami, and in the blink of an eye, they landed below Hitorigami. Roar! Hitorigami saw these people blocking him, and he waved his hand again. These people's bodies emitted a green light again. Hitorigami's other hand grabbed at the air, and the green light was immediately torn apart. With a muffled bang, another elder's body exploded. The elders to the side didn't think that Hanba would be so strong that the soul formation of 30 people couldn't stop it. Their faces changed. However, the other elders didn't stop. One by one, they flew past Hanba's feet and shook their bone staffs. Wang wang, a strange buzzing sound came from the bone staffs. A huge green net appeared in front of the 15 elders and wrapped around Hanba. At the same time, the 16 elders who stopped in midair also waved their bone staffs. The green net that disappeared earlier appeared again and covered Hanba from the top to the bottom. Roar! Seeing this, Hanba didn't dare to fly down anymore. Its entire body wanted to escape the range of the green net. Unfortunately, Hanba's flight was still too slow. He had only flown for about 100 feet before the green net began to close up like an inescapable net. The moment the green light came into contact with the net, a sizzling sound was immediately emitted. The brilliance of the light intensified, and the ghost head that had disappeared earlier appeared again with a ferocious expression. It pounced towards Hanba. Roar! Hanba was enraged. The red flames around its body also became brighter. Both of its hands waved continuously. The ghost heads that were pouncing towards it all flashed with a trace of fire and were completely destroyed. What was special was that the flames around Hanba's body were like golden flying swords. The ghost heads that were close to it were pierced through one by one. Amidst the heart-wrenching screams, the giant green net fell into the flames. Zzz la la. After a series of noises, the green net bound the flames out of thin air. At the same time, the flames that were previously revealed were covered. The flames actually became much thinner. What was special was that after the green net fell, each of the green lights started to swim. They were like thin pythons that coiled around Hanba's body. Roar! Hanba roared. Its entire body expanded. The flames also expanded as if it wanted to break free from the green light. Unfortunately, the 35 surviving elders waved their bone staffs at the same time. Countless green lights fell into the green net. As Hanba expanded, the green net also extended. There were no signs of it being destroyed. On the other hand, the flames around Hanba's body became even thinner. Although both of its hands were grabbing onto the green light and trying its best to tear it apart, every time it tore apart a green light, another green light would appear. Moreover, even more ghost heads appeared out of thin air. They were like flies that saw blood. They pounced on Hanba's body and opened their mouths, wanting to devour Hanba's essence blood. Humph, it's only a so-so. G-Man sneered from afar. He was about to wave the bone staff in his hand again. However, at this moment, two loud sounds came from the air around Hanba and G-Man. Ah! G-Man was shocked. She hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. At this moment, Xiaohua had already opened his eyes. The spirit treasure soul lock that was imprisoning his body was currently emitting an intense sound. What was special was that the bone spikes that were pressing against Xiaohua's forehead and the back of his head were currently being restrained by a layer of dense green light. Furthermore, the green light was flashing more and more, gradually covering Xiaohua's head. The loud sound came from within the green light. Green seal text. G-Man was even more shocked when she saw it. She could clearly see that the flashing green light was the green seal text that was gradually forming. Furthermore, following the formation of the green seal text, a familiar sound gradually came out. This sound was like the sound of thunder, but also like the sound of flowing water. It came from afar and came closer. It stopped in her ears and was born in her heart. Not only that, following the sound, an indescribable feeling emerged from Ji-man's heart. She looked at Xiao Hua's surroundings in disbelief. Furthermore, following the sound, she looked towards the sky. The formation of the green seal text actually caused a phenomenon in the sky. Strands of dark clouds came from all directions and gradually gathered above Ho-Tu's stronghold. This. Ji-man couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. This was a divine ability that even she didn't have before. That's right, at this moment, Xiao Hua had already gradually figured out the method to pronounce the green seal text. Within the mysterious dark clouds, the tiny green seal text overlapped one another and emitted a loud sound. This sound shook the soul lock's imprisonment and wanted to break it apart. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua only had the cloud summoning rain talisman. This talisman didn't have any offensive power. Furthermore, Xiao Hua's green seal text wasn't completely successful. Even if he wanted to break free from the soul lock's imprisonment, he still couldn't do so. Now, it even attracted Ji-man's attention. Humph! Ji-man was shocked and resentment appeared in her eyes. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. As she waved her bone staff, a green light appeared in her mouth. When the green light landed on the blood essence immediately exploded and turned into a ghost head. The ghost head screamed and rushed into Xiao Hua's head. Following the disappearance of the ghost head, the green light around Xiao Hua's head also gradually disappeared. The sound of the green seal text also gradually stopped and the dark clouds that filled the sky also slowly dispersed. Xiao Hua's final struggle was also broken by Ji-man. Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed. He knew that he was already at his wit's end. Ji-man's gaze coldly swept across the dejected Xiao Hua, then he looked into the distance. The other loud sound just now came from where Hanba was. Hanba's body flashed with a red brilliance, and a huge illusory figure appeared from its body. It seemed to be formed by strange red runes, and it grew bigger and bigger. In the moment that Ji-man imprisoned Xiao Hua again, the phantom had already grown to more than 10 feet. The green light and ghost head that were binding Hanba was blocked by the phantom. The soul power of the 35 elders seemed to be insufficient to support the green light. As the light flickered, the phantom actually showed signs of collapsing. Hanba. As expected of great god Shibai's descendant. Ji-man sighed. Her body flashed with a green light again. Like a green rainbow, she shot into the sky and appeared right above Hanba's phantom in the blink of an eye. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ji-man. They wanted to see what she would do. However, Ji-man simply stretched out her hand and a green light appeared at her fingertips. The moment this green light appeared, it was as bright as a star. It was even brighter than the rising sun. With some difficulty, Ji-man pointed her finger and the green light landed on the phantom. Roar! As the green light entered his body, Hitorigami let out an extremely painful roar. The shadow rapidly shrank, and the green light that bound Hitorigami's body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, Hitorigami returned to his original form. The green shadow was like a giant python that bound Hitorigami tightly. Sigh, Xiao Mao sighed in his heart. He was also dejected. He looked at Xiao Hua and wanted to shake his head but couldn't move. He could only smile bitterly. Only Zi Ming's gaze was hesitant. She wanted to look at Xiao Hua but was also worried about Fairy Hongxia. However, there was clearly some worry in her eyes. This was because when Xiao Hua let out that loud noise, she had clearly heard the sound of the green seal text. Although she didn't know how Xiao Hua activated the talisman, she was very clear in her heart that activating this mysterious talisman consumed life essence. She should give the rejuvenation pill to Xiao Hua, but she couldn't move right now, so how could she take it out? However, when she saw that Xiao Hua's face was still the same, she was puzzled. Could it be that she heard wrongly? Hanba was captured by Ji-man. Just like Xiao Mao and the others, its burly body struggled with all its might. The flames around its body were also faintly discernible. Unfortunately, the flames were extinguished as soon as they appeared. It seemed to have no effect on the green light. Hanba's hands were also waving non-stop. However, no matter what, it couldn't use the powerful bloodline power from before. Chapter 29:15. Humph, G-Man snorted coldly once again. With a point of his finger, Hitorigami immediately fell from the sky like a huge boulder. With a loud boom, it smashed into the foot of the mountain, shattering a huge boulder at the foot of the mountain. Watch this thing carefully, G-Man instructed. Turning around, he transformed into a streak of light and charged towards the hall. The 35 elders did not dare to be negligent. They descended from the air and surrounded Hanba. Green light was faintly discernible on their bone staffs. Clearly, they were on high alert. G-Man's figure appeared in front of the palace door. The bone staff glowed with green light again. G-Man waved his hand and the green light streaked across the sky like a sharp sword. A green crack appeared in the air in front of the palace door. This crack slowly split open and pulled to both sides. At the same time, the green light rolled up like a rolling curtain. Roar! The green light rolled up halfway. A roar came from the green light and the two green lights turned into a beast's head. The beast head became slightly more solid, then turned around and charged toward the two deathly white bone doors at the entrance of the palace. With a loud boom, the beast's head sank into the bone doors. The two bone doors glowed with green light and blood gradually appeared. It was like the blood in the Netherworld Sea. It flowed along the bone doors. When the entire bone doors were covered by the blood, G-Man opened his mouth and chanted in the Huda village's witchcraft language. A flight of stairs gradually appeared in the blood. It extended from the bone doors and extended to G-Man's feet. The blood gradually turned into a ferocious beast's head. It opened its bloody mouth and waited to devour the guests on the stairs. G-Man glanced at the stairs under his feet and slowly stepped onto it. The stairs changed and brought G-Man's body into the mouth of the beast head that was formed by the palace door. As for the guards, when they saw G-Man go, they quickly grabbed Xiao Mao and the others. Especially the guard who was freed from Xiao Hua's hands by using the green seal scripture. He kicked Xiao Hua fiercely a few times before grabbing Xiao Hua's neck and jumping up the stairs. The stairs were also strange. As the guards jumped up, the stairs suddenly widened. It did not feel crowded when the few of them stood together. Naturally, the rest of the people also stepped onto the stairs after the guards. Xiao Hua's face was facing down. He could only see the stairs constantly changing, followed by a blood-red color and the smell of blood. In the end, Xiao Hua saw a ground full of bones and skeletons. Plop. Xiao Hua was casually thrown to the ground like an object. Only now did he have the chance to raise his face and see the situation of this hall clearly. Just as Xiao Hua thought, the ancestral shrine of Huda village was this huge bone hall. There were no pillars in the center of the bone hall. The roof of the hall was made of bones and skeletons, and the floor was also made of bones and skeletons. In fact, it was not clear which was the floor and which was the roof. At the top of the hall was a blood-red curtain that blocked everyone's view. What was behind the curtain couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Not even soul sense or divine sense could see through it. G-Man quietly stood in front of the curtain. Her eyes stared at the blood-red curtain, and two traces of blood could be seen in her eyes. Cough cough. After everyone who could enter the ancestral shrine had entered, G-Man coughed twice, turned around, and raised her hand. It was the token of Senior Wu. With a cold voice, she said, "Everyone, you have all seen it." For the sake of G-Man's position, Ziming had schemed a lot. Not only did he use Huda village's Hanba as bait to lure Xian, then he used Hanba's bloodline power to kill Xian. Furthermore, he had also leaked the secret of Meng Mountain to the cultivators of Dao sect. As a cultivator of Dao sect, this Xiao Hua actually knows some witchcraft arts. This old woman really doesn't know how many secrets Ziming had leaked out. Ziming's evil deeds have already violated the teachings of our ancestors. Although he is the primary candidate for Ji-man, this old woman has decided to send him back to the embrace of Hooded Great God, so that he can reflect on his actions. As for these cultivators of Dao's sect, they are the murderers of Xian. This old woman will also exterminate them to avenge Xian. After she finished speaking, Ji-man turned around and faced the blood-red curtain. She knelt down, and a voice of yin and yang came out from her mouth. It seemed like she was praying, but also seemed like she was telling something. All the soul warriors and elders behind her also knelt down, and a similar voice came out from their mouths. Following these voices, strands of green light slowly appeared, and floated towards the blood-red curtain. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the green light on the blood-red curtain increased, and gradually formed a layer of green mist. At this moment, Ji-man stood up from the ground and raised the token in her hand. The token flew into the air and rushed into the mist. With a buzzing sound, all of the mist was sucked in by the token. The token trembled for a moment, then turned into a strange beast head the size of a fist. The beast head suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a beam of green light shot out, landing on the blood-red curtain. The curtain gradually opened, and a huge statue of Hooded Great God appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Whoa! A series of strange high-pitched sounds came from the mouths of the Hooded Stronghold's residents. Everyone piously knelt down again. The gigantic statue of a deity was floating in midair, and the two hands in front of it were holding two jade snakes in a hugging posture. There were many thumb-sized bone grains in front of the statue, and each bone grain was engraved with strange runes. These should be the sacrificial tablets of the Hooded Stronghold's ancestors. These bone grains were densely packed, and they floated between the arms and the jade snakes, as if they had really returned to Hooded Great God's embrace. Below the statue, there was a small sacrificial table. The table wasn't empty, and besides a few flickering green candles, there was a furry thing lying lazily on the table. At this moment, the furry thing seemed to have been awakened by the noise. It poked its head out from the table, and it looked like a dog's head. However, as the dog's head poked out, a faint beam of light shot out from its mouth. As the light grew more and more sinister, wisps of blood-red light appeared in the air above the ancestral hall, and mournful cries could be heard. On top of the dog's head, the two sparkling eyes on its head swept across the soul cultivators, and a kind of fear that came from the soul cultivators' souls was born. Aside from a few old soul cultivators whose bodies were flashing with green light, the rest of the soul cultivators fell to the ground and bowed with trembling bodies. When Ji-man saw that the dog had been awakened, she hurriedly bowed and began to chant some strange incantations. The black dog aimlessly glanced at the people kneeling before the offering table. Suddenly, its little nose wrinkled and its entire body trembled. With a whoosh, the black dog flew up from the offering table. Like a black lightning bolt, it rushed in front of the crowd. The people kneeling on the ground were like stones in a pond. They were so scared that they rolled around on the ground. It was as if they were extremely afraid of the black dog. However, to everyone's surprise, that black dog didn't pay attention to anyone. Instead, it obediently flew in front of Xiao Hua, who was half lying on the ground. Woof woof, woof woof, a burst of joyful barks sounded. That black dog actually started to happily play around in the air. In the end, it actually landed on Xiao Hua's shoulder, leaving everyone dumbstruck. This. Ji-man looked at all of this in a daze. She knew that Ziming had already served this sacred beast for dozens of years. If she were to use Elder Wu's token in the ancestral hall, it would inevitably alarm the sacred beast. Perhaps it would disrupt her plans. However, she already had a plan to deal with it. But what she never expected was that the sacred beast was indeed alarmed. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary alarm. But the one who alarmed the sacred beast wasn't Ziming, but that mysterious Xiao Hua. Ji-man could clearly feel the sacred beast's ecstasy and attachment. Zhang Xiaohua? Ji-man suddenly came to a realization. She once again looked at Xiao Hua with an inconceivable gaze. This is the sword practitioner that the sacred beast is looking for. Zhang Xiaohua. Daddy, Daddy. When the black dog landed on Xiaohua's shoulder, a voice emerged from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. It made Xiaohua somewhat confused. But when the black dog's warm tongue licked his ear, Xiaohua's heart trembled. He hurriedly replied, You are Little Black? Daddy, Little Black replied. It happily leaped over Xiaohua's head and landed on his other shoulder. At this moment, in the ancestral hall, everyone was stunned like clay statues. They forgot to fear and tremble. Even Zi Ming, who was extremely familiar with the sacred beast, was unable to react. Her thoughts were the same as Ji Man's. She didn't know how Xiaohua became the flying sword-wielding Zhang Xiaohua that the sacred beast was talking about. Wu, Little Black happily jumped a few times. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't react, it angrily whimpered a few times. It opened its mouth and with a ha sound, a white light flashed. It spat on the dark green light that was binding Xiaohua. The moment the light touched the white light, it immediately melted. Sacred beast, Ji Man hurriedly shouted. Immediately after, she uttered some incomprehensible shaman language, as if she was asking something. Who would have thought that at this moment, Little Black completely ignored Ji Man? It immediately flew up from Xiaohua's shoulder and barked randomly, this. Ji Man hesitated. She didn't need to communicate with the sacred beast. She also knew that the sacred beast wanted her to release Xiaohua. But if she released Xiaohua, Zi Ming would naturally be released as well. Then, how would she repay Zi Yan's revenge? Woof woof, Little Black urged again. It seemed that it was already somewhat anxious. Ji Man bit her lips tightly. The expression on her face changed several times. She was really somewhat unwilling. She finally made the decision. She was finally going to take revenge. But at this final stage, there was a variable that she couldn't resist. Could she let go? Kill? A trace of ominous light flashed through Ji Man's eyes. Chapter 29:16. However, the ferocious glint in her eyes disappeared in a flash. Ji Man did not dare to kill the saint beast even though she was confident. Because she wasn't confident and didn't dare to kill all the elders in the ancestral shrine. Moreover, she didn't dare to destroy the entire Huda stronghold's foundation. Is it wrong for me to avenge Lu Er? Huda God. Why is she so unfair to me? Ji Man clenched her fists and murmured to herself as warmth gushed out from her eyes. Ji Man. A gentle voice came from the palace door in the distance. Elder Wu? Ji Man sniffed and looked over, only to see a slightly dark and skinny young man walking over from there. This young man looked very ordinary, but his eyes were extremely bright, like the twinkling stars of the morning. Moreover, this young man walked slowly, step by step in the air. His figure was faintly discernible, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ji Man. Greetings, Elder Wu. Ji Man didn't dare to be negligent and bowed. Everyone in the ancestral shrine also bowed with Ji Man, and the respect in their eyes was even greater than when they saw Little Black. Woof woof, woof woof, only Little Black continued to bark in the air, not afraid of this young man. Hee hee, Elder Wu had a warm smile on his face as he reached out his hand and patted Little Black's head. Don't be impatient, don't be impatient. Then, Elder Wu pointed his finger, and a green light that was almost invisible to the naked eye appeared from his hand and landed on Xiaohua's body. The dozens of dark green pythons immediately disappeared. Immediately after, Old Wu made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the soul lock that bound Xiaohua also broke free from Xiaohua's body and landed in his hand. Finally, Old Wu frowned slightly, and with a flick of his right hand's middle finger, a ball of blood-red brilliance also flew out from Xiaohua's head and dissipated in the air. Xiaohua completely regained his freedom. He stood up from the ground and respectfully said, Junior Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Senior. Xiaohua. You're not Zhang Xiaohua? Old Wu also seemed to be surprised as he looked at Xiao He. At this moment, Xiao He was very happy. He had already landed on Xiao Hua's head and messed up Xiao Hua's hair. Junior's name might be Zhang Xiaohua, but Junior's name is Xiao Hua now. Xiao Hua looked at Elder Wu's gentle expression and didn't hide anything, carefully replying. Oh, I see. Nodding his head, Old Wu looked at Ziming, Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Finally, he looked at G-Man who had yet to get up and asked, G-Man, please get up. What's going on? I beg Elder Wu to make the decision and seek justice for my dead Lu, G-Man refused to get up and said in a sorrowful voice. Ziyan. What's wrong? When did he return to Huda Great God's embrace? Elder Wu was also surprised, and he hurriedly asked. Of course it was Ziming's doing. G-Man said hatefully, otherwise, how could I tie her up and bring her to the ancestral hall? How could I alarm the sacred beast? Elder Wu nodded his head slightly, glancing at Ziming. He didn't instruct G-Man to release Ziming and the rest, but asked indifferently, have you investigated? Yes, I have investigated, and Ziming has admitted it himself. G-Man replied. I got it. Please get up. Elder Wu's expression didn't change. Tell me the whole story. Now that we are in the ancestral hall, I may not have the authority to punish others. If Ziming really killed Ziyan, I will give Ziyan an explanation right here. Yes, I thank Elder Wu. Hearing that, G-Man hurriedly got up and repeated the whole story. Then, she pointed her finger downwards and said, the elders and guards were all present. I was afraid that there might be a mistake, so I brought them to the ancestral hall. If Elder Wu doesn't believe me, you can ask them. Alright, Elder Wu nodded his head, looked at Xiao Hua and asked, what G-Man said, do you admit it? Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head, replying, although most of what G-Man said is true, she got it wrong. The one who set the trap is Ziyan, not Ziming. Furthermore, this Ziyan is definitely not the Lu, that G-Man spoke of, he is Lu, who has been possessed by the devil. Ziming has solid evidence, Elder Wu only needs to take a look to know. Lu, has been possessed? This is impossible. Not only was Elder Wu stunned, even G-Man turned pale with fright and denied it. Sigh, the devil's methods are getting more and more brilliant. Elder Wu was clearly starting to believe Xiao Hua. With a sigh, he said to G-Man, release Ziming, this old man will question him. G-Man asked in disbelief, Xiao Hua, if Ziming has solid evidence, then previously. At this point, G-Man couldn't ask any further. She already understood that Ziming wouldn't give this evidence to her even if he had to risk his life. That was an extreme distrust of her. G-Man's face paled slightly, and she released Ziming, Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Ziming ignored G-Man, bowing towards Elder Wu and said, boy greets Elder Wu. It's been hard on you. Elder Wu waved his hand and said, tell me everything that happened. Yes. Ziming replied, and told Elder Wu everything that happened after he left the Back Earth stronghold. He even told Elder Wu about Master Qin's death. In the end, Ziming stretched out his hand, and his index finger cut across his calf like a knife. With a flash of blood, the soul artifact that contained the devil's soul was taken out from his flesh, and he raised his hand to present it to Elder Wu. Seeing this soul artifact, G-Man's face turned even paler. She already understood that Ziming was telling the truth. Ziyan was no longer Ziyan. The one who killed Ziyan was the devil in this soul artifact, and Ziming could even be said to have avenged Ziyan. G-Man, do you want to see it or me? Elder Wu took the soul bead, and instructed Ziming to heal his wounds, then asked G-Man, Elder Wu, please see. G-Man shook her head slightly, this concubine wants to avoid suspicion. Alright, Elder Wu didn't decline, and his starry eyes stared at the soul bead. A strand of green crystal came out from between his eyebrows and entered the soul bead. Traces of blood red seeped out from the soul orb and entered Venerable Wu's forehead through the crystal thread. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Venerable Wu finally retrieved the crystal thread and looked at G-Man with a complicated expression. Was this concubine wrong? G-Man couldn't help but ask, how many devil's minions are there in the back earth stronghold? You were wrong. But it's good that you didn't make a big mistake. Elder Wu said lightly, and then his mouth moved a few times. Ah. G-Man heard, and couldn't help but be surprised. Elder Wu's face was also gloomy. He threw the soul bead in his hand, and it landed in front of Blackie. Xiaohua opened his mouth slightly, and with a ha sound, a white light came out of his mouth and sprinkled on the soul bead. A pitch-black shadow let out a mournful cry and was sucked into his stomach. After Blackie ate the devil's soul, he actually did the same thing as Goldie. He stretched his waist, and his blood-red tongue touched the corner of his mouth. Then, he laid on Xiaohua's shoulder and seemed to be drowsy. Xiaohua looked at Blackie, and used his hand to stroke its smooth fur. He smiled and asked, Elder Wu, this junior's Blackie. This junior wants to take it away. Yes, although this is the sacred beast of our back earth stronghold, it still came from the heavens. From the day it asked this old man to look for you, this old man knew that it would leave the back earth stronghold. Elder Wu nodded slightly. Moreover, the sacred beast is a sacred beast because it was bestowed by the heavens. The sacred beast's whereabouts are arranged by the great God. How can we, the people, decide for the sacred beast? Many thanks, Elder Wu. Xiaohua smiled and temporarily placed Blackie in his arms. Farewell, sacred beast. Xiaohua said casually, but the elders of the back earth stronghold did not dare to be negligent. Everyone knelt on the ground again. Thank you, great God Hoodoo, for your grace. As if it heard everyone's kowtows, Blackie actually poked its little head out from Xiaohua's arms. With a ha sound, it spat out a white light and then shrank back. I've made you suffer. Elder Wu looked at Fairy Hongxia and the rest and said kindly. Fairy Hongxia and the rest hurriedly bowed. This junior greets Elder Wu. This is nothing. As long as we can clear Miss Zi Ming's grievances, we are already satisfied. Sigh, it's all because this old woman was too anxious and believed in slanderous words. G-Man also hurriedly said. Fairy Hongxia and the rest glanced at the calm Zi Ming and quickly bowed. This matter is too much of a coincidence, and G-Man is also concerned about her family. This junior can understand. G-Man looked at Zi Ming's expression, and her heart sank. She knew that the family she had accumulated for dozens of years had been poured down like a torrential flood in less than a day. Zi Ming's heart had already built a strong dam, and no matter how hard she tried, it would be impossible for her to reach the same level as before. Sure enough, Zi Ming glanced at everyone and said calmly, Boy knows that he is not good at expanding, but he is good at protecting what he has built. He has never put the safety of the people of Meng Mountains aside. Furthermore, I don't care how others look at Boy. Boy only does what he thinks is right. It doesn't matter if you understand or misunderstand. Once something has happened, then, we can never go back to how we were before. Elder Wu smiled, and an indescribable charm immediately appeared on his ordinary-looking face. He pointed his finger and said, Zi Ming is right, G-Man is also right. Everything that happened before today has turned into water. We can never go back to how we were before. A mistake is a mistake, and no amount of compensation can change what has been done wrong. Since we can admit our mistakes and never make the same mistake again, that is the right thing to do. How can we be completely right when we govern Wu Stockade? As long as we have the people in our hearts, we can handle things impartially, and we have a clear conscience. As for the mistakes that we can't go back to how we were before, let it be an eternal mistake. Let it be a lesson for us. Without the past, without the present, how can there be a future? Only when there is rain can there be a rainbow. Only then can we know the beauty of Meng Mountains. Huda Stockade is one of the 12 great stockades of Meng Mountains. How could we have gone through such a simple storm? If we, the descendants of the great god Hoodoo, are defeated by such a trivial matter, wouldn't we become a joke to the original Taoist Shao of the country of Shi? Chapter 29:17. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. Venerable Wu and Ji-Man had mentioned his name twice in a row. That Ji-Man was still fine, but she should have sensed the situation with them. Since Venerable Wu of Bai Lu's stronghold could mention the name Taoist Shao, then Ji-Man could too. However, Venerable Wu was different. He had just returned from outside, and Zi Ming had told him that he was ordered by the Shaman King to go deep into Meng Mountains. How could he know so clearly? Thinking of Venerable Wu's situation, Xiao Hua naturally thought of Xue Mingcha of Sword Domain. Since she could also mention his name, although there was still some doubt in her tone, since she could think of it, how could the others not know? Since the sword cultivators knew, how could the cultivators of Dao's sect not know? There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Perhaps the current nascent soul masters already know Wu Ming's origin. Looks like I'll have to seek advice from Han Zhu about my Buddhist cultivation. I'll see how I can conceal it better. Everything in Huda Stronghold and Meng Mountains was arranged by the great hands of Huda Great God and the other 12 great gods. It was all to temper and sharpen us, the descendants of the great gods. Only after going through the hardships of Huda's stronghold today can we understand the value of family, trust, and selflessness. Only after going through the drought of Meng Mountains can we understand the importance of hard work and toil, and the importance of Meng Mountains to us. Venerable Wu saw Xiao Hua frown and ignored him. He then said to Zi Ming and the others, all the disasters now have shown us that no matter if it's the demons, swordsmen, or cultivators, even the soul warriors and natives of Meng Mountains, they all have some unfathomable intentions. They always want to realize their own schemes and satisfy their own selfish desires. They treat the lives of billions of people in Meng Mountains as grass, and treat Meng Mountains as a chess piece. They even treat the world as their own slaughterhouse. This is something that we, the descendants of the 12 great gods, cannot tolerate. This destroys the tradition of our billions of people peacefully guarding Meng Mountains. Yes, we'll listen to senior shaman's instructions. When everyone heard this, they were all excited and cheered in unison. Even though there were still some sounds among these calls, and there were still some shaman language that Xiao Hua and the others couldn't understand. Obviously, Grandmaster Wu's words were meant for Xiao Hua and the others to hear. Then, Grandmaster Wu spoke again, but this time, Xiao Hua and the others couldn't understand the shaman language. Following Grandmaster Wu's orders, groups of guards were led out by the elders. In just a short while, only Grandmaster Wu, Ji-Man, Xiao Hua, and the others were left in the ancestral hall. The current Huda stronghold is in some trouble. I believe Taoist Master Shao has already seen it. This old man was aware of this situation long ago and has already made preparations. However, I never thought that the devil cultivator's attack would be so intense that even Zi Yan's body would be possessed. It seems that this old man will be busy for a while in the coming days. Grandmaster Wu said to Xiao Hua in a very amiable manner, therefore, I would like to ask Taoist Shao to stay in my back earth village for a few days. After this old man has finished dealing with the secular affairs, I will discuss with Taoist Shao. No problem, Xiao Hua smiled. Although this Grandmaster Wu looked very ordinary, but since he appeared in the ancestral hall, every action and word of his attracted everyone's gaze and attention. Furthermore, Grandmaster Wu's words were neither hot nor cold, and were extremely pleasant to the ears. His fairness and strictness were self-evident, which made Xiao Hua's heart filled with admiration. Xiao Hua naturally took this kind of senior's words to heart. He bowed and said, Junior and the others will listen to senior's arrangements. Ji-Man, follow this old man to the back earth palace. Grandmaster Wu nodded and ordered Ji-Man. Ji-Man also replied respectfully, yes, this concubine understands. Zi Ming, now that you have repaired the soul falling lamp, and Ziye's matter has also been settled. Rest for a day and then come to the Back Earth Palace. Grandmaster Wu looked at Ziming, who was in a daze and looking straight at the ground, and said. Ziming's situation seemed to be very emotional about Grandmaster Wu's words, and he actually didn't hear Grandmaster Wu's order clearly. After Grandmaster Wu finished speaking, he suddenly understood and asked curiously as if he had just woken up from a dream, Boy, why are you going to the Back Earth Palace? Ha ha ha. Grandmaster Wu laughed and didn't say another word. He raised his feet and walked away like a shadow. Ji-man looked at Ziming apologetically, and a trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and also walked out of the ancestral hall. Ziming looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and an extremely complicated expression appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. What should have happened had happened, and what should have been said had been said. It seemed that what happened before was different from before, but thinking carefully, what changed? What didn't change? Ziming. Xiaohua's voice sounded in Ziming's ears. Grandmaster Wu is right. Yesterday is yesterday, today is today, and tomorrow is tomorrow. You still have to think carefully. This concubine understands. It's easy to say, but when it comes to doing, how can it be so simple to truly understand? Ziming looked at Xiaohua with a bitter smile. Fairy Hongxia was originally dissatisfied with Ziming, but at this moment, she felt pity in her heart, and said softly, Sigh, life is always unpredictable, and the joys and sorrows of separation are the main taste. Miss Ziming, your heart must be strong. As she spoke, Fairy Hongxia also looked at Li Zongbao. Ever since Li Zongbao used the netherworld mirror and didn't see Kai Zhuoxia's image, he hadn't said a word. Even when he was captured by Ji-man, he didn't say a word, and didn't resist at all, as if he had lost his soul. Fairy Hongxia's words were meant for Li Zongbao to hear. Unfortunately, Li Zongbao still looked at the ground indifferently, and ignored her. Io Xiaohua. At this moment, Ziming suddenly cried out, and took out the rejuvenation pill, and handed it to Xiaohua. Quickly take the rejuvenation pill. Quickly replenish your life essence. What? Fairy Hongxia was also anxious, and asked curiously, Xiaohua, when did you? However, Fairy Hongxia hesitated when she saw Xiaohua's face. She had seen Grandmaster Qin Qin's condition after she entered the soul-refining cave, and knew what it was like to have one's life essence damaged. At this moment, Xiaohua's face was glowing, and there wasn't a single wrinkle on his face. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't look like his life essence was damaged. Is that so? Xiaohua actually didn't feel anything. He was forced to do it, and his life was almost gone, so what was the point of wanting his life essence? Moreover, he was only able to use half of the cloud's summoning rain spell before it was sealed by Ji-man, and the green seal text was not completely released. As for whether this spell could damage his life essence, Xiaohua didn't know. Touching his smooth cheeks, he was a little dazed. Using half of a spell, can it damage my life essence? Xiaohua thought for a while and asked. Of course, Ziming was a little anxious, and urged, Witchcraft is the essence of heaven and earth, how can we mortals use it? We can only rely on life essence to replenish the heaven and earth essence consumed by witchcraft. Not to mention using half of it, as long as it is used, it will be damaged. But I don't feel anything. Xiaohua smacked his lips. Why don't we wait a little longer? This rejuvenation pill is also quite precious. Ziming was about to cry, and stamped her feet. Young Master Xiao, I'm not joking with you. The taboo power of my Meng Mountain's witchcraft is not something you know. That is the power of a great god, not the magic power of a cultivator, and not some spell formed by heaven and earth's spiritual energy. All right, seeing Ziming in a hurry, Xiaohua quickly caught the rejuvenation pill, and said, how about this, I'll take the rejuvenation pill first. I'll see when the life essence starts to be damaged, and when there is something wrong, I'll immediately take the rejuvenation pill. This way, I'll also know how powerful that witchcraft is, right? All right. Young Master Shao can decide for yourself. Ziming helplessly shook her head, but a moment later, she thought of something, and said in a low voice, "What was the witchcraft spell that young Master Shao used just now? When did young Master cultivate it? This witchcraft spell, even my Huda village's elder Wu, can't use it. It's a long story." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This is the spell evolved from my cloud summoning rain talisman, ah?" Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, Ziming was shocked, and said involuntarily, Isn't this great god Xian Ming's rain summoning technique?" I don't know." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "But I got it from somewhere in Meng country. This witchcraft spell can't attack, but young master risked his life to activate it. I'm afraid it's useless." Ziming sighed. Xiao Hua said in all seriousness, "Even so, at that time, this Xiao couldn't just surrender without putting up a fight. It's all my fault for dragging young Master Xiao and the others into danger." Ziming blamed herself again. "I'm afraid Ji-man will think that I leaked the secret of Meng Mountain." Hearing this, Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "Ziming, Elder Wu's words are very good. You go back and reflect on it. I won't say anything." Xiao and the others came to Meng Mountain. "According to you soul cultivators, it was Huda Great God who sent us here. Even this witchcraft spell was instructed by Huda Great God. If it's related to you, it was Huda Great God who sent you to Sentry City and let you get to know me. All the cause and effect originated from Huda Great God." I understand." Ziming smiled slightly. "Daoist Zhao's trip to Meng Mountain is very important to the people of Meng Mountain. Judging from Elder Wu's expression just now, it's far from the distress when the drought just started. I'm sure you already know how powerful Daoist Xiao is." That's right, this Xiao has a hard life." Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders casually with a pitiful appearance. Ziming laughed. He was really happy now. "Let's go." Fairy Hongxia's heart skipped a beat, and she urged, "Elder Wu has already asked Ziming to go to Huda Palace. It's also a chance for Ziming. Let's rest early and let Ziming have some peace." Ziming lowered his head, and Xiao Hua acted as if he didn't hear it. Xiao Mao said tactfully, that's right, I've been tortured by Ji-man. Even my mother's portrait is only half done. I still have to finish it while I'm free." Chapter 29:18. Young Master Xiao, please. Ziming lowered her head. Her ears were burning as she quickly walked in front of him. Her feelings for Xiao Hua were actually not that deep. It was only because no one was able to enter her eyes. Xiao Hua's temperament was completely different from the millions of Meng Mountain spirit warriors, and he did not have the slightest bit of flattery. That was why he immediately entered her heart. Today's experience, which could not be considered a lingering and frightening experience, had deepened her impression of him, making it somewhat hazy. This hazy feeling had always been a secret, and she did not want Fairy Hongxia to know about it. However, Ji-man had pointed it out. Now that Fairy Hongxia was on guard, she naturally felt embarrassed. "Oh right, Ziming, there is something that I feel is strange about. I would like to ask a few more questions." Xiao Hua spoke again at an inappropriate time, causing Fairy Hongxia to stare at him with a bit of anger and embarrassment. "Young Master Xiao, please speak." Ziming lowered her head slightly and looked up slightly, asking in a low voice. "Regarding Ziyan, I am somewhat puzzled. I have always wanted to ask about it." Xiao Hua did not care about this, and spoke out the doubts in his heart. Ziyan was possessed by a demon, so he did not fall. Perhaps his natal spirit tablet would not shatter. However, Hanba killed Ziyan, and Miss Ziming took away the demon's remnant soul. Does that mean that the natal spirit tablet would not shatter before the soul was destroyed? Why did Ji-man not know about this? Why did she only make things difficult now? Oh, so this is what young Master Xiao is puzzled about. Ziming understood and smiled. That natal spirit tablet is only a magic of your Dao sect. There is nothing similar among Meng Mountain spirit cultivators. Oh. Why not? If you had this item, you and G-Man, wouldn't there be so many misunderstandings? Xiaohua asked in astonishment. Ziming's face was slightly pale. She said indifferently, if we had this item, the incident with Ziyi would not have happened. After thinking for a moment, Ziming said, I believe young Master Xiao already knows about the power of bloodline. It is the foundation of Meng Mountain spirit cultivators' spirit techniques. I know a little. Xiaohua nodded. Master Kuchin had already told him about this. Simply speaking, the power of bloodline is to use the power of heaven and earth through the inheritance of blood essence. The blood essence must contain the imprint of a soul warrior. Ziming said, although your Dao Sect's Dharma spells don't talk about this, the natal spirit tablet that can be refined with blood essence should also belong to this category. A drop of blood essence isn't much to you Dao sect cultivators, but to us soul warriors, it's incomparably important. A soul warrior can use countless methods to use blood essence to cast spells on another soul warrior, and even take the life of that soul warrior. Therefore, it is impossible for us, the soul warriors of Meng Mountains, to use our own blood essence to craft some natal spirit tablet and let others control our life and death. Actually, a simpler explanation would be that since the death of a Dao sect cultivator could cause the destruction of his natal spirit tablet, the destruction of his natal spirit tablet would definitely cause the death of a Dao sect cultivator. Your Dao sect's natal spirit tablet is the most important method that cultivation sects use to control their own disciples. It's not the concern for their own disciples that ordinary people think. Let me say something unpleasant. If my Meng Mountains were to attack your Dao sect's 3 kingdoms, we don't even need to fight to the death. As long as we can control your Jade Archive Palace, we can completely control all of your cultivators. Hiss. Hearing this, not only was Xiaohua dumbfounded, even Fairy Hongxia and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiaohua even thought of the golden natal spirit tablet that he kept in the Jade Archive Palace. Dao sect cultivators are like locusts in the mortal world, desperately devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using everything in the world for their own use. Moreover, they plunder by hook or by crook, not caring about the needs and nourishment of heaven and earth. Today's abnormal weather in Meng Mountains, I'm afraid it's the result of your Dao sect's 3 kingdoms ignoring the heavenly Dao, right? Ziming sighed, it's a pity that you cultivators don't know about it at all. Moreover, you're so arrogant, thinking that you're the orthodox sect. The people of the world are also short-sighted. When they see how powerful the Dao sect spells are, they naturally follow suit. Therefore, our soul cultivators have declined, and our Confucian cultivators have died out. At this point, Ziming saw that Xiaohua and the others' expressions were not good. She smiled and said, this is what Venerable Wu said on a normal day. I'm just listening. Now that I'm telling you, young Master Xiao, you may not necessarily take it seriously. Hee. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Looking at Fairy Hongxia and the others who were also thinking about something, he didn't know how to answer. As they spoke, they walked out of the ancestral hall. With a glance, they saw the tall and sturdy Hitorigami standing on top of a boulder. The Hitorigami seemed to have received Venerable Wu's orders and didn't make a fuss. When it saw Xiao Mao, it roared and flew down from the boulder. The ground where its feet landed turned yellow. With a smile on his face, Xiao Mao stretched out his hand. The Hitorigami also stretched out its big hand. 2 fingers touched Xiao Mao's hand. Xiao Mao whispered a few words, and the Hitorigami laughed happily. Then, its body glowed red, and it flew into the sky again. The Hitorigami is very powerful. Unfortunately, it still can't control its own strength. Xiao Mao looked regretfully at the place where the Hitorigami was standing. There were already some fine grains of sand. He said, otherwise, with it following us, it could have saved us a lot of trouble. It's a pity that you can't bring it out of. Xiao Hua said casually, but stopped halfway. Yes, why can't I bring it out of Million Meng Mountains? Yes, Million Meng Mountains is the Hitorigami's home. I won't let it leave. Moreover, if it goes to the cultivation world, who knows if it will attract the attention of nascent soul or spirit-severing stage seniors. Xiao Mao said with a smile. He then took out the jade scroll in his hand and immersed his divine sense in it. Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked at the terrifying mountains on the left. He then looked at Fairy Hongxia and said, "This. I'm afraid this is where the earliest Huda stockade was located?" "Yes, it is." Zi Ming waited for a moment. Seeing that Fairy Hongxia didn't say anything, she slowly said, "According to the shaman canon, the earliest Huda stockade only had an ancestral temple. Moreover, the ancestral temple wasn't as big as it is now. Later, it slowly expanded. The palaces and other things were built around the ancestral temple. When the back mountain was full. This was another large-scale construction in my previous life. Previously, I've said that the buildings in the front mountain were heavily influenced by Confucian cultivation. It's already different from the back mountain. Confucian cultivation, what should it look like?" Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. He thought of the turtle shell, the core, and the inscriptions on the armor. Outside the ancestral shrine, there were naturally guards standing guard. Zi Ming looked at the guards and gave a few orders. Then, she whispered to Xiao Hua and the others, "This concubine's resting place is near the ancestral shrine. This concubine won't see you off." "Yes, Miss Zi Ming, please have some peace." Xiao Hua didn't dare to say more. "We'll also go back and meditate. When Elder Wu finishes dealing with the matters of Huda stockade, we'll meet again." "All right." Zi Ming smiled and was about to turn around. Fairy Hongxia said again, "Miss Zi Ming, you have to pay more attention to the matters of Huda stockade. After all, you're the next G-man. The task on your shoulders is very heavy. The people of Huda stockade are all depending on you." Zi Ming's heart ached. She knew what Fairy Hongxia wanted to say. She smiled bitterly, "Thank you, sister. I know what I'm doing." After saying that, she smiled at everyone. Then, she turned and walked along the wide mountain path towards the hall beside the ancestral temple. Her figure looked so lonely in the wind. "Sigh, let's go." Xiao Hua sighed. Although its G-man in the Huda stockade is above everyone else, the hardships involved can't be compared to the freedom of being a cultivator. "Why? Do you want to share the burden?" Fairy Hongxia asked with a smile that didn't look like a smile. "Don't, please don't." Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. "This Xiao has a lazy personality. This kind of thing should be left to the ambitious. It's just sharing the burden. Why don't you try?" Fairy Hongxia didn't give up. "I'm very eager." Xiao Hua's face turned serious. "This Xiao is a cultivator. How can I get involved in the affairs of millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain? Besides, this Xiao is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. If I want to share the burden, it's the affairs of my myriad Thunder Valley. How can I split myself here?" "Hee, Xiao Hua. What's that talisman of yours? It looks like a soul spell, right?" Fairy Hongxia laughed. "Besides, didn't you lose that Dharma body of yours? When you find it, let it come to Huda stockade. Just treat it as if you're here. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" "Oh right, speaking of this." Xiao Hua didn't seem to hear her. He raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Hongxia, don't you think it's strange? Why can't we find Kai Zhuxia's soul? I was the one who brought her corpse back with my own hands. Besides, didn't you say that you buried her? You buried her with your own hands. How could she still be alive?" Fairy Hongxia's heart clenched. She nodded and said, "That's right. Unless, the one who died wasn't elder sister?" Hearing that he had successfully changed the topic, Xiao Hua's heart relaxed. He looked at Li Zongbao and said, "I saw Kai Zhuxia's death with my own eyes. Besides, the corpse that I brought back was seen by the head of your Kai family. Everyone was certain that it was her. How can it not be her? Then, where did the problem go wrong? Fairy Hongxia scratched her head, unless elder sister really isn't dead? But at that time, she was completely lifeless and suffered such heavy injuries. Until the time of the burial, this concubine had repeatedly probed but didn't find anything strange. If there was even a trace of warmth, this concubine wouldn't have. Senior brother Li, what do you think? Xiao Hua turned to look at Li Zongbao and asked. Back to Luyang, this Majia wants to see it with my own eyes. Li Zongbao raised his head. His eyes were red as he said word by word. Previously this Majia didn't dare to admit it and didn't dare to face it. But now that Wuxia is still alive, this Majia has been enlightened. Since this Majia has her in my heart, I should admit it in front of the whole world. This way, even if she died, she would be able to rest in peace. Perhaps, she is waiting for this Majia to visit her. Chapter 29:19. This. Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. He was afraid that Li Zongbao had gone mad. He had seen Kai Zhuoxia's death with his own eyes. She was really dead and could not be alive. Since the netherworld mirror could not find traces of Kai Zhuoxia's soul, there must be something wrong with the netherworld mirror. Wasn't there a problem when he used it? It must be because Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia used it that something happened. Yes, I am also in a hurry to go back and see my sister's body. Who knows, a miracle might really happen. Fairy Hongxia's face was also filled with excitement. Li Zongbao also bit his lips and said, yes, since Ziming wants to revive Zai, if Zhuxia is not dead, there is no reason why she can't be revived. This. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly again. He looked at Xiao Mao, who was walking with his head down and seemed to be immersing his divine sense into the jade slip. He could not say anything. It seemed that only he, the culprit who broke the netherworld mirror, did not get anything from the netherworld mirror. Yes, what is that huge black silhouette? What is that series of sounds? Xiao Hua was puzzled. Is it the netherworld? Or the 9 springs? Or the 10,000 demon realm? The demon realm? Xiao Hua and the others returned to the quiet room with doubts in their hearts. However, this quiet room wasn't the enormous palace from before, and it was a small and exquisite room instead. Presently, only Xiao Hua was seated cross-legged in this room. Thinking about how so many things had happened in just one day and one night after leaving the quiet room, Xiao Hua was almost exhausted. Most of his mental energy was on the sounds of the green seal text. If it was not a matter of life and death, even if he had started dozens of days ago, or even decades ago, Xiao Hua did not believe that he would have made the most crucial progress in such a short period of time. Therefore, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged quietly. He did not think or do anything. He simply meditated, and in a moment, he entered a dream. Although Xiao Hua was asleep, the primordial spirit in Qingshan heaven was still waving the soul strands and trying different sounds. Strands of green light were constantly produced, and strange sounds were constantly emitted. Similar to the situation in Qingshan heaven, in Xiao Hua's dream, there were also green lights fluttering. The green seal script that was born in the white bone previously turned into butterflies that gracefully entered the dream. Of course, whatever you think about in the day, you will also have dreams. The emergence of the green seal script inexplicably stimulated the primordial spirit and the soul strands. From the earliest formless green seal script to the later green seal script gradually emerged in an orderly manner. It actually became a kind of faint music that reverberated throughout the entire clear spirit heaven. When it was deep into the night, the energy of the outer realm Yuan star broke free from the confinement of the sun star and shot out from the starry night, enveloping Xiao Hua within it. After the appearance of the outer realm Yuan star force, about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Elder Wu flashed out of the sky like a ghost. His starry eyes were even brighter in the night, and after strands of green light flashed, he had a strange expression on his face. That expression seemed to have some understanding, but it was also astonishment. This astonishment seemed to have more confusion than understanding. Elder Wu softly muttered a few inaudible words of shaman language, then slightly shook his head, and his figure slowly disappeared again. Dream. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Xiaohua suddenly woke up. Cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, and all the green seal text in his dream came to an abrupt end. It was completely shattered by the inexplicable words of the pitch-black giant monster's outline. Sigh, Xiaohua looked left and right, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, is this dream my family? Why do I care so much about it? But if it really wants to come, why is there no sign of it? Humph, thinking of this, Xiaohua sneered again. Since Nameless' identity is going to be revealed, then the person who sealed my Naiwan palace will definitely appear. My amnesia must be related to them. The day when the truth comes to light is gradually approaching. Unfortunately, my Nameless is only at the early nascent soul stage. My Naiwan palace and middle dantian are sealed so tightly, it's definitely not the work of a nascent soul cultivator. If it's not a spirit-severing cultivator, then it's a void refinement cultivator, or even a body fusion cultivator. Damn it, this won't do. If I meet them now, I can only be a fish on the chopping block, not a knife. I have to think of a way. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly stared blankly, as if he thought of something. He forcefully slapped his forehead with his hand and said, damn it, how could I forget? When Wuxia died, she died a cold death. But when I was in Luyang's Kai family, didn't I use that strange willow branch to summon the soul? That broken willow branch is really strange. All the spiritual herbs in the space grow crazily, but this willow branch hasn't changed at all after so many years. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's mind entered the space, and from the edge of the yin-yang pool, he took out the willow branch again. Xiaohua's gaze swept over it, and he bitterly smiled, but he saw that the willow branch was still abnormally dry, and the dried surface was dotted with yellow spots, no different from before. Especially the 9th grade willow leaf, it didn't increase or decrease, and even the withered yellow lines on the willow leaf didn't change at all. In the end, is this thing causing trouble again? Xiaohua lost confidence, but from the surface, this thing was just an ordinary willow branch. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't change in Xiaohua's space, and if it wasn't for the fact that Xiaohua spent dozens of high-grade spirit stones to buy this treasure, Xiaohua would have thrown this willow branch away long ago, right? Maybe it's useful? Xiaohua's eyes turned a few times, and he secretly said, this Ho-Tu village's Elder Wu is obviously an expert, his cultivation is simply unfathomable. Moreover, shamans have always been proficient in soul techniques. If this thing can protect Wuxia's soul, it's obviously one of the few powerful things in the world, even more powerful than the soul-falling lamp, Elder Wu should know. How about? However, Xiaohua only had this thought, and he immediately extinguished it, and hurriedly sent the willow branch back into the space, and still stuck it in the yin-yang pool. There are many treasures in the world, and Xiaohua didn't know how many of them can protect the soul, but Xiaohua knew. Elder Wu calmly dealt with the dispute between Ji-Man and Zi-Ming, and easily cleared the Ho-Tu village of the demon invasion. That was because Elder Wu had absolute control over the Ho-Tu village. In this control, he wouldn't care too much about any unforeseen events. However, if this willow branch entered Elder Wu's eyes, and if it exceeded what Elder Wu could bear, would Elder Wu become greedy? Xiaohua boasted that he already had a lot of rare treasures, but when he saw an excellent magical treasure, his heart would still itch. Xiaohua himself was like this, what about others? Xiaohua couldn't guarantee that Elder Wu wouldn't make other moves. Forget it, this kind of treasure is related to life and death, it's better for this young master to know. Xiaohua thought to himself, and then raised his eyes to look outside the quiet room. At this moment, the quiet room had just lit up, as if another day had come. It's already been dozens of days, right? Elder Wu still hasn't come. I'm afraid the Ho-Tu village's crisis is really serious this time. Sigh, this devil dweller, is really everywhere. I don't know if these demons are related to Yin Meng and the others. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt that the millions of Meng mountains blocking the northwest side of the Xiaoyu continent was really disgusting, but now, he felt that it was incomparably cute. If it weren't for the millions of Meng mountain soul cultivators, perhaps Zhang Qingshao would have already been captured by Lord Ji Peng, right? I better hurry up and cultivate. When Xiaohua thought of Lord Ji Peng, his heart trembled again. He knew that this kind of cruel and merciless demon general would appear in front of him sooner or later. After such a long period of recovery, under the miraculous effect of the Sun Shroud art, Xiaohua's burned divine sense had recovered. Moreover, this divine sense had become even more tenacious, thick, and enormous. Although it couldn't be compared to the Buddhist sense, Xiaohua had a feeling that as long as he kept cultivating the Sun Shroud art and strengthening his mind, this divine sense would soon surpass the Buddhist sense. While sighing with emotion at the miraculous secret technique given by Jiuxia, Xiaohua once again erased Jiuxia's face from his mind, and sent his mind into the mysterious dark cloud. At this moment, the mysterious dark cloud was different from before. In the short period of time that Xiaohua had controlled the green seal text, some strange runes had appeared outside the mysterious dark cloud. These runes were faintly floating outside the dark cloud, appearing and disappearing. Every time a rune appeared, a faint green glow would flash. This green glow would pass from one rune to another, and then disappear along with the disappearance of the rune. When another rune appeared, the green light would appear again. Slowly, this green light ran through the entire surface of the mysterious dark cloud, and those strange runes also gradually covered the entire mysterious dark cloud. Xiaohua had always been interested in runes. Seeing that it was so strange, he had already focused his mind on these runes. However, these runes either suddenly disappeared when they came into contact with his mind, or they disappeared before his mind could even approach them. Xiaohua's mind was unable to capture them. When Xiaohua coincidentally encountered a newly formed rune, a kind of boundless feeling immediately came from that rune. Compared to this boundless feeling, Xiaohua's mind was like a grain of sand in the vast ocean, insignificant and undetectable. See, Xiaohua suddenly realized, this might be the heavenly pattern earth deed that protects the soul. Immediately, Xiaohua's greedy thoughts appeared again. Damn it, if I can comprehend this heavenly pattern earth deed, then how good would that be? Unfortunately, Xiaohua had only encountered it for a moment, and after that, he didn't have anything else. Even if he wanted to encounter it again, it was impossible. Opportunity, Xiaohua understood that it was impossible, and regretfully entered the mysterious dark cloud. The moment Xiaohua's mind entered, the heavenly pattern earth deed suddenly flashed outside the mysterious dark cloud, as if it wanted to resist. When it lightly touched Xiaohua's mind again, that flash was extinguished, and the heavenly pattern earth deed returned to its previous state of flickering. Chapter 29-20. Well, Xiaohua had just entered the heaven ring of qi when the originally cold and desolate heaven ring of qi fluttered in all directions. Sounds that seemed to shake the heavens and earth constantly resounded in the heaven ring of qi. The outlines of mountains and rivers could be faintly seen, and traces of clouds and rain also appeared in midair. The green seal script is divine, able to steal the essence of heaven and earth, causing changes in heaven and earth. The 12 great gods are able to move heaven and earth and weep ghosts and gods, as expected. Xiaohua exclaimed in amazement. He had always thought that the Dao sect's spells could reach the heavens. Although Zi Ming, Master Qin Qin, and the others had already explained the magical powers of soul spells, Xiaohua still felt that it was impossible. After all, he had only cultivated to the second day of the 9 heavens of spirit origin, far away from becoming a shaman. Even if he could comprehend the green seal script, how could he have the ability to reach the heavens? But everything in front of him was telling him that soul cultivation was really different from Dao cultivation. The pure green seal script had nothing to do with cultivation. At this moment, he really had the possibility of reaching the heavens. After entering the clear God sky, the deafening sounds became even louder. The entire clear God sky seemed to be in a state of chaos. Not only was Xiaohua's primordial spirit busy waving the soul strands to try to comprehend more green seal scripts, even the soul of the little white dragon was roaring like a dragon dancing in the 9 heavens. And what made Xiaohua the happiest was that the little white dragon and his primordial spirit were already close to the peak of the clear God sky. The waves of commotion caused the gloomy sky of the clear God sky to shake open little by little. One by one, the green seal scripts that seemed to have spirituality rushed into the sky from time to time, and there were even soul strands that had completely penetrated into the chaotic space. Good, Xiaohua was overjoyed, and thought to himself, so the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin is not just a method of dancing, day-night moon, and so on. Even if it's comprehending the green seal script, cultivating charms is also one of the methods. According to Xiaohua's knowledge, there should be 365 basic green seal characters. He had learned 3 when he was making sorcerer puppets, and he had acquired 36 from the Misty Clouds martial school. There were 4 on White Bone's left-hand bone. Adding the tens of green seal characters he had acquired earlier, he should have nearly 70 green seal characters. Recently, he had acquired another 100 green seal characters from the Sorcerer's Codex. Excluding the duplicates, he still had about 130 green seal characters. To use the moving clouds and summoning rain technique, only 36 characters were needed. These 36 characters were something that Xiaohua had just completely comprehended. Among these 36 characters, some were the green seal text of the clear spirit sky, some were the green seal text of the surrounding chi sky, and some were the green seal text of the surrounding chi sky. There were even a few that Xiaohua did not know which sky they were from. All of a sudden, Xiaohua had a strange feeling. The green seal text must be comprehended from the most basic level. Don't bite off more than you can chew, don't be greedy. The 12 great gods used these 365 green seal characters to pass down the teachings of heaven and earth. Just now, in the surrounding chi sky, although I haven't fully comprehended the 50 green seal characters that belong to the surrounding chi sky, the entire surrounding chi sky already has the image of heaven and earth. What if I completely comprehend it? Thinking about this, Xiaohua forcefully suppressed his ecstasy. His primordial spirit began to slowly comprehend the first green seal character revealed in the Sorcerer's Codex. Sure enough, following the sound of the seemingly right but actually wrong green seal character, Xiaohua fell into the surrounding chi sky. An indescribable feeling entered his mind, a feeling of missing out on an opportunity. Tao is 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. Tao gives birth to 2 extremes, 2 extremes give birth to 4 divisions, 4 divisions give birth to 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams give birth to 10,000 things, 10,000 things form heaven and earth. Damn it, now in this place of chaos, isn't Tao giving birth? Alas, that primordial spirit has already entered the clear spirit sky, even if it comes back, it won't be able to. I've suffered a great loss. Xiaohua suddenly felt as if his soul had left his body. What should I do? Looking at some indescribable things gradually appearing in the surrounding chi sky, Xiaohua was extremely disappointed. That's right, this young master's primordial spirit can't come back, but there are other primordial spirits in other places. Thinking about this, Xiaohua no longer dared to hesitate. He hurriedly rushed his mind out of the mysterious dark clouds and immediately returned to the space. Within the space, the nascent soul that had previously comprehended cultivation methods was now exerting all its strength to wield the Dharma seal. Streams of samadhi true fire were swimming up and down the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace, similar to when Xiaohua first refined pills. Moreover, a faint medicinal fragrance had already gushed out from the pill furnace. Clearly, Xiaohua's primordial spirit could already refine the simplest Wucang pill. If he had enough time, his primordial spirit could also refine high-grade pills such as the Peiyuan pill, Foundation Establishment pill, and so on. However, at this time, how could Xiaohua care about refining pills and refining tools? He hurriedly urged his primordial spirit out of the space and recklessly rushed into the mysterious dark clouds. Naturally, the heavenly pattern earth deed in the mysterious dark clouds also flashed with a green brilliance, allowing the primordial spirit to safely enter. Slowly comprehend it. Xiao Hua's mind instructed. After Xiao Hua's primordial spirit heard this, it very quietly sat in the heaven ring of qi. The indescribable thing in the heaven ring of qi also had a strange fluctuation that slowly spread to the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit formed bit by bit in the heaven ring of qi, and a kind of déjà vu feeling was born in the heaven ring of qi. Moreover, the dancing primordial spirit in the heaven ring of qi had also changed. It was completely dancing with soul strands. Each strand of soul strand was emitting an extremely simple and completely identical rhythm. A green seal character that Xiao Hua had never comprehended before flashed with this brilliance and gradually appeared in the entire heaven ring of qi. However, this first green seal character didn't seem to be less difficult to form because Xiao Hua was already able to use the cloud-traveling rain summoning talisman. Xiao Hua's mind stayed in the heaven ring of qi for a long time. He only heard a rumbling sound. The entire heaven ring of qi was filled with green light, but the green seal character didn't appear smoothly. Forget it. This Tao begets one. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Let my primordial spirit slowly play with you. Xiao Hua understood the difficulty of this green seal character and withdrew his mind from the heaven ring of qi. Then, Xiao Hua placed his attention on Master Qin Qin's soul cultivation equipment refining technique. After all, Xiao Hua had broken the spirit treasure nether passage mirror of Ho Tu stronghold, which had a huge impact on Ziming. He also wanted to see if he could repair this nether passage mirror. However, the soul cultivation equipment refining technique was very different from the Dao sex equipment refining technique. Before Xiao Hua could see any clues, a guard came to invite Xiao Hua, Fairy Hong Xia and the rest under the orders of Wu Lao. This time, the hall that Wu Lao was in was different from the one that Xiao Hua had seen before. It was at the back of the mountain, beside the ancestral shrine. It was a hall that was somewhat similar to the Huai Xian pavilion that Ji-Man was in. However, this hall did not look as elegant as the Huai Xian pavilion. On the contrary, a kind of rough, simple and grand feeling was revealed through the white bones piled up and the round wood spliced together on the four walls. At this time, the sun shone through the huge window and shone on the hall. The light pillar that was 10 feet in radius enveloped a square chair made of white bones, and on that square chair sat the young Wu Lao. In the light shadow, Wu Lao's face was unusually bright, as if there was a layer of holy light emitting from his body. Ji-Man was dressed in slightly plain clothes and sat below Wu Lao. Opposite her sat Zi-Ming, who had a trace of joy on his face. Xiao Hua and the rest entered the hall and saw such a scene. A kind of solemnity arose spontaneously. A few of them did not dare to be negligent and quickly stepped forward to greet Wu Lao and Ji-Man. A trace of a smile appeared on Wu Lao's face as he raised his hand and said, "Little friends from the Dao sect, we have met dozens of days ago. During this period of time, because my Ho Tu stronghold had some things to do, I have neglected you all. This old man apologizes. We don't dare." Xiao Hua hurriedly replied, "Wu Lao, the Ho Tu stronghold's affairs are more important. We came from afar to disturb you, and also brought some trouble to your stronghold. The ones who should apologize should be us." "No matter," Wu Lao smiled and said, "this old man already knows everything. Those are mostly some small conflicts. The other thing is my Ho Tu stronghold's chores, it's nothing. Moreover, you all came together with Zi-Ming to exterminate the demons and capture their souls. In these dozens of days, based on what I obtained from the souls, I cleaned up the entire Ho Tu stronghold and Shibai stronghold. There were about 2,000 soul warriors who were taken over by the demons. This is beyond this old man's estimation. If this is counted, it's all thanks to Daoist Xiao." Xiao Hua hurriedly bowed and said, "Wu Lao is a senior. This Xiao has not yet reached the nascent soul stage, so this Xiao cannot be called Daoist Xiao. Wu Lao can just call this Xiao by his name." Hee hee, then this old man will call you little friend Xiao. Wu Lao smiled and said, today, I invited little friend Xiao and the rest to come over because I want to discuss something with you. Actually, even if this old man doesn't say it, I think little friend Xiao should know about it, right? Xiao Hua understood and nodded. If there are no accidents, this junior must have obtained the seed of millet from a deserted island outside the sea. Indeed. Wu Lao also denied it. He raised his head and looked at the dazzling sunlight and said, to be honest, as Wu Lao, I can't leave Ho Tu stronghold. But this old man has received the order of the Wu King to leave Ho Tu stronghold and go to the Wu King's stronghold in the depths of Wu Meng. This old man wants to discuss with the 12 shaman strongholds, the descendants of the 12 great gods, about the drastic change of the weather in Meng Mountains. Xiao Hua was a little curious why Wu Lao suddenly talked about the trip to the Wu King's stronghold, but he still smiled and listened with great interest. Wu Lao and Wu King of the 12 shaman strongholds, the 13 of us are helpless when faced with this difficult situation that Meng Mountains has not encountered for thousands of years. We don't know how to deal with it. Wu Lao continued, even when this old man arranged for his men to invade the sword domain, wanting to find a place to settle the people in the sword domain, I didn't get a good result. Some of the ideas and methods proposed by the other Wu Lao were also rejected by everyone. Of course, there are also some Wu Lao who talked about the descendant of the great god Shibai, who can affect the weather. They hoped that the Wu Lao of Shibai stronghold could use the power of his bloodline to summon clouds and summon rain. Perhaps it could alleviate the drought of Meng Mountains. Speaking up to here, Wu Lao glanced at Xiao Mao and said, but according to Wu Lao of Shibai stronghold, the art of summoning clouds and summoning rain is an ancient talisman of Meng Mountains. Only ancient shamans who know the Green Seal script can control it. However, although the Green Seal script is the foundation of the cultivation of Meng Mountain's soul spells, the progress is slow, and the price to pay is huge. After so many years, very few people have touched it. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories. Oh.